Incoming transmission.
Till I say it is. Till I'm lying in the dirt. Till the last bombs burst. Yeah, the hammer's gonna hurt. It ain't over till I say it is. Line 'em up, let it rip. Let it go till it clicks. No one never say quit. It ain't over till I say it is.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the final day of Season 2 of the 2024 GSL Code S. We're going to have the semifinals of, obviously, the finals as well. I'm Tasteless, joined with me is State. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, Tasteless. I'm in a good mood. I'm feeling jovial. We got 4 of the best StarCraft gamers in Korea lined up for the semifinals and the finals, and I could not be more excited to get started.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. We've got some usual suspects, obviously Maru being one of them that could take yet another GSL final. It would be another record-breaking, history-making moment. But we've also got players like Creator here, people where they've been the underdog. They've been somebody we've been saying maybe they'd win a GSL one of these years, one of these seasons, and he's back again.
He's come close in the past, but I think everyone would agree coming into GSL, not just this season, but this year, Creator's been kind of a dark horse. And so to come into the top 4 and emerge victorious as the best Protoss player in Korea right now, defeating Hero in the round of 8 to make it here. I'm really excited for his chances.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a very even distribution here. We've got representation with all 3 races. Dark, another player who's going to be with us tonight. Another player who definitely always a threat. He certainly had a little bit more of a struggle this year to be as dominant as before, but I think someone who could absolutely possibly take it.
I mean, coming in from ESL SC2 Masters, where Dark had a fantastic performance, and then to show up in GSL after kind of a weak round of 16 and then burst into the round of 4 in convincing fashion. I like Dark's chances here. I mean, this guy is recently had a child.
Yes.
He probably doesn't have a lot of
now.
time to practice. He's been traveling to international events. He's been competing around the world, and now he's back here at the GSL, and he looks the best that he has looked basically all year, I gotta say.
Yeah, and then finally we've got Cure, a player who he's always been in Maru's shadow, but this could be another opportunity for him to kind of break free from that and prove himself. I think it's a very realistic final as well, having him versus Maru in a TVT here, which would be another exciting rematch, one we've had before. Quick update, guys. Here is the money that we have raised. It is 48K, 48.5K roughly USD. The support is appreciated. We are crowd-funded now here. So we are very grateful to all of you for supporting us. We appreciate you. We love you.
Yeah, and of course, 100% of those contributions go to supporting the prize pool, supporting the players. So you guys at home contributing to the GSL and really helping keep the Korean StarCraft 2 scene alive and vibrant means so much, not just to us, but to the entire community. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, guys. So it's going to be a pretty crazy evening. We're going to be going through 2 best of 5s for the round of 4, and then we're going to be going, I think maybe like a 15-minute break, and then right into the finals. If you are watching here in the studio, there is an exhibition that is taking place in the building. There is also an esports museum in the building. We're at the S-Plex Center. Freakin' TV owns 3 studios, and then they're occasionally renting other ones. This is one we don't use as often for StarCraft, but it is one of the epicenters of esports here in the country. It's actually where the KESPA offices are located in this building as well. So if you're here, take advantage of that. If you're ever visiting Korea, definitely look up the Esports Museum and definitely check out as well the StarCraft 2 exhibition they're holding here as well. So it's a whole event.
The museum here, this stadium here, it's one of my favorite studios in all of Korea, and it's such a thrill to have the GSL semifinals and finals in such a fantastic venue. As we look at today's matchups, Kira versus Dark, a best of 5 to bring things to the beginning here, as one of these players is going to look to advance to the finals and most likely going to be playing against Maru. I have to say, coming into this, Maru's been looking so good. He's got one of the best TVPs in the world. I mean, it's either Maru, Kira, or Clem. Pick your poison. One of them is going to kill all the Protosses they come in contact with.
So Creator versus Maru, I think this could be one of two things. This could either be a big disappointment or it could be the most exciting thing imaginable. But we'll get to that in a second. We're going to go to an interview now with our two players, translated by Andy. Let's hear it.
All right, we're going to have a brief interview with the two players before diving into the match. So in the last match, you did take down your nemesis, and then you made it here to the round of 4. You'll be now playing in the Sangam Colosseum. How are you feeling right now? Well, it's been such a while to play a match in front of such a big audience, and I really prepared hard for this match. I'll try to put on a good performance today. So, you know, I don't want to ask about the builds because I'm sure he's already prepared everything. And Dark, you said that you're really relieved that you're playing against Cure. You defeated Maru, so you're having an easy opponent this time around. So what do you think about that? I think I'm going to have to win no matter what. So I really prepare hard. And during practice, my win rate has been really good. It's been soaring. So I'm really confident today. I think I can put up a good match today. Then Dark, how are you doing today? I've been doing good. So, you know, I watched Cure's interview. He seemed a bit too cocky, a bit too confident. So I'm a little bit annoyed by that. Yes, Cure has boasted a lot of confidence in his prior interview. So what do you think today's match is going to go like? Well, my win rate in practice hasn't been too good, so I'm a little worried. But regardless, I'm going to try to put up a good performance against him today. I mean, sorry, last season you had the opportunity, but every time you slipped, and your beard hasn't grown at all. And today, do you think you're going to be able to shave it off today? Well, if today's not the opportunity, I don't think I'll ever shave it off. So I'll try to put on a good performance today. So I want to talk about the winner prediction. So let's see how the winner prediction looks like right now. So right now it is favored toward Cure. Just 2% higher. So Cure, you don't seem too impressed. Am I 51? Yes, you are. Well, I recently lost a lot of matches, but regardless, the fans have support from me, so I'll try to repay the debt, repay the support. Dark, the viewers think that you're going to lose today. You're out-favored. What do you think? Well, in these kinds of situations, I tend to play better, so I'm kind of relieved. And Cure, unlike his usual tendency, he seems a little bit too confident today, so I think I'll try to defeat him today. So any word to each other? Can I go first? Yes. Well, coming here, there was a huge traffic jam. But now that I see a huge audience in front of me, I'm really energized. I feel a lot of support from them. I'll try to win today. Then Cure, what about you? Every time on an important stage, I always lose to Dark. Today, I'll try to show a different side and try to come out as a victor. Well, we look forward to your match today. Please have a seat.
All right, guys, we're going to be hopping into this. I'm excited, especially for this first match. I think it's going to be really close. You were mentioning earlier, State, that actually Dark has had a pretty crazy win streak versus Cure.
Yeah, Dark really has had Cure's number over the past couple of months. And by the way, I just want to point out how funny it was in the interview that Dark was saying that Cure has been too cocky and too confident coming into this one, because anytime I think of Dark talking about the way that he expects himself to perform, he's like the most cocky guy in StarCraft.
Yeah,
he's like Korea's Rainer, basically, is the way that I see Dark. So for him to say that Cure is coming in a little bit too cocky and too confident, I just love that.
It's super funny.
Yeah, sometime around, I want to say maybe fall or winter of last year, it feels like Dark really started to change the momentum against Cure and has recently been performing well. But down there in the interviews, Cure saying that the games have been going really well for him in practice, whereas Dark saying, you know, he's not too sure about exactly where he stands in ZBT at this moment. I do think this is going to be a very close match.
I think so. A lot to fight for here. Definitely, this should be the closer of the two. Like I was saying before, look, it's either going to be a big disappointment with Creator versus Maru, or it's going to be the hypest match ever because maybe Creator comes out on top, or it's close. But going into this one, man, I mean, these are two very, very scary players. Cure, I do feel like this guy is continuing to get better and better. He's always improving. I think he's been in a unique position, being a Korean Terran, always being a little bit behind Maru. Maru always kind of stealing the show, so to speak. And this guy's been hungry. He's been hungry to try to usurp that position, but Dark stands in his way first.
Yeah, Cure, for I want to say at least the last 2 years, has basically been living in Maru's shadow. In a world without Maru, Cure in the last 2 years probably wins a couple GSLs.
Cure would be talked about so disproportionately if Maru didn't exist.
Yeah, I mean,
it's rough. It's a lot like, you know, with these when Flash is active in StarCraft 1, what these Terran players that are also good, like Light or Royal, have to deal with, where, you know, Flash becomes he takes up so much of the oxygen.
Yeah, and I mean, coming in here today, Cure, having defeated Maru in the round of 8, has got to be feeling a monkey off of his shoulders a little bit. I mean, he really has a chance, if he beats Dark, to go into the finals and have that rematch against Maru with a clean headspace.
Right. That's very, very true. Dark, of course, as at times the very best Zerg in Korea. I think it's fair to say right now he is the best Zerg here. But he has not been able to kind of bubble up to the very, very #1 spot, as Maru has basically been on a killing spree. He's been dominant. One of these two players has a real shot at winning this tournament. It's likely to be one of them versus Maru, again, unless we do have the crazy upset in the upcoming, best of 5.
I mean, how exciting would that upset be should it happen? But before we get there, Cure versus Dark, this is a best of 5 that I expect basically to go to match point. I think it's going to be 3-2 almost no matter what. These guys are so equal in skill. They're both so good and tasteless. Game #1 is loading up. Cure versus Dark in the first semifinals of Season 2. Let's get started.
Okay, we've got Cure in the bottom right, Dark in the top left.
Yeah, spawning in here on site Delta, Cure over the past couple of years of GSL has really elevated his match prep coming into any best of 3, any best of 5 series in terms of mixing in timing attacks, mixing in cheeses, being able to default back to the macro game when he needs to. But when I think of crafty Terrans, I think of championship caliber Terrans like Maru, like MVP, who are willing to go for a 2-racks when the time calls for it. And I think Kira is absolutely one of these players coming into this semifinal match against Dark that we can expect to see at least 1 or 2 kind of off the wall, off the beaten path builds here as he tries to catch his opponent off guard. But here in game #1, looks to be a pretty standard opening here from the Terran.
Yeah, I like what you said about that. I think Cure has shown a wider and wider range of really, really perfected build orders openings, variety, variation. And let's also remember, assuming that Maru is in the finals, which, look, I'm not trying to take anything away from Creator, but I think that is a fair assumption based off of Maru's GSL record. These two guys have 2 very different paths, because all Cure has to do is get his Terran versus Zerg strats out of the way, and he's on to a TVT, whereas Obviously, Dark, if he wins here, he's going to be beating one of the best Terrans in the whole world, only to then go up to Maru, the very best Korean we've got for the Terran scene.
Yeah, and so I wonder how much that's going to play into Dark's strategizing here. If he has any strategies hidden in the back pocket, should he win the first couple of games against Kira, does he keep those in the pocket all the way until the finals against Maru? Because he has maybe the hardest path of any player here. It's either him or Creator, who, if they win, there's a very high chance they have to play another Terran player in the finals.
Yeah.
And you really don't want to show your full range of builds in that kind of scenario unless you're absolutely terrified of losing the first series, unless it absolutely calls for it, or you need to get that extra oomph to win that final game, or you're fighting for your tournament life. Otherwise, it's a little tricky coming in.
So we're getting the sound checked here. If I had to guess, I think this is an issue with the white noise or pink noise or brown noise, whatever they pump in.
It almost always is.
Whenever you're on the stage like this, the way that they've figured out how to make it so that you really don't hear anything is it's a combination of soundproofing headsets that you have, and then they pump in this kind of, if you go to YouTube and just type in like white noise or brown noise, you'll hear what I'm talking about. And so they have like 10-hour playlists that play so that while the player's in there, and the truth is you really can't hear anything. I've actually tried them out myself. And it's a little weird. It does feel like you're playing StarCraft 2 on an airplane.
That's a very
that
accurate
kind of
description.
Yeah, there's sort of this kind of sound muting going on. It's hard to hear anything. It's like that, but even more so. And so I would assume that maybe Kira thought his wasn't low or high enough, and so we're going to get that done. Good to see all you guys from all over the world coming down. Some of these faces I recognize from the studio.
I like that
as we were going into the show.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, some of you guys we've seen in the original GSL studio. Been following the entire season. Some of you guys here for the first time, welcome.
Look at all these champions on this. That's a lot of Marus in the center. Holy crap, that's a lot of Marus. Might have a 9th one when all is said and done here today, as I think our game is loaded up.
Look at how great this set is, by the way.
Yeah, this is fantastic. I love the stadium so much.
You know, I think all 3 studios we have are cool, but what I like about this one is how high the ceiling is. It kind of creates this huge theater feel to it. Okay, anyways, we're back in the game. And it's going to be, what, 1 Rax Reaper with an expand. So basically just a Reaper to kind of come out and get an idea of what's going on. So this is going to be different from the 2 Rax, 3 Reaper opening that we've seen quite a bit of.
Yeah, it is a little bit different, especially not having a wall in already set up here. The natural expansion on site Delta is Kira is instead going to be trying to prioritize build time and mining efficiency a little bit there with the SCVs, and this Reaper coming out early almost gets a link. Some nice micro there by Dark to eventually shoot away once the Queen comes out. We already have the 3rd command center coming in here for Cure, and I wonder exactly what flavor of 3CC build this is going to be, because there was a time, which now feels very long ago, where a lot of Terran players, Cure especially, would love to go for this early 3rd CC with about as gritty a build as possible, very similar to what we're seeing right now here on site Delta, that culminated in effectively a 3-base all-in. Now that has kind of found its way out of the meta. We're seeing a little bit more timings involving, you know, in the mid-game, we might see some kind of Hellbat timings or some kind of double medevac timings with Marines just getting map control, and then always, or at least almost always, falling back into something more macro-focused unless they're able to get some huge amount of damage done. But with Cure being this greedy early on, foregoing the wall into the natural expansion, already throwing down the double evolution chambers, double engineering bays here.
Yeah, evolution bays,
The evolution bays. I wonder if this is Cure going back to a little bit of an older style of TBZ here, because sometimes we see this in StarCraft 2 where strategies become almost cyclical. Where
100%.
Something that at one point was good eventually gets solved, it works its way out of the meta, and then the meta evolves to a point where suddenly it's not expected anymore and it becomes good again.
Yeah, you'll see this happen where someone's playing with this style that you're like, you're thinking, wasn't that like 4 years old? Do people still do that? And it's like, yeah, well, the thing is, people aren't doing it anymore, so it's good again. But this is a very straightforward way to play the game. There are risks involved, but we're kind of past the point of those risks necessarily kicking in. There's been no kind of crazy rush. We do have 7 Roaches coming, so maybe he will try to do some kind of a push here and basically punish the 3rd base. We have no Zerglings making.
Now they're coming in, and keep in mind, there is still no wall in Akira's natural expansion. I don't think he has an idea that this push is underway, as Dark has cut drones at 40, and it's committing heavily to this early attack.
So this is pretty scary. This attack is going to come in, and yeah, I mean, there's not the kind of setup of defense that you would need to sandbag progress here. We see depots are being made. Certainly the third command center can't be used as we see the threats coming here. There are Ravagers behind this, by the way, which can obliterate anything that is going to be used to delay progress here at the front.
Yeah, but with just these Hellions here to start things off, now the Ravagers and Lynx getting ready to flood in. I'm a little bit concerned here for Cure. Only has 6 Marines, 5 Hellions. No siege tanks in production, so what you see is basically what you get in terms of defenses. The bio is just slowly trickling in.
Is this going to supply block him here? He's
It'll
going to have 2
very
depots.
close.
Yeah, so he's at 69 of 69. We've got some more bios coming down. It connects on those SCVs. Somehow this bunker is still alive, but not for long. It goes down. The SCVs are being completely wiped out. Up the ramp goes the Terran.
Yeah, and Dark is not transitioning out of this. He just queued up a ton more Lings. His 1-1 is about to finish, as well as Stim Pack. But keep in mind, the Marine count is already thinned out very heavily here. There's only a handful of Marines still on the field. They are going to do better against these low-tech Zerg units, but is it going to be enough? The SCV is getting pulled once again here in the main base. Kieran needs to hold right now. If he sustains any more damage, it's basically game over.
Yeah, the SCVs are really all he has. He has a couple of Hellions here. The Ravager count is still extremely high, which means there's always a lot of rounds of biles coming out. There's no medevacs here to heal. Everything is getting weaker and weaker. The natural command center has been lifted off.
Kira does have that third command center landed on the low ground, and Dark is just ignoring it up until this point. He's instead just going to focus his sights here on the main base. He's getting on top of the production, Tasteless. Can you look at how low HP all this bio is? More bios raining down. Kira has to dodge them. It doesn't even really have the HP to stim. The main CC lifts off. I think Dark might be taking game number 1.
This is game. You know, Kira maybe a little bit too confident in what he could get away with. Some of these SCVs are still here trying to fight back, but it looks like we're down to 8 SCVs left over. There's just no way to recover here. Game 1, gonna be going to Dark.
I think Kira is fighting for his life. There's only 4 Ravagers left, but with more Lings and Roaches getting ready to flood in, you can see it on the minimap right now, as our observer's pointing out. There are 4 SCVs on the board here for Cure.
Yeah, I mean, he literally can't even, he has minerals not even coming in. GG. Yeah. So there it is. Good game. I gotta say, you know, Cure's build, not bad, but very risky. He didn't even treat it as if Dark would be aggressive. And look, let's be honest, Dark, he's fine attacking. He's fine making moves on the map early. I think iconically he's known for surviving pushes on a razor's edge and winning in late game, but he can identify weakness and come in and punish, and that's exactly what we saw in that game.
Yeah, that was a pretty brilliant timing attack there by Dark. Just re-checking Cure here in game number 1, and that kind of narrows the range of builds that Cure is going to be doing over the course of this series, because going into game number 2 or game number 3, when you're already down 1-0 to start things out, do you go back to another greedy opening like that one? Because what if Dark just rolls the dice again? Then suddenly you're basically on death's door, 1 match loss away from elimination. And so for Dark coming in here at opening build, I love the early aggression. And now Cure basically has to play on the back foot.
Yeah, you know, I look at that game and you know, Cure, if he's not attacked, he's going to look really strong and really scary, but definitely a play that got punished. We were talking about this play style is kind of old. One of the reasons why it became old was because people figured out how to stop it. Not just with rushes like that, but also in late game. Even now, some Zergs are pretty good at holding that off. And you're not really creating any opportunities for yourself other than trying to get money in as quick and as greedily as possible. We're going to go to Oceanborn here for game 2. But again, a very short, very quick series.
Yeah, Dark already with a 1-0 lead as map number 2 is loading up. Can Dark keep this momentum going, or is Cure going to tie the series up 1-1? This series continues on.
Okay, Cure once again in the bottom right. with Dark in the top left. I'm going to be watching Cure very closely. I want to see what kind of play he's going to do. Already we have a depot on the low ground. I wouldn't be surprised if we have that double racks opening.
Yeah, I think almost certainly that's what we're going to be seeing here from Cure. Not going to play quite as greedy as he did there in game number 1, with just the 1 Reaper into Hellions, fast 3 CC, fast double engineering bay. I mean, it really doesn't get more greedy than that.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, I don't know of anything that is more greedy than that unless you were to get like a 4th command center and then lose the game. Like, it's just, you know, you're trying to get everything ready for mid-game, and of course that does come with a risk. So this game we're going to have the gas with the double racks, and this usually means 3 Reapers. We have had 5 Reapers sometimes. I think we had 1 or 2 games of that this season.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who went for 5 Reapers.
I don't remember if it was Cure or Beyond.
I think even Maru has been going for 3 or sometimes even 4 Reapers in a lot of the TBZs these days.
Basically, you know, it's funny because this build doesn't look that fancy at all, but it's pretty technical. When it first came out about maybe 1.5 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, if my memory serves me correct, the idea is you just have enough Reapers that you can start to bully the Zerg and control their 3rd base, and sometimes even kill their 3rd hatchery. The Reapers, if you space out the grenades enough, you can basically play keep away indefinitely from the Queen, at least until the hatchery dies. 5 Reapers can also accelerate that.
Yeah, and Cure now coming in with the expansion, so.
And yeah, the idea is that you don't over-invest in Reapers or even Marines necessarily. You just get a command center and try to play that game. So he shows the first Reaper, he hops up and goes into the main.
Oh, he's actually going to go for that first drone, only gets it to about half HP, and is going to get at least 1 Ling. And keep in mind, with Reapers like this, it seems Cure is going for potentially up to 4 here, maybe even a 5th coming down the pipeline. Getting kills on Lings like this, it really starts to snowball, and some nice micro by Cure coming in with a high HP Reaper, soaking up some damage, allowing the one on the low ground to get even more damage done. Now, once that Queen pops, these Reapers will have to retreat. Actually, the second Queen coming up with a natural expansion snipes down that Reaper.
So, you hear that?
Yeah. Some new voice lines added to this game.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, we've never been that close to a Reaper body. So, unfortunately, he lost the Reaper, but notice that he's still making Reapers and he's getting a 3rd CC.
I believe that the Overlord there for Dark did spot the 3rd command center in the main base, but this is not as greedy an opening as it was previously for Cure. With 2 barracks on the low ground, you're actually able to get a pretty reasonable amount of bio units up relatively early here, certainly faster than you would if you went for this straightaway 1 racks and a reactor at Hellions that Cure did in the previous match. And these Reapers still finding damage. That's the 5th Reaper that was produced here for Cure. He's actually making a 6th one right now. There's 7 Reapers in total actually getting made here by Cure. This is substantial.
This is after Reaper was killed. Usually when 1 Reaper's killed, it completely takes the wind out of the sails of the whole strategy. You basically have to back up. But he's made more and more. He's going double eBay again. Okay, you know what? This is really greedy. Keep in mind, every Reaper you make is not a Marine. It's a weird way to think about the game, but you know, the Reapers, they can generate threats early on. Later on, the Reapers are the worst unit in the game.
And the Roach Warren starts again here for Dark. I think he's identified how many Reapers that Cure has made, and he's thinking the exact same thing that you're talking about right now, Tasteless, that perhaps Cure too greedy. He sees the 3rd CC on the low ground. He knows that it was, what, 6, maybe 7 Reapers made in total. He scouts the double engineering bay in the main base with a slow Ling as well. And so for Dark adding in another 6 drones, I wouldn't be surprised if he went back to the same kind of aggression to at least force a lift on that 3rd command center and potentially even get the add-ons there, the natural.
Well, the Reapers really just don't do anything to Roaches. And Reapers are only as good as far as they can be microed away from stuff. So they need wide open areas. And usually the area between your base and theirs is enough to really abuse it. Oh my God, he bled one off too.
Losing another Reaper like that.
Man. Okay, so also there are the add-ons for Terran are actually at the natural. So if he's forced to lift or if the add-ons are killed, his tech is going to be halted. And I don't know if it's going to be able to be restarted. This actually, I think, should be harder to hold overall than even Rush #1.
It's going to be pretty close. Dark has a little bit more economy behind it, and Cure still has no idea. Oh, if only those Reapers went down to the south, he would have spotted these Roaches. Instead, Cure, he still doesn't know. There are more Marines in the natural expansion this time around for Terran, but I am so concerned. Okay, now he spots the Roaches Tasteless. Alarm bells are ringing in the main base of Cure, but the Roaches are already morphing into Ravagers outside the 3rd base.
Okay, he's going to come down here. Now, this CC has to be lifted. The Reapers, they can't do much. I guess maybe they can like throw a grenade at her too and try to delay movement like that. But these really don't have any functionality. The injured Roaches are going to be turned into Ravagers immediately. The Depot's up.
Yeah, Kier's going to have to lift that in a moment.
Okay,
oh
he's going
my
to be able to deny
God.
Stim. Oh my God, hold on, 5 seconds.
Repair coming in. I think it's just going to be barely enough. It's so low on HP, but the bio's a little bit too slow.
Yeah, he does get Stim. He does lose the Tech Lab, though. There are 2 barracks here, so I mean, this is a good amount of his production. He can let it soak damage for a while, but eventually he's going to have to ditch it. A 3rd bunker's being made. The barracks are going to be relocated just north of the 2nd bunker.
This might be enough for Kier to hold on, but let's see. Dark coming in again. That's a lot of bios to repair, a little bit too late.
And the Ling run by is genius.
Oh no, the Ling's already in the main base. Kier now has to split his forces, which means the Ravagers can rain hell down on the natural expansion. Another bunker gets shot down.
Oh my God.
And
GG.
Kier in the span of, what, 20 minutes has gone down 0-2
He got
to
every
Dark's
marine.
timing
It's like when you're
attacks.
Sonic the Hedgehog and you get all the rings
Oh my
on the run.
God.
He got every SCV trying to repair that bunker. Okay, hold on. Let me check my phone. It is 5:30. This show started at 5. I thought that this match would take about 2 hours.
I thought this was going to be
About-
potentially the longest series of the day.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Wow.
And I mean, a bit of a Groundhog's Day game. I know it's an old movie, but the reference I think is good. I mean, it's the same rush from Zerg. It's Kier trying to do a different build and come out with something else. I do think that losing Reaper 1 and then the other Reaper that was killed off later really did mess him up. He didn't focus on the 3rd hatch with the Reaper. He tried to get damage in the main, which I was a little bit perplexed by. It seemed like for most of the games we cast, it is a zoning fight, trying to at least force a cancel, at most kill a hatchery or a queen. And I don't know what Kier's going to do. He's done 2 greedy boy builds.
Yeah, the second
Does
one.
he do a cheesy boy build?
A cheesy boy build here in
Does
game
he
number
do
3.
a Goldilocks build, somewhere in between? Not too greedy, not too cheesy.
Well, certainly I hope he's not too greedy this time, Tasteless, because those were 2 pretty devastating losses early game to Dark.
All right, guys, game 3. Let's hope we get a game 4.
Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's go.
Okay, Kier in the bottom left, Dark in the top right. Always Kier in the bottom and Dark in the top. You know, it hasn't been a challenging series so far for Dark. He is doing standard Zerg stuff. He's kind of focusing on development while monitoring his opponent when he sees, oh, wait a minute, what are you doing? Is that 2 eBays and a 3rd CC? Okay. And then he flips a switch from econ play into kill mode.
Yeah, game 1 from Dark was maybe a little bit more of a coin flip there than game number 2.
Yeah.
But it makes sense to open up a series in a meta where 3CC greed is so popular. And of course, Kier's going to try and get an edge with something cheeky. That's usually the way that he preps is he'll do something a little bit more greedy or he'll do something a little bit more cheesy in these kind of series. And so Dark with a pretty smart move going for that play in game number 1. But then you go to game number 2 and Dark, he sees this kind of obscene amount of Reapers. I think 7 in total were made by Kier, which you know is delaying the rest of the bioproduction. You know that costs gas, so the factory's going to be coming in later. The add-ons are going to be upgrading probably a little bit later there for Kier. And in addition to that, with the Ling run by, he gets 1 Ling into the main base of Kier to spot the double engineering bay, and the Lings are able to delay the 3rd command center there at the 3rd base. And so Dark there in game number 2, he even droned more heavily there in game number 1. I'm wondering if that was him just reacting to the information that was given to him, because playing from that kind of position there is Dark, where you know that your opponent went for this extreme amount of Reapers in the early game, which aren't going to be very good in a head-on engagement against Roach Ravager, plus the greed play behind it. It's almost, I don't want to say it's like a free win, but the decision coming in from Dark was so smart. And by the way, look at this drone movement.
Dude, perfect.
Dark just hiding that perfectly there. And You know, that's kind of painful here for Kira. They didn't check fully where that drone would be, because going for one Reaper like this, it's not like he's going for the 2 barracks on the low ground where he's going to be able to pump 3 or 4 Reapers out to actually levy some damage on that third base. He had one shot to snipe that drone. Now he comes in, he sees the third hatchery underway. And once again, it's going to be a 3cc opening here for Kira. I'm wondering if he's going to throw down the double engineering bay behind this. I mean, if he plays the same greedy build and Dark goes for another 40 to 44 drone, Roach Ravager timing, it's going to be one of the fastest semifinals in GSL history.
Well, also, like, just so redundant.
Okay, it is different. Starport coming in now for Kira.
So he's going to be a little bit more active here. I thought he might go for, you know, a proxy Rex rush, but I guess not.
I think if we go to game number 5, we will probably see that from Cure.
Yeah, it wouldn't
some
be too
kind of
surprising.
crazy build, but whether you're back against the wall in a situation like this one, going down 0-2 to an opponent that is playing aggressively and not greedily, it's tough to pull the trigger on something like a 2-Rex or a 3-Rex. So I like this play coming in from Kira, going for the 3cc, but playing a bit more passively. Seems like it's probably going to be a Banshee Hellion opening, which is very classic. The Banshees and Hellions do a great job of exerting map control, and of course the Banshees with their DPS and being flying units, very good at shutting down early aggression like Roach Ravager Ling.
Right. So, yeah, he'll be active in a very different way, in a way that can be more impactful, but if it doesn't do anything, he can still use this to defend. You know, a Banshee can basically stop a Roach Ravager attack that's going to hit a third. You know, Roach Ravager basically can't kill a Banshee as long as you're, you know, microing it at all. And the Hellions can try to control the creep, and so this is really more of an inhibitive play where he's not completely hands-off like he was in Game 1, but he's not trying for damage that, you know, if he screws it up, backfires and blows up in his face. He basically has tools in the mid-game. There's a Roach Ward on the way, but that's just, you know, you're always going to get that. You're going to have these building blocks set up so that you have the opportunities to tech in certain directions if you want. And it should be pretty slow from here. I don't think there's any reason why Dark would try to do anything like Game 1 and 2, because the way that Kier's behaving should warrant different behavior here from Dark.
Yeah, that time has already passed here for Dark, as he's well eclipsed the drone counts that he had both in game number 1 and game number 2, as it seems like he's going to be gearing up to take this expansion at the 3 o'clock position. Banshee might catch wind of this as it flies over. It does spot a Ling, so it knows that mineral wall has opened up. Let's see if Kira decides to go for the main base or instead just park that Banshee and try and delay the 4th base as much as possible at the 9 o'clock position. Just casting this while watching the minimap because we haven't gotten a glimpse of it yet. There's that Banshee.
Yep.
Did a good job of zoning away the drones for a little bit there by the 3rd base. And as you said, Taze, this is game kind of developing in a bit of a slower fashion. We do have a Ling counterattack coming into the 3rd base, but with Hellions, they are able to just shoo that away quite easily. And this is the advantage of playing this style here as Cure. It's not as greedy. It doesn't have potentially as strong a mid game as the builds he was going for in game number 1 and game number 2, but it is a lot safer.
So there's no way he can do any damage in there, but he's keeping Zerg honest. He's forcing spores. It's another shot off on 2 drones. And is going to be driven out. The 4th base is being taken at 12 o'clock here for the Zerg. Upgrades are coming in. We're getting that slow build up over time, where each side is macroing very, very well. No kind of climactic interaction just yet. It is a map. It is a map where it seems like it's kind of tricky for Terran to find a target to push for at least a little while.
Yeah, it can be. This is one of the maps that in a lot of matchups will lead to something like a split map situation, but with 2 additional barracks in production here for Kira, I would be surprised if we went down that road. It feels like we might see, yeah, it's an 8 racks. 3 more barracks coming in. I believe Kira already has 5 set up in the main base. We'll have to get a shot of the main or the structures tab, but this should be some really heavy aggression coming in from Kira. This is him not looking to take a 4th command center relatively quick. This is instead Kira ramping up to try and shut down Dark in the mid game with an overwhelming amount of bio.
Okay, some scans coming down here. He's going to use those Banshees to just keep the creep under control. We've got the double medevac Marine push coming out. This is really the first opportunity Terran can try to take some fights and still get away safely. Roaches make it basically impossible to ever stay there for too long.
Yeah, by the way, fantastic upgrade timing coming in from Dark as 1-1 finished the exact moment those two medevacs full of Marines dropped outside the 4th base.
Yeah, this means if Zerg stays on top of that, they will always be a few seconds ahead in upgrades. So there's never an upgrade lead. It's basically Terran playing catch up.
Yeah, Kier did spot the Hive morphing in at the natural expansion there of Dark. So in the back of his mind, I'm wondering if Kier is thinking that he might be a little bit on a timer. He's adding in Marauders already. Dark has been one of these players that has almost been following in the wake of the Dallas meta of faster Ultralisk Spy, going into basically this super fast, greedy Hive play on the back of a strong mid-game composition of Roach Ravager Ling. And Kier, potentially identifying that, potentially playing into it, is already adding in a fair number of Marauders to the mix, which we usually don't see in TVZ this early.
So there's that Hive starting here. Terran's still basically running around the map trying to get any damage done. Not a whole lot happening either, by the way. I mean, we have Creep being wiped out, but other than that, I mean, Dark's been pretty on top of deflecting every little move that Kier has coming in. We've got 3 tanks coming out now, so this is really where it begins to heat up. The Zerg and the Terran are about to max out. The Terran wants to try to lean onto the Zerg, start the push out, try to break some kind of position, whether that's one of these exterior hatcheries or maybe fragment the center so we can keep reinforcing there and separating the rally points from the hatches.
All right, Dark coming in with a surround right now before Kier is able to entrench himself in position. The Banelings running in off creep. Some of them collapse on the siege tanks, but the split from Kier off creep is good. And Dark has expended the majority of his Banelings. About a dozen are left here outside the 3rd base. Kier, he's recharging. He's getting ready to attack it again.
But most of the tanks were killed. I mean, this is a problem. You need a certain number of tanks to have any kind of foothold on the map, to have any kind of launching pad for attacks in the future. And when you just have 1 tank, that's not enough to scare away Baneling. So it's possible the second attack in here could smash his position. There's that Ultralisk Cavern you were talking about, State.
Yeah, that was a really smart move by Dark to take that engagement, take down those siege tanks, which slows down the push, and give himself time to allow this Hive tech to actually come online. Ultra Den halfway done is Dark once again charging with the Banelings, looking to get some good connections off creep. Siege tank is firing on the Roaches, getting some good damage done, and Kier with his stim is able to trade relatively efficiently here. As Dark, he's starting to bank some resources for these Ultras, for these Banelings. The Viper's only just now gathering energy, but Kier's not going to give him time.
Yeah, the push is going to come in. Kier, this is his chance. He's got to do his damage. The same Vipers that are soaking up from the hatchery, the same one. It's the same hatchery that's being hit here by Kier. Some tanks are going to come in. Now, Dark is macroing up once more. We have some infestors being made here as well. Is he going to be able to fight this position off?
Oh, the split is so good here for Kier. The pre-split just fantastic. And Dark, I think he's noticing how high the Marauder count is relative to a typical game. He's not going into the Ultras. Instead, he's trying to make these infestors. He's vacating this 3rd base because he knows he just needs to survive. Dark needs some combination of Fungals, Blinding Clouds, and Biles to make this hold work, because Kier behind this 8 racks pump is not going to stop going. He's very close to maxing yet again with 118 army supply already. And Dark, he's going for this counterattack, but Kier with so many reinforcements back at home, how much damage is this actually going to do? Oh, the depo's down!
He gets in. The tank is going to try to shell a couple of these Lings. It looks like the upgrades are good enough that he can basically hold those Lings off.
Yeah, Dark just not able to get enough surface area, and he was able to buy himself a little bit of time as Kier once again pushing in off creep. The 3rd base has fallen. A duck coming in that siege tank will be able to take it out. But for Kier, the Bio army on the ground, it's still standing strong. We have the full Ultralisk popped out. Look at that Fungal, though, with the Biles raiding in. It gets Medivacs and Marauders, but is it going to be enough, Tasteless? I don't know.
Yeah, he does have the Ultra coming out. Terran has taken out 1 hatchery, but already Dark is replacing that in the top left corner of the map.
And these Marauders still doing a lot of work on the Roach Ravager, on the Ultras, as well as the Ultras waiting for the upgrades to finish. And Dark and Kier are basically now on the same economies.
Yeah, it's all going to be about these Ultras. Can he hang on to enough of them? Can he get enough other units to amass to help in the fights? He's going to push down here now. These Medivacs are empty. They do not have any energy in them. They cannot heal.
But at the same time, it's only 1 Queen here for Dark, so he can't really transfuse either. The only spellcaster he has besides that is his 1 low HP Viper. Does drop a Parasitic Bomb, which should get at least 1 more Medivac, and it does indeed fall. But I feel like Kier is slowly grinding down Dark. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Kier is just on the brink of winning this game.
Dark is going to try to hang on. He's going to try to bait out an overextension. Kira has to be very careful. Again, he does not have energy here. Well, I guess a couple of those just in the south have energy, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, he doesn't have a lot to work with. The Ultras are going to come in, and I just think Cure has too much. The center step micro forward. The kill. GG. Cure has started the comeback.
Yeah, and what a win there in game number 3. A battle of attrition with Cure going for the 8 racks opening on 3 bases versus Dark's relatively fast hive. And all the attacks that Cure did in the mid game, although he didn't really find much meaningful damage, it was enough to exert map control to force those later engagements where Dark, you can see he's trying to barrel down on Cure's position before Cure gets entrenched outside that third base to give Dark not only a positional advantage, but also to give him time to get that hive tech online. But because the creep was so sparse in the middle of the map,
yeah,
the Banelings can never really get the connections, especially with the Marauder count being as high as it was with Concussive Shell. And so Cure playing that game very beautifully is Dark in the first real quote-unquote macro game. I know it was an 8-racks build from Cure, but that was by far the longest game we've had so far here in this best of 5. He looked really good.
I gotta say, I'm surprised we didn't see more of that from Cure earlier, but he started it. The question is, can he keep it going? Is Dark gonna have any sort of decisive play here, or maybe he stops being the reactive passive player and starts to be the very active one? I don't know. But in that game, Cure proved that he could push through Dark, get the kill, didn't even get to that long position where they both have taken every base on the map. Let's get into game number 4.
Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's go.
Okay, Cure in the north, Dark in the south. Cure, I think he looked a lot stronger in that last game.
I feel like that last game really showcased how good he is at
the
TBZ
USA.
when he's able to actually get online there in the mid game.
Yeah,
Because that 8 racks hit with so much power behind it.
Yeah, well, you know, Dark did go for that kind of ultralisk rush we have seen before. I think if you can combine that with Infestors, in time, you could probably flatten big swaths of the Terran army as it comes out. I mean, a couple fungals and then an ultras comes in here and basically just one-shots everything. That's going to be nice, but Cure's push was engineered to basically hit right before that. And it worked perfectly. There was just not quite enough of anything for the Zerg to stabilize. He bled out a lot of the stuff he had built up through the whole game. And, I mean, you know, here we are. We're in game 4.
Yeah, and I feel like Cure leaning so heavily on the Marauder side of that composition helped him in such a meaningful way, just given the way the mid game went, especially with the creep being so thinned out in the center of the map, because those Banelings, by all rights, should have gotten better connections on the bio. He was able to use them to take to the siege tanks, but that's not really the money shot that you're hoping for there. Is Dark, you're hoping that the Ravagers drop down bios on the siege tanks and the Banelings connect with the Marines, ideally. I know that's a little bit hard to make happen off creep, but the fact that there were just so many concussive shells being shot out by this plethora of Marauders that Cure had accumulated over the course of that entire game just really dampened the potential of the engagements that Dark was going for.
So this game, at least so far, it looks a lot like game 3, you know. We have just one Reaper coming. Well, hold on a second. He's going to have the third. Oh, no, never mind. I'm crazy. Yeah, he's just going to have these Lings come out here and try to harass. But as far as tech goes, you know, it looks like we could have something like Banshee Hellion again. A couple Lings come in here and delay the command center from making. Yeah, not a bad move from Dark, honestly.
No, it's good. I like this adjustment because Cure in a couple of these games has just been going one Reaper early on. And if you can send these Lings cross map and get some damage done, potentially kill that SCV, delay that command center, it does pay dividends. So I like that move from Dark. A very smart adjustment here in game number 4.
It's like the tiniest alteration, but he sends it in. That command center is slowed down, and therefore the orbital's slowed down, so the mules are slowed down, the third command center slowed down. I mean, it's all really good. It is, by the way, going to be 3CC again here.
Yeah, 3CC again, and looking at the way the minerals and gas are lining up here for Cure, I think it will once again be Starport, probably into Banshees. As I doubt we're going to see him go for the same engineering bay play that we saw him get punished for in game number 1 and game number 2. When you try that build twice, and it gets stopped twice as convincingly as Dark was able to do it, at those first 2 opening sets, it's hard to really put your faith in that build again coming in here in Game 4, Game 5, as we do see that starport go down. Tech Lab coming in on the barracks as well to swap add-ons later. And Kier basically building up in a parallel fashion to the way he did in the previous game.
Here comes that Reaper. He almost gets a kill on that drone. You basically want to try to get something done with that if you can. Or I suppose you could hide it somewhere and try to use it for a spot or for a base, but doesn't have any more utility. The third CC is going to finish here.
Dark is mining out this mineral wall here on the left side. He's making 7 more drones. So for a moment there, seeing the earlier Roach timing, I was wondering whether this might be him going back into aggression. We have to keep a very close eye on how many more drones Dark produces in this situation, because this could just be for him setting up the expansion.
Yeah, it's either just to get a little bit more of the map, or he could be trying to chisel open a freeway to his opponent's base to get there really quickly, punish really hard. It is Hellion, the Banshee, by the way. So the sort of composition that I think allowed Kier to be a lot more comfortable in the later part of the mid-game.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a handful of Roaches coming in here for Dark. Both in Game 1 and Game 2, he stopped below 44 drones when he committed to the aggression, so that window is coming past here in Game number 4. And maybe Dark actually feigning a little bit of pressure, giving Kier bad memories of Game 1 and Game 2 with these Roaches moving cross-map, because I want to see the production tab and see if Kier actually throws down a bunker or 2 in the natural expansion. So far, he actually has called the bluff here from Dark. Is the Viking even coming in?
He was trying to sell that as a possible rush, but yeah, Kier did not overreact. The Viking, like you were saying, State did spot the opening that the drone created by mining out those few minerals over there. On this map, Dark will just continue to expand towards the bottom right. Obviously, there are bases that are closer to the middle that are easier to push for the Terran, but this is another map where I feel like Terran doesn't have an easy target to try to hit. Sometimes if you're both sharing one side of the map as a starting location, it can become a game where the Zerg's main base or pushing towards that can be more of a focus. Sometimes with huge drops into the main, other times just pushes in there, because a lot of times that's where the tech and the infrastructure is. Other games where you're on diagonal parts of the map as far away, it's, you know, whatever is the closest thing Terran can hit, usually the newest expansion.
Kier adding in 2 more barracks, so going up to that 5 racks. We'll have to keep close tabs on whether he commits to an 8 racks timing attack again or goes for a 4th command center. This Banshee actually finding the one hole in Dark's armor where there's a spore. Actually, there's 2, I guess. There's no spore here at the 3rd hatchery as well. Dark actually playing very greedy with only 1 spore crawler in the main base. And these Banshees getting a ton of damage done because the Queens are drawn so far out of position. 8 drones in total, probably going to get a 9th. Oh my goodness, it just keeps piling on. If I'm Kier, I am throwing down 3 more barracks, and I'm just committing to a push, because this amount of economic damage from the Banshees is huge.
This is abnormal too, to see that this happen to Dark. He's down to, well, almost 12. The transfuse worked there. We always see the Banshees kill a couple of drones, usually when they're paired up, because there's no way to really stop, you know, 2 Banshee shots together. This is 13 drones. This is actually insane.
Yeah, and I feel like Dark is basically identified that he can't go into the fast hive timing again.
Yeah.
He has been too slowed down in the mid game. He needs to play to survive, because the pressure that Kier comes with, even with just 5 barracks, has a lot of potential to get damage done. And so Dark, he's throwing down the Hydralisk down. He's going to be playing probably some combination of Roach Ravager Hydra here with a slightly later Hive, because it's going to have a lot more sustain on the ground in terms of HP. It's going to be harder for Kier to take down that army in straight up engagements. In Dark right now, he basically just needs firepower. So, it's actually going to be Lurkers coming in. No Hydras just yet, and Infestors, but this drop already popping off in the main base. Dark a little bit out of position here, where the Roach Ravager is going to have to scramble to get back in. The Spore Crawler gets canceled. 1 Queen goes down.
Yeah, he takes out some of the creep over here, tries to kite as best he can, picks up, only losing 1 Marine in that whole interaction.
Kier's been getting some big momentum building plays. Now this does come at a trade-off, focusing on getting drones like this and getting drops off in the main base, where the creep spread here for Dark hasn't really been contested in the center. So it's already reached the middle point of the map, but I think Kier is more than happy to take, 15 drone kills in total up until this point, and allow Dark to have a little bit more creep spread than he would otherwise be accustomed to having.
Now, Dark has a lot of creep spread in the middle, but that might be the most important thing in this game because you could just ignore the middle as Terran. You might be able to go down one of the sides here. The very corner base is taken. Dark continuing to grow.
And I think we once again do have that ARAX coming in here from Cure. Also another catch, getting more drones killed.
Wow, this is maybe the best mid-game we've seen here from Cure. I'm stunned at how much damage he's doing. And I almost can't tell if it's like Cure is just playing like a god or if Dark is maybe not on top of his stuff as much.
Dark was playing completely fine until the Banshees found this hole in the armor where there's no Spore Crawlers at the natural, the third base. And from there, Dark just kind of needed to scramble with the Queens to cover all this territory, to kind of parry the Cloak Banshees coming in. And it just snowballed so hard from that position. I mean, StarCraft 2 is such a game of momentum that now this ARAX coming in from Cure, keep in mind, Cure did not get any of that damage done the previous game when he was still able to kill Dark with the ARAX. This time he's coming in with a maxed army, 130 supply, against a Dark who sustained huge economic damage in the mid game. And so Dark, instead of going for the fast dive, oh, look at that bile! Oh, the fungal, excuse me, actually clutching out on a lot of the bio. He isn't able to connect with the biles on top of it. So he's not getting the finisher move that he needs. And I'm concerned here for Dark. I mean, he doesn't have that many more fungals left in the bag here, Tasteless, so this push is slowly encroaching in.
Lurkers are pretty tricky to combat this. Getting the 2 tanks in the front is going to be huge. Oh my god. He's going to try to push it. He's stimming. He's going so hard. I think he might just barely have enough. It seems like maybe 2, 3 Lurkers underneath that managed to survive. We saw those fungals connect really nicely on that infantry. Yep. Oh my god, the Banshee's getting another kill. The Banshee's the MVP of this game. Meanwhile, another push in here. The hatchery now in range. He's going to try to dive on these Lurkers, and overextension by Terran.
Yeah, a little bit hard there for Cure to breach this position, as Dark's doing a really good job of keeping these Lurkers alive. These Lurkers are the backbone of his defense right here at the 4th base. As the supplies equalize, Cure sacrificed a lot of bio going for those killer plays, and now I think he might just set his eyes on this hatchery. There is an angle he can attack this hatch, where Dark cannot protect it with the Lurkers, and Cure, he's finding that angle, or at least trying to. Instead now trading out with the Hydras.
Yeah, not very often you see the Hydras actually beating back Marauders, but for a second that was the case. Queen's going to come up here from the side. There are no tanks. There is nothing that's going to allow Terran to control this spot of the map. The push is going to restart. The supplies are fairly even, but I don't see it coming down just yet.
Yeah, because those Lurkers got so much splash damage done on the bio, and the Hydra's actually getting a lot of damage done on the ground as well. These Medivacs have basically no energy left. Dark is committing to this fight, takes down another siege tank.
Oh man, I mean, Cure has to make this push work. It is so close. Both these guys don't have huge armies right now. Just a couple Lurkers remaining, but not that much in the way to protect them.
And Cure starting +3 infantry weapons makes me think that he is losing confidence in the kill potential of this push. We might see him lift this main base command center or throw down the 4th command center very shortly here. But this is a tough position. When you go for this kind of ARAX play here as Cure, you're kind of looking to get the killing blow done in the mid game, but he overcommitted into those Lurkers, and now he has to transition. 3-3 is starting, the Ghost Academy is coming down. Cure is going to try and transition into a late game from this position, but did he get enough damage done, Tasteless? I don't think so.
Okay, another denial on the hatchery. You know, I've been worried about Cure's pushes, but you have to remember how many times hatcheries have been shut down with very little effort by Cure elsewhere on the map. The pushes have been lackluster, but the harass has been surprisingly good.
Dark getting closer and closer to a max supply again. Cure showing a lot of respect for Dark. Look at the center tower as far to the left of this map as it possibly gets for Cure.
Yeah, he says, no way a Nidus Worm is going to get me here.
No
way.
Dark doesn't even have a Nidus, but he's feigning as if that was the game plan when he saw that sensor tower come in. He's trying to play into Cure's fears a little bit here in game number 4, which is a smart move. Now that Nidus canal coming in. As Cure, he's looking to find a position, an angle of attack where he could take down this 5th base again in the corner.
He's actually going to leave that Overlord there. So maybe in the middle of a push, he just makes the Nidus, kind of hoping his opponent doesn't see it. This is another hatchery that goes down without Zerg lifting a finger to defend it. You know, very rarely do you see a position this far away from the Terran spawn get dominated this hard by the Terran. Normally, this is the safest spot on the whole map for Zerg.
I think it just comes down to the unit composition that Dark was basically forced into to try and survive against the 8-Racks in the mid game. These Lurkers, they're not that great at covering a lot of territory. They're good in choke point fights like we saw at that 4th base where they're able to shut down head-on aggression, but what Cure's been doing very well this game is capitalizing on the immobility of Dark's composition. And you see that time and time again with him shutting down the creep spread in the center of the map, which 6-7 minutes ago was basically starting to encroach on Cure's territory. And also Cure's been doing such a good job of shutting down this 5th base, it's almost equalized the economies here.
Dark can now expand over here into this just hatchery. Look at it right now. Cover it with lurkers.
23 lurkers, Tasteless. That is so many lurkers here for Dark.
It might be enough to basically make no map, no position on the map a spot that can be attacked. He's going to push it now. This is a little bit surprising because there's no way he can get to those tanks.
Yeah, I think he might have not expected Cure to transition so quickly into Ghost. We already have 11 Ghosts done with 4 more in production, so...
Look at the money that's banked up right now for Dark. This is where Zerg starts to get scary. Also, look at the lack of growth for Terran. The 4th base is just now being taken.
Yeah, nice snipes coming in from Cure, though. One of the scary things about Dark's composition is unless he's able to get some kind of Nidus play done or catch Cure woefully out of position, these lurkers probably aren't going to get very much value. And look at how safe Cure is playing. He has 3 Vikings patrolling the left side of the map to catch any Overlord that might try and set up a Nidus canal on the main base. And so Dark is going to slowly push in. This planetary can cancel and lift, and indeed it does.
Now he can harpoon the tank right into those lurkers if he wants.
Yeah, but it's a tricky dance here.
Okay, he's going to actually put the Nidus down here. We're going to have Vikings land. What?
Oh, the snipes on both the Vipers. 2 very expensive units there for Dark getting taken out. The Vikings should be able to clean up this Nidus canal as well. This is why there's 3 Vikings. I was wondering about that count. It seems like it's just enough to kill it if it pops on the low ground.
You're so smart. I think you're 100% right. That is the perfect amount to stop that.
Oh, look at this beautiful micro from Cure coming in with a split right now on those lurkers with the dropships. And he is just everywhere on the map with these sensor towers, with these Vikings, with the medevacs shutting down expansions. Dark is trying to find openings that he can expand to and openings where he can get some counter pressure done with Nidus canals. And Cure just keeps shutting both down. Dark on the aggressive front, on the economic front, he's getting stifled at every turn.
In the top right, we've got the Nidus finally being made up here. It looks like he wants to basically control these 2 bases over here and use that as another launching pad for different attacks there. Terran is not landing this 4th command center. I mean, Zerg, the bigger story here is how much money is piling up.
Yeah, there's basically no mining in the main base of Cure. The natural expansion is close to mined out as well, but we're starting to reach this breaking point where we have almost 20 Ghosts. And Dark, with the composition that he's running, isn't really going to be able to contest a lot of territory unless, again, he's able to catch Cure out of position. But with Cure only just now taking 4 bases, there isn't a lot of territory that he needs to cover. So Dark is having a very hard time getting damage done, and he's basically given up on the Nidus.
Yeah,
we're going to have
a
massive lurker drop in the main base, and this could be what Dark needs to get big damage done.
Yeah, because, you know, sensor tower doesn't help. Terran is always going to keep just enough to kill the Nidus, but the drop is just going to get in. You can force your way into this position.
Where are the Vikings? Curious, no idea until now.
He literally doesn't have anything, and then the Nidus sets up. Now the lurkers can protect the Nidus. Oh, but the Marauders here on the side. He's got to get those lurkers over to the right. Oh my God, bro!
The Liberator's coming in. There isn't any answer here for air for Dark, so he's basically on a timer in the main base. He is going to be able to take out a lot of the production here of Cure, but inevitably these Liberators will be able to shut down the lurkers in the main base, and that's going to be a lot of money going down the drain, because keep in mind, these barracks, yes, this does cost a lot of Cure in terms of production, but how much is Dark going to be able to get done? Now, he is keeping Cure busy. Cure did not spot this lurker attack coming into the 3rd base, and so a lot of ghosts went down as well as bio, and this is what he needs to do. Dark needs to keep the pressure on. He is so close to a seed to that finals.
Okay, he's just making another Nidus.
I think this is almost an escape Nidus for the lurkers in the main base. We'll see if he pops out Hydras. He might. Oh, he's everywhere. Look at the Hydras now coming into the 4th base. Cure is getting picked apart.
And again, Cure has not a lot of money. There is so much in the bank right now here for Dark. He can remake anything and everything.
I mean, the standing army for Cure is really strong. Oh my God, the orbital even at the 3rd base taking really big damage. Cure just in the nick of time, able to lift that off. Lurkers even encroaching to try and take down this siege tank. As Dark is really leveraging his economy just to trade out units, and Cure is going for the throat, Tasteless.
Yeah, he's going to try to do a counter push. There's only 34 SCVs in this game right now. The push is going to be right towards the main of the Zerg. He needs to try to shut down the tech.
The Nidus Canal's right here. That's the Nidus network.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to help that much. We got to see what he can actually get out of there. It's just Hydra's coming through, a couple of lurkers as well.
Is it going to be enough here for Dark? The Ghost Front line is starting to wait a little bit as there isn't a lot of medivacs to heal, but the Bio barely standing strong. That one last lurker getting so much damage done.
He's still getting a lot finished here, but the medivacs are going to run out of the energy. He's not really able to reproduce an army. His base back home is in shambles.
But look at Dark, he has basically no economy. He's got 50 drones in total. He's losing the natural expansion. He's losing his tech. He is mining more than Cure, but the standing armies, as it is right now, are dead even. It's 70 supply for Cure in terms of army. It's almost 80 here for Dark. The CCs have lifted. Cure basically needs to play a base trade game. I don't know if Dark is able to make units that can actually fight this ball.
He took out the Hydralisk Den.
And the Lurker Den, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're correct on that. There are still a few lurkers here and there on the map. Keep in mind, orbitals that are not landed, they can't get those scans off.
Yeah, that's why Cure is scrambling to land these and try and get the scans off to pick off all of these lurkers. There are still 10 lurkers on the map. The standing army for Cure, it does win basically against anything that Dark can do except these infestors.
Okay.
If Dark can come in with some burrowed infestors and get fungals off on the ghosts, that is a win condition here for Dark. Cure has 0 mining, 0 SCVs.
All right, there's a few lurkers here. They're not that strong. Not that much energy here on the Ghost. An orbital goes down.
Only 2 left on the map. The infestation pit goes down. The second to last orbital is going to fall.
Keep in mind, if all the buildings die, Terran is just out. Terran is dead. He's going to land that one. Hydra could not get underneath it, so a scan is going to be available.
Yeah, and Dark just evacuates the position.
Yeah,
he
needs
knows.
to ditch it.
Oh, this game is insane.
Now, does he have a landed orbital?
He does not. That's the last orbital on the map.
So I think that Dark wins.
God.
I think Dark wins because you just can't scan. There's no way to get anything that's burrowed there. And that orbital's going to burn down, by the way.
Yeah, there's only 2 more flying buildings here for Terran, both at barracks. I don't know if Curious can be able to play whack-a-mole and take down all of these Zerg expansions.
And again, lurkers can't be touched. I don't know. Are there lurkers at that base at the center right?
I think there are. Yeah, there's a good number.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an infestor as well. The EMP does come off. Cure's being revealed right now. No orbitals left.
He's just going to bail. Just send the drones to the next spot. Just play keep away. Just buy time.
This is such a tough position right now for Cure. He is fighting for his tournament life. If Dark wins this game, he's going to go on to the finals.
I guess you could technically attack your own hatchery to hit the
oh, that's true.
the ghost on the other side, maybe?
I love Dark just slowly creeping forward with these lurkers. Snipes are going to come in on these Hydras. Oh, medevac's going down. There's almost no healing left here for Cure. Now the Ghosts are able to clean up the standing army.
He's got some Marauders, Marines, and Ghosts here protecting these floating buildings.
There is still a world where Cure wins this. There's only 1 infestor. There's 8 lurkers. But the standing army for Dark, that's basically it.
Dark's
it's the infestors and the lurkers.
Oh, he gets the Hydra Den too here. Look at this.
Yeah, there's a Hydra Den that got thrown up over at the 3 o'clock position.
I don't know if there's an extra Hydra Den anywhere.
I don't think so. Wait, does he even have a lair? Where was the Hive made? I'm wondering if the Hive is in the main base or not. I actually didn't keep tabs on that. Yeah, the lair is morphing right now. Oh, it's a backup lair maybe.
Yeah,
just in
that's
case.
a layer stun double. Okay, so he kills off a lot more drones. Big push over here. But again, I mean, you know, it's not like you have nukes or anything to try to break this position open.
Yeah, this is...
Don't you just need 1 base? Don't you just need 1 location with your tech, with resources, and with lurkers, obviously, because they can't be killed in this situation, and you win. I think Dark is going to win this game.
I think there's still a chance here for Cure. He's taking down the Hive tech in the main base. The bailing nest is going to go down. Dark, he does have an economy, but it's not much of an economy. It's only 8 lurkers, 1 infestor, and a couple of Hydras. The standing army for Cure, oh, it's still stronger, but not after that fungal. 2 more ghosts go down. GG, that's it. Dark is going to the finals.
What a great final game. And I got to say, even though Cure got knocked out, what a hell of a fight he put up there at the very end.
That was wild. One of the most insane finishes I've seen to a GSL game. And it came on match point here with Dark securing his berth into the finals. He will go on to face the winner of Maru versus Creator. And he just continues to have Cure's number tasteless.
You know, look, he's a great player. I think Cure had a very weak start. I think he had a much stronger finish, even though he ultimately lost. But Dark played a really masterful TVZ back there. He punished his 3-base powering Terran. He really kept that 4th base extremely difficult to take. He did a good job with Nidus's. He did a great job. Even with, although the drops didn't do what they intended to do, he just kept Terran busy. Meanwhile, Dark took enough of the map that even with one of the greatest comeback pushes ever here from Cure, it was still enough for Dark to close it out.
Yeah, and my mind goes back to game number 1 and game number 2 of Dark versus Cure. If Dark wasn't able to win the game with those early rushes, Cure was looking fierce in the mid game, both in game number 3 and game number 4. If Dark didn't have the preparation or the keen killer instinct to go for those game-ending blows in both game 1 and game 2, maybe this series looks different. But Dark is one of the best in the world at planning for an opponent, at planning for a series. That's why he has some of the most finals in GSL history among Zergs here in Legacy of the Void. He is just a beast in this format, and with a 3-1 victory over Cure, he's going to be a tough opponent to go against in the finals for either Maru or Creator.
Yeah, I mean, Dark had to do some serious work in those final, especially in that final game.
Yeah.
Game 1 and 2, look, I mean, pretty straightforward. You punish greedy play. Don't let the Terran get to where the Terran's trying to be, which would be a powerful late-game macro Terran. Just get in there with the Lings, the Roaches, the Ravagers, run them over. Cure did make the right adjustments, but it's one of the reasons why it's so important you don't get down 0-2. It's hard to recover from that. Guys, short break. We'll be right back.
그냥 영원히 의미가 없어요. 아 근데 뮤타가 던져지면 수비적으로 빠지면
일꾼이 13개만 막아요. 제재.
벌써부터 에너지 없어요.
맞서만 많이 남아요. 이거 좀 들어갑니다. 이병력.
이거 해봤어요.
자, 무너지고 있습니다. 이병력까지도. 제재.
컨트롤과 함께 너무 많이 나왔어요.
더 많아요. 또.
중심을 버리면서 앞서서 기다리는 판단이 필요한데
싸움을 좀 하고 있어요. 수급에 좀 문제가 생기고 있습니다.
가스 수급도 못해가지고 난 충분해. 우주마음 업그레이드도 안 됐잖아. 한계가 있습니다. 오른쪽 전면으로 잡혀요.
연결체가 터져나가고 있어요.
사강으로 가기 위한 도장찍기 끝났는데요.
네, 제재.
Oh yeah, I'm going for the goal. It's the throne, that's my spot, no matter whatever you told. I don't see no competition, not to mention what I'm boast. Taking over, crashing ceilings, baby, I'ma do the most. Standing firm, 10 toes, ain't no backing down. I'm going hard in the field, I'm a savage now. Don't be appalled, it get real about the action automatic. I bring the static to anybody asking round. What's the difference between heroes and villains? All it is their opposing missions. And I already know how it's gonna end, cause I knew from the start that I was born to win. I got medals round my neck, I'm cashing everybody's check. When it's sink or swim, I was born to win. I got medals round my neck, I'm cashing everybody's check. When it's sink or swim, I was born to win.
Let's go. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at the final day of the GSL. We're halfway through the round 4. We had, I gotta say, honestly, a really explosive, fun best of 5 there with Dark versus Cure. Cure did end up falling out of the GSL, unfortunately. I thought he put up a great fight in that final game. Definitely a game you're not gonna forget. So Dark is in the finals. Now we have Creator versus Maru.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting match. I know that Creator is overshadowed by Maru, who is just, bar none, the greatest GSL player of all time. It's not even a contest. I think if you split Maru into 2 separate players, they would be the top 2 GSL players regardless. This guy is so insane, seeking his 9th GSL trophy, if I'm not mistaken, G9L. It's just absolutely bonkers what this guy has been able to do. And Creator, historically, his best matchup has been PvZ. His PvZ's always been his best matchup. His PvP's been good. PvT, typically where he has struggled in the past. There was some time, maybe in like Heart of the Swarm, where he was kind of leading the pack along with players such as Parting in that matchup, but these days, you think of Creator, you think of PvZ, you don't think of PvT, and he's going up against one of the best Terran players in the world, probably the best Terran player in the world, but one of the best TVP players in the world, and this is going to be such a slugfest, I think. I'm really hoping Creator is able to pull some special tricks out of his sleeve
The second
to deliver a
finalist
win.
of today's finals will be determined from this match. But before we do so, we're gonna have an interview with the 2 players. Hello. Hello. So what kind of conversation went on between you guys? Well, not much. Not too much. So Creator, you have been on a roll. You defeated Hero, you defeated Dark on your way to the round of 4. And now if you can overcome Maru, you will be able to make it to finals. How do you feel right now? Well, in the round of 8, unlike my expectations, games went well for me, so I was quite surprised myself. And I know the round of 4 is going to be a formidable one for sure. So in the interview before, we didn't discuss any in-game questions, and the same thing is going to be for this interview as well. So were you kind of like, did you see Maru's interview? No, I didn't see his interview. I didn't catch it. So what Maru said was that as long as it's not Hero, he can take down anyone. Do you agree? Yeah, I think I agree to a certain extent. So Maru, this is a round of 4 match in the Sangam Coliseum against Creator. So Cure has been eliminated just now. So what do you think about this round of 4? I mean, Cure in the round of 8, he played really well, and so did Creator. So I'm kind of scared of Creator right now. So Dark has already made it to the finals, and the second finalist will be determined soon. So what do you think about that? I saw Dark playing, and he was playing really phenomenally. So I think he really deserved it as a finalist. So Maru's smiling as he's doing this interview. So I want to hear your thoughts, and I want to see the winner prediction. So currently 68% for Maru, 32% for Creator. So Creator, are you kind of like taken aback by this? No, I'm actually grateful. And I'll try to play to the fans' expectations.
승부 예측 낮게 나오는데 다 뒤집어.
I mean, despite the winner prediction being unfavorable for Creator, he still made it through the round of 8, round of 16. Yeah, I mean, like, currently the momentum is actually good for me, so I think I can give my all today. I mean, a lot of fans are here to support for Creator. So anything you want to say before we kick off the match?
상대가 이제 성주잖아요.
I mean, the opponent is Maru, none other than Maru.
준비는 했는데
So I did prepare a lot,
저의 운을 믿어볼 테니까.
and I'll try to believe in myself. And if you guys can support me, it'll be a lot of help. All right, then you, Maru. Anything you want to say before this round of 4 match? I'm really grateful that a lot of fans came here to the venue. I'll try to overcome the jinx and try to make it as a finalist and try to win the whole thing. All right, we look forward to your performance today. Thank you, guys.
All right. I'm excited to get started here, Tasteless.
I want to jump right into these games, man. Now, I want to do a little bit of a look at the history of Creator. It was in this, what do we call this, a theater studio, technically, that Creator got to the finals. He got deep. We watched him look okay at the start and then fall apart. He lost in a very Creator way. Creator, seriously, at times, if you were to cover up the ID, you'd be like, this is like the best Protoss. Who is this guy?
Yeah.
But the problem is that, especially in a long series, so sometimes that's a day of GSL, like a group. Other times that's, you know, the semifinals or the finals. He will make a mistake somewhere, and it seems like he goes on tilt. It seems like he falls off. It seems like the focus is gone. The precision with the control is not the same. And sometimes the decision-making is off. So I've always felt like Creator and his journey to become a GSL champion has been one of Creator conquering himself and a lot less about who his opponent is. Now, that being said, we got to talk about who his opponent is, because his opponent has won more GSLs than anybody probably ever will.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the 13th year of GSL. We've been around for a long time. Maru is getting to the point where he is kind of out of range for anybody, you know, competing with that position. And I gotta say, you know, it's cool to have Creator here now. I think if he can win here, he can win the whole thing. But this is really the biggest challenge for Creator at this moment.
I mean, Creator has been the most emotionally invested player in the GSL for a really long time. This game means so much to him, but to give him credit, he has looked a lot more solid, not just in terms of his play, but in the way that he conducts himself. He doesn't seem to get shaken up even when he makes mistakes. I think was part of the reason why he was able to win in the round of 8 in such a convincing fashion is, you know, sometimes we'll get in these moments where something doesn't go Creator's way. He could have executed better. And just instinctively, having casted and watched him for so long and even trained with him in the Prime House, I will go to his player cam and be like, how is he taking this? Is he going to still be able to deliver the same performance, or is he now getting inside of his own head? So far this season, it seems like he is brushing off the mistakes and getting back into the momentum. He is not giving up at all. I think Creator has a really good chance here, Tasteless.
I think so. I hope he can do it. If not, it's the same business as usual and Maru wins. Guys, game number 1 in this best of 5 starts right now. Okay, so Creator in the top left, Maru in the bottom right. And, you know, Creator has had so many different approaches to the matchup. I think he does have the biggest amount of builds in all the matchups for Protoss. Is that fair to say?
Certainly when you add in PvP and PvZ, I'm right there with you.
Yeah. And I kind of respect this because, you know, some players, they're maybe a little bit redundant with their play styles, but it works for them. I've seen this with Beyond from time to time. Creator has always tried to play like a champion. He's always tried to come out here with like every possible angle of play, to the point where I do think he is literally the hardest player to predict. The problem is the only thing that is predictable is occasionally he'll fumble the ball somewhere through the process. So I don't know about you guys at home. My experience casting GSL since day one is like, I've always been interested in Creator's story. I've always wondered, okay, is this going to be the time that he can finally get over that hump? It's been a decade plus of him trying to do this. Today is one of the rare moments that he might be able to do it. So he's got to bring it.
He's been one of the most captivating players in GSL for almost the entire history. You can see with so many fans showing up for him right now.
People come down. People that watch the show, they go, oh my God, is he going to make it? That would be so cool to be here for that.
I think basically all of us can see a little bit of ourselves in Creator with how he takes the game.
Oh,
it's the way that a
100%.
lot of us that play at home, when we do play, it's the way that we would react to a win or a loss is sometimes, especially if you're not a professional player, it'll rock you to the core. It'll be the biggest feeling of elation. You go on a winning streak, say you get promoted to a new league, or you lose a couple of games and you go post on Reddit and you cry about Protoss being OP or Widow Mines or something. Creator, maybe not to that degree, complains or whines, but this is a guy that he will lose and he will get shaken up. And we can all relate to that, even not just in StarCraft, but in different aspects of our life, is he just wears his heart on his sleeve. You can see how he is feeling in almost every moment. And it's just so relatable. It's hard not to cheer for this guy, and I really hope we have a good series between him and Maru.
And there are definitely players that are on a different spectrum, emotionally. Some more than others. I mean, I put Beyond and Creator very much that like high emotions level. Like you could just look and you could see how they're feeling. You could see if they're happy. You could see if they're sad. That can be a double-edged sword. In fact, sometimes I feel like it's almost better if you're less emotional, because you kind of just go back into what works. You know, you're trying to win no matter what, but you're not taking the hits as hard when you have those bumps, you know, in the road in that best of 5, best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, look at Maru. He's one of the most stoic players that we have in the
100%.
GSL because he's been there. He's done that. 11 finals, right?
Yeah, like we've seen Maru lose finals, and he just sort of was like, all right, everybody, goodbye. Thanks for another trophy. I need to buy another shelf online.
No, but I
mean, when he loses, he's also fine. He's not. He's not. He's very nonplussed about it, which I think gives him an edge in some ways. So in this game, we have a Robo coming down. We have Blink with gateways. I didn't see a third Nexus. I'm sorry. Does he have 2 more gateways coming?
I think he's going up to 3-gate Robo with Blink.
I was wondering if there was going to be a 4th. That does seem to be passe in Korea now, the 4-gate play. So 3-gate's fine. Definitely very safe. Not as greedy as 2-gate with a 3rd base.
Yeah, and it's hard to make a 4-gate play work on a map like Site Delta where there isn't a lot of surface area to blink into the natural or the main base. And Maru coming with Italians, actually going to dive into the main base with one of them, just get some scouting information. If he's lucky, he might be able to get 1 or 2 probes. We'll see. First splash damage hit pretty good. He's going to trade it out for the 1. Indeed he does, and that Hellion basically did its job. Got 1 worker kill, got full scouting information there for Maru, and he knows exactly what he is up against.
Back over here, Maru's continuing to macro. A very slow game to start things off, but I don't think it needs to be a fast one to make this series interesting. I think Maru looks at Creator as an opponent and goes, well, I just have to play my game. And I think that's true for a lot of players. And so why take risks? Why try anything dramatic? This is a matchup with 2 players where Maru has won so many more times over Creator that, you know, this should be one of the easier days in Maru's tournament career. At least this series is. I think Dark is going to be a much tougher opponent. But again, I'm always interested in game 1 with Creator. How clean does he look? Oh, looks like he should be able to get in here with the Hellion.
Yep. Depths are going to clean that up, as well as the Stonkers there on the front line. And let's see where Creator decides to go from here. He's still sitting on the 3-gate Robotech, now adding in a 4th and 5th gateway, actually. So maybe a little bit of aggression coming the way of Maru here as Creator's getting set up on 3 bases, but he's just sticking with 3 gas. He's adding in additional gateways. He's getting charge in a Warp Prism. I like this play coming in from Creator. He is not really playing for the late game. He's not taking up. He's not getting upgrades. He is going to try and catch Maru being greedy in almost a similar way to the way Dark tried to catch Cure being greedy in game 1 on Site Delta.
It's timed out for when the 3rd command center is going to leave.
Yeah.
So he's just showing the Stalkers.
5 gates in production, Tasteless.
And the idea is that from the transition from 2 base to 3, there's going to be this flimsiness in the Terran's position, and he wants to try to basically come in there and crack the Terran's jaw.
Yeah, especially if you're playing a Blink Stalker composition like this, if you're able to actually breach that 3rd command center, and it seems like Maru's being a little bit timid about going to land that down at the 3rd base. You could actually snipe that CC with Stalkers, and even if you don't get game-ending damage in, it's the kind of position that you can play from.
We don't see this that often, by the way.
No, it's quite rare.
We see Protoss be a little bit more passive a lot of the time. Now,
look at that micro there by Crater. He gets the
that was
siege
sick.
tank. He
That was
basically
perfect.
just trades shields on the Stalkers.
yeah. Now, the siege tanks are the most important thing in this position. It's kind of tying everything together. Usually they're sort of daisy chained together so that they cover each other, and therefore the whole position is safe. The Stalkers are going to come in, but this is to draw the screen away. More reinforcements are going to come down. That Warp Prism. Oh my god, he's got 2 Cyclones ready.
Yeah, Maru's being really smart with the defense. Those Stalkers were able to snipe one Marauder, and now Maru is meeting Crater here in the middle of the map. He sees a lot of Zealots coming in. Warp Prism going to drop, actually able to survive for a good bit. Able to drop all 4 Zealots, at least here in the main base. There is a second Warp Prism about to fly cross map. About to pop out of that robo, and keep in mind, Crater, he is not all in with this build. He still has full saturation on 3 bases. He is getting the robo bay and +1 ground weapons. He's just trying to get some damage done. Well, the Stalkers now coming in, able to defuse one of these Widow Mines, take that out, and the force field's able to actually get a good number of Marines. Some immaculate control from Crater to start things out.
Okay, he's got some more Zealots coming up here. Terran has to stay back. Now, Maru does have this 3rd base up. We have not had the position broken yet.
Yeah, it seems like Crater is starting to move a little bit away from just absolutely breaching this position, but
There's no
actually
4th
hold
base
that
yet.
thought.
I think he's actually still, he's still going for it.
This is a lot of Zealots, Tasteless. Crater now charging in. Does take some big shots from the Widow Mines. Those Zealots have to recharge their shields.
Yeah, the Warp Prism's here, but it seems a little bit late. He dives in. A couple more force fields come out as the Zealots begin to be thinned out.
Yeah, and Maru's doing a great job of just kiting this mostly melee army from Crater to perfection. And if there was a window of attack where Crater could get some damage done, it feels like it's closed. The bio ball here for Maru is just too substantial now. The Zealots are never going to get the surface area that Crater needs. So he has to focus instead on this Colossus tech coming in.
Now the counter push is going to come. Now, again, Crater's 4th base is late. So even though, Maru survives, Crater's also hurting in the sense that he's lost a lot of units. He hasn't really focused on development. Maru basically weathered the storm. He's going to try to come out on his own. If it's not an overextension, this could be really bad for Creator.
Only a couple of force fields available here for Creator. So instead, just going to pop the Guardian Shield. Nice pickup there with the Colossus. Able to save it from getting sniped, but still, the Marines and Marauders getting a ton of damage done. You see Maru just continuously trying to move forward and catch Crater sleeping, try and snipe that Colossus, but the micro, really good from Protoss, is going to allow Crater to anchor down that position between the natural and the 3rd base. Maru instead going to pivot to harassment, going in with these Widow Mine of the natural expansion, at the same time posturing as if he's going to hit the 3rd. But it seems like this game's going to quiet down a little bit.
Okay, some mines. Now Creator does react in time. He's going to pick one more up and just try to rotate this over. He will still go for the workers up here in the main. Maru's still building up pressure.
Yeah, Maru with this really fast 3cc build has been doing a good job of just macroing up a huge ball of bio and also trading one Widow Mine for all that lost mining time from Crater having to pull the probes.
Yeah.
And even getting some kills. Very good value here for Terran, but we shouldn't underestimate Crater's army in this stage. If he's able to catch Maru out of position with the Charge Zealots, there is a window where he can get a lot of damage done, especially if he's able to hit it with +2 ground weapons. But if Maru takes the kind of engagement that Maru wants to take with his bio ball, if he doesn't get caught in the middle of the map or cornered by Zealots, or Crater is able to get a surround done, then it's going to be really hard for this mostly melee army that Crater has with 21 Zealots to really get a lot of damage done here.
Yeah, and they're even on bases. I mean, Creator's not really ahead in any sense right now. This all goes back to that attempt to really punish Maru as he took his 3rd base, and Maru just honestly had a really good job, excuse me, of holding that, of managing everything that was coming at him.
Oh, the Stalkers
Oh
get
my
caught here in the
God.
center of the map. That's a lot of them going down. Blink must be on cooldown.
And you could see Creator wincing in that moment.
It's a painful moment for Protoss. You need those Stalkers. You do not want to replenish them.
He does seem like he's feeling the walls close in around him a little bit here. Now, Creator has a very healthy army at this point in time. It's going to come down to the kiting on both sides, how they engage each other.
Yeah, only a handful of Vikings with the main force of Maru, but more coming across map right now. Actually, it is 6. They keep bunching up. For a second, I thought it was only a handful, but set, actually able to dish out a lot of damage. That Colossus very well microed, going back. The Stalker's blink forward, trying to pick off more Vikings, and that's going to create a situation where Creator's going to try and collapse on this position, and Maru actually is going to kite back through the Widow Mines. They're taking away a lot of the HP of these Zealots, as Creator never really able to get the momentum going in that fight. Yes, the Colossi survived, but Maru's keeping a lot of these key units alive, especially the Ghost. The Ghost count is really high right here in the middle of the map. Creator needs some disruptor shots to try and connect.
Okay, another push out here, just trying to clear these mines. He's even trying to use some of these Stalkers to just bait out some of the shots. He wants to get a position on the map. Creator's starting to grow. He's taking a 5th base now, trying to stay ahead of Maru if he can.
Yeah, but you can just see the units lost out of the top left. Maru has been so efficient with his control, and now adding in so many additional command centers. This almost looks like Maru playing at TVZ with how many extra command centers we have coming in. He just feels so confident in his position that he's going to spend his mineral bank on setting up for a supreme economic lead in the late game.
Okay, nice snipe there on the Viking, but are these Stalkers going to get stuck? Blink only gets you so far.
Yeah, I like that Blink recall, but he's still going to lose at least a couple of Stalkers. EMP also dropping in.
Yeah, again, the map is very much under the control of Maru here. He's continuing to sweep. We're getting to the 13th minute right now. And I gotta say, I mean, Creator is hanging with Maru. But Maru is really getting to that point where it starts to get scary. See all these command centers finishing? That's gonna be so many mules. So many opportunities to replace bases that are lost if Creator does get in there. And this is where it's going to be a real challenge here for Creator. He wanted to end this early, so it never got to this point. It's too late for that now. We're here.
Yeah, and Creator, although he is hanging with Maru, the buildup of Maru's army has been so substantial. He already has 3-3 about to finish. It's just +2 ground weapons here for Protoss. And Creator basically playing on 1 Forge with no Storm means that he really needs the disruptor shots to connect with the Bio Ball. If that doesn't happen, I don't see a world where he's able to mop up this Terran army. He just doesn't have the splash damage that he needs. I mean, these 3 Colossi are basically on a clock, even with only 7 Vikings.
Right. Again, any hull damage, he can't repair that. Oh, another one goes down.
Yeah, only 2 Colossus standing. The first disruptor shot does get dodged as Maru's going to move into the natural expansion with a big chunk of bio. I love the pre-spread here in the natural. That disruptor shot gets a good connection. A lot of bio going down, including some ghosts, but is it going to be enough?
Okay, he doesn't manage to take out the pylon to stop that warp and a blink in here at the bottom. I don't know. It just seems like there's too much here for Maru. Somehow he's going to win this fight, and he's already about to max out again. This could be the game.
Yeah, there's basically no world where Creator's going to be able to muster an army after this. 16 army supply. This Robo gets unpowered. Only 3 Stalkers here for Protoss. As Creator basically digesting this loss.
I mean, I got to say, it was like completely close, completely even, until it suddenly wasn't. GG.
I mean, the supplies in the game state were 2 totally different stories.
A 105 supply plummet in probably 5 seconds.
And that's just because of the way that Creator was playing the mid-game. He's on 1 Forge against a Terran with 3-3 bio. And his army, just straight and to the point, it was not as nuanced as Maru's. Maru had everything he needed. He had a overwhelming ghost count. He invested in the tech. He had just enough Vikings to take down the 3 Colossi, but not so much that it's going to dampen the rest of his army supply.
Right.
He had exactly the right spread between the natural and third base. That was just a really well-played game there by Maru, and a lot of it goes back to Creator not getting the damage done that he was looking for in the mid-game. He sacrificed his tech by going for this big gateway, quote-unquote, timing attack that never really manifested into anything. Instead, he poked at the third base, he prodded, he picked off a siege tank, he picked off a Marauder or 2. But besides that, he never got the economic damage done. He didn't even force a lift at the third CC. And Maru, with this really greedy play, was able to control himself into a position where there was basically no comeback from Creator unless Maru somehow dropped the ball with his control. And Maru is one of the best players in the world at just being this rock of resilience, and Creator just could not find the connections he needed. I think if Creator wants to come back and win here on Alcyone, it's going to have to be a different game plan. He has to either commit way harder to the aggression, or he has to be better set up for the mid game.
You know, Creator, it wasn't the easiest win that he tried to take. It was a very technical attempt to take Maru down. Maru just sort of brushed it off and survived that. We're going to go into game number 2 and see if Creator can pull it back together. Okay, we have a probe. I'm sorry, an
SCV.
SCV. Yeah, there's something way out on the. This is going to be a Rax.
Yeah, Proxy Reaper opening. I wonder if we're going to have even more proxied here from Maru. There isn't a second SCV coming in, so this isn't going to be the 2x Marauder that Cure did and gave many Protoss players nightmares. I'm sure the ladder was populated with that build for a very long time.
Some creator support there in the audience. This is a very different build. I don't feel like we talk about this build very often at all.
And
double
it is
gas.
double gas.
This will be a 1-1-1 proxied.
The luminous star in the long night. That's so dramatic.
Yeah.
It is. Protoss has been trying to survive through a long night. Let's be
right.
real.
and you know what's been stopping them? Reddit.
Poor Protoss.
Yeah. Look. In this game, I was going to say earlier, like, let's see what Creator tries to do this time. Doesn't really matter as much if Maru's doing the strategy that he's doing, because Creator will be on the receiving end early on. Now, Creator is going for a pretty straightforward expand opening.
And is this going to be a bunker behind the natural expansion? I think it is. This SCV is moving around.
This is a little Mission Impossible SCV that's going to put the bunker here. And this is going to throw a wrench into the gears of Creator's build right away. This is going to be frustrating. This is not that common in GSL.
It's very common on the range of MMR that I play in.
Yeah. It's definitely some, on a certain MMR, some nonsense that you'll experience. But, you know, the Reaper's going to come in, and this is going to mess with the tempo of the build order.
And the Reaper's getting here when the first Adept is only about halfway done, so there's a large window. If Creator only loses a couple of probes, he will be happy to this Reaper. It's almost a guarantee they're going to lose 1 or 2 here.
Yeah, this is actually really hard to micro.
Wow, this is some good control from Creator. He lost no probes, but unfortunately for him, this bunker, the natural expansion's been unscouted. As soon as he spots this, I'm hoping there's a shield battery thrown down or some stalkers in production, because it's tough to break out of this position with just pure Adept. Yeah, the second Adept gets canceled, Stalker immediately gets started up, shield battery gets thrown down in the natural expansion.
And the issue here is that, you know, besides the fact that obviously the Reapers can gain health over time, so they don't really get punished long-term for taking damage, they can escape in and out of the bunker. The SCV can repair the bunker and, of course, also escape in and out of the bunker just like the Reapers can. So you're just not getting the perks of your second base. Instead, you've spent money on a Nexus, which is like a giant placeholder, and you're trying to fight to just recover control of the place you expanded to.
Yeah, and with a bunker even further back than it typically is with a bunker like this, it's going to be really hard for Creator to actually snipe that SCV, and until you can snipe the SCV, unless you have a lot of gateway units.
Yep, see, like I said, he could just immediately disappear in there.
It's going to cost so much mining time. Now, luckily, the probes are covered by the shield battery here in the bottom right, but that Adept solo on HP actually gets overcharged because he does not want to lose that unit.
Dude,
it's worth
Maru's
the energy.
control is like perfect.
Oh, no. And for a player as emotional as Creator, even though he is eventually going to clean this up, now the Reapers are going to get into the main base. And there's double Cyclo coming into the natural.
Dude, he's so good.
Oh, this might just be game. I know that it's not going to end right now, but this is so much damage.
Oh, he pulls away. Okay.
I mean, this is just such a... It's a knife in your ribs, basically, you're his Creator. This hurts.
So back at home, I mean, Terran seems to be powering up on 2 bases. Creator's finally getting started with his Blink as well as his Stalkers. There are now 4 Cyclones on the map.
Yeah, but with 4 Stalkers here, he should be able to micro pretty well against these Cyclones. Yeah, catching them, will be able to 2-shot. Oh, just doesn't get it. Oh. While we're going for the Cyclone sandwich right now, we'll be able to trade these out cost efficiently, at least with the Stalkers. Oh, Maru's so good.
Yeah, I mean,
I was hoping that would go better for Creator, because 4 Stalkers like that, if you get the pounce on the Cyclones and Terran's a little bit slow in reaction, then it can snowball the fight in your favor. But instead, Maru able to trade out cost efficiently. 3 for 3 is... It's a pretty big win as far as Terran is concerned, especially given the position of those units in the middle of the map.
So, look, I think Creator survives that nicely. The Cyclones, shutting that down was definitely a needed occurrence here for Creator's sake.
It wasn't as bad for Creator as I was worried it might be.
And Maru on 2 base here. I mean, we don't have a third command center started. So
oh, there's no bunker here in the natural expansion. Actually, these stalkers could get a lot of value done.
you know, he could try to come in and try to do a push, but I feel like this is definitely a more manageable position overall here for Creator. Like, I think he can get his 3rd base up. He's going to get his tech up. I think a 3-base Maru going into a later game is a lot scarier than a 2-base. And I think Creator has proven he's pretty good at defending.
That was some really good control by Maru, by the way. Those 4 stalkers can one-shot these Marines without combat shields. But Maru was doing such a good job of lifting up the Marines to the medevac to dodge the particle from the stalker shot.
Yeah.
He only lost 1 of them. Without a bunker, that's impressive. Now Maru continuing to build up back at home. It is 3 racks with siege tanks, and I wonder if this is going to eventually culminate into some kind of siege tank push on the 3rd base, because against these blink openings, it can be really hard to deal with. A siege tank push that quickly arrives at the 3rd.
Yeah, he's going to try to come out. Now, I think if Protoss shuts this down, this is going to be big. Yeah. I think it's going to be a very manageable late game. Look at that little move there. Throwing the tank in the front like that. Scans can oftentimes telegraph the intentions of the Terran, so Creator reacts immediately when he sees that scan come down there.
Ooh, be careful. And a sight blocker working in Maru's favor. He trades 1 Marine for 1 stalker and now sets his eyes on this 3rd base. Colossus is in production, not done just yet. Cyclone actually activates the shield on the Immortal. It's going to take away a lot of the potential HP once this engagement comes to a head. And there is 1 Colossus, but no Thermal Lance. And actually, Creator just going to pounce on this position. Those stalkers should be able to easily get rid of that siege tank. And actually bleeding forward, let's see if we have a recall into the main base. Maru's got to be really careful going into the main like this.
Yeah, I got to say, if this main drop goes well, it's huge, but if it's shut down, Maru is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that is a bold move from Maru to come into the main base, knowing the Blink Stalkers are on the field. One of the medevacs barely surviving. And somehow Maru's going to be able to get the Forge and potentially get away scot-free with these units? That is insane to me!
Are you serious?
I can't believe that did not get punished by Creator.
Oh my God. I mean, I was watching that medevac the whole time thinking, okay, surely this is going to be shot down. Maru gets out, and by the way, the Forge was about the biggest thing you could kill there.
Yeah.
Because this means he's gonna, if he can make the game last, he's gonna be in a very good spot upgrade-wise. The 3rd command center is starting here for Maru. It's very, very late. Maru probably didn't get enough damage done like he needed to for this to be a meaningful 2-base aggression play. I think overall it was still a win for Creator, but again, the Forge is big.
Yeah, Creator's defense was absolutely on point there at the 3rd base. So only have 1 more Forge coming in. It's going to be a Templar Archives again. I'm wondering if this is for Storm or if Creator is just going to go full man mode. Morphin Archons and trying to hit a timing attack at the 3rd base, knowing that he has the momentum from shutting down that first push.
You know what? I mean, if he was going to do it, I think this game would certainly serve him better. Because he's in a much weaker spot here. We got the medevacs coming down, and he's going to get intercepted by these 4 stalkers, if he can see this in time.
Yeah, they're not really patrolling that far. Creator's got to spot this instantly and react, but instead he doesn't.
Yeah, I feel like he left that a little bit too far away from the corner. I feel like when you get drops that are going to be, you know, to the main like that, they're tucked way on the edge of the map.
Yeah, so unlucky for Creator, not getting the snipe that he wanted, but at least he knew the drop was coming, and that means that Maru will have to retreat and go back home. And yeah, it is just going to be Archons and additional gateways, so looking like a +1 ground weapon timings with Archons, with Colossi, and a ton of gateway units will be coming down Maru's 3rd base in a moment. I wonder, actually, do we have a Warp Prism already on the map? I haven't, yeah, we do. So this aggression is going to get started really quickly, I think, here for Creator. You do not want to give Maru more time to get set up at that 3rd base.
I mean, Creator's got a beautiful macro setup. He's going to have a 5th base in a second here. This is an uphill fight for Maru, no doubt. Okay, he's going to push. Now, the question is, can he orchestrate this attack effectively? Is he going to overstep? He's going to push it now. SCVs are pulled to go to the front.
Oh, I like that move by Creator, just inching forward with the Stalkers, picking off 1 Viking and peeling away. That's a very tough angle to attack into, especially with the SCVs pulled like that. So second Robo going to come in as well as the second Forge. Creator does not want to repeat the same mistake as the previous game where he focused a little bit too much on the early game timing push and did not have a transition into the late game. This time it will be double Forge upgrades. He's getting more Prism speed. He's adding in Disruptors with his second Robo significantly faster than he did previously. At least in terms of his relative position to Maru in this game, and the Dark Shrine coming in as well. So Creator's looking to try and just basically barrel down Maru with multi-pronged aggression, with a Warp Prism speed. And his standing army here in the center, he's maxed. He could actually bring this fight to Maru if he wants to.
Now Maru's going to move out. He's pulling the SCV, so he basically wants to swing this game real hard. He wants to turn this on its head. He needs to kill all of the technical units. And if he can do that and the SCV's tank, he can do it. But if this backfires, Maru's basically dead.
All right, first Disruptor shot coming in. Nice split there by Maru. Only loses one Marauder. The second Disruptor's all the way down by the third base. But so far, this push not really getting too much done here. And Creator's warping into the main base with the Time Zealots. This is going to force Maru into an even more all-in position.
Oh! Now again, all Creator has to do is play keep away and buy more time. Another Disruptor shot comes in here.
One more coming in, two more actually as the Disruptor finishes. Battery overcharge getting a lot done here for Creator, adding a lot more firing power and sustain here on this army on the ground, but Maru is barreling through the natural expansion. But keep in mind, this expansion is only one of many of Creator. Yes, he is losing the Robos, but Maru is losing his entire economy in the main base. And Creator, I love this play. He is recalling to set up a surround on this army. Just recalled a ton of his forces to his fourth base.
He's going to try to come in here from behind, but if Maru gets up the ramp and it's just Stalkers, he might be out of position.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of key infrastructure here in the main base.
What is he doing?
Wait, is he going to go for the counterattack? He's going to try and base trade this instead?
But Terran is generally better in base trade, so I don't know if the theory is very good here. I mean, let's see how this plays out, but I think he realized he recalled too much back. If he had sandwiched that in the natural, it would be a different story.
So Creator, he is building additional production at these bases, at the fourth and at the fifth.
Now,
he's adding in another Robo.
The army supply is pretty even here. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's 54 workers for Creator right now.
Tasteless, there's DTs on the map. That's why he's going for the counterattack. He wants to lift all of the orbitals because there's no solution except EMP here for Maru.
You're right.
He might be underestimating the count of ghosts and how high their energy is.
Yeah, I mean, EMP is still an answer.
Still, these DTs can get a lot done. Even forcing out EMPs is some value, but that's so many ghosts. Creator's going to have to come back home and fight this head on, I think.
Okay, I mean, this is continuing to sweep through. Remember that these buildings can always land. He can always make mules. He can always claim something else. Okay, here comes the first DT.
DT
there's EMP,
and
that DT is gone. Now, there's not a lot of middle. By the way, he's supply blocked. So I don't know how many. There's one other DT out on the map, so I don't know if the DT play is going to be viable.
Okay, Disruptor shot going to come in. Or does lose one Marauder. Every unit is critical in moments like these.
There's more SCVs here in the front to tank.
That Disruptor buying time for the cannon and shield battery to finish. This is a nice arc here for Creator. His army supply so far ahead of Maru's. Probe's getting pulled.
Takes out the Robo.
It's a nice win for Maru, but I just don't think he has enough army on the ground anymore.
Yeah,
Creator's
like
gotten too big.
This is too good, what he's got. A blink in, not too effective. That Warp Prism very low on HP.
GG. Creator played that so patiently. It was a gutsy call going for the counterattack, but it worked. Creator had just expanded and taken so much of the map that Maru just really did not have the time to take down all these individual bases and prevent Creator from growing into a position where Creator was just going to have way too much for Maru to stop. And we're all tied up, 1-1 Tasteless.
Hey man, that was a big win for Creator. I'm really happy to see that. I do think that Maru opened up in a way that was like, it was pretty interesting. I think the ideas there were pretty sound. Getting the Reaper with the bunker behind the expansion, trying something a little bit cheeky with the 4 Cyclones coming out. But, you know, the 2-base play from that and the fact that all Creator had to do was get up to 5 bases macro and then hold off the all-in from Maru, because Maru, I think, rightly so identified that he's behind. You know, when you're that behind, you don't want to just try to play a 15-minute uphill game. You want to try to do something to turn the tides.
Yeah,
and it didn't work. So we're going to go into Game 3.
Creator is feeling the adrenaline right now after that win. You can see him talking to himself, walking himself through the next build, maybe saying some words of affirmations, getting ready to go into game number 3. He's shown that Maru can bleed here in TVP. Creator, he's 2 map wins away from going to the finals. Can he stop the GSL god? Let's go into game number 3.
Okay, Maru in the bottom right, Creator in the top left. And, you know, I think that Creator did a great job hanging on there, but I do think Maru kind of gimped himself by getting into a 2-base game there. Versus a rush, didn't do that much. We really love StarCraft too.
I love that.
From Taiwan here from Maru.
So many global fans here at the GSL. I love this venue. I mean, it is packed. This is a huge arena. So much bigger than a typical GSL studio.
Yeah, and the seating layout's very cool. I mean, no matter where you are, you can pretty much get a good view of what's going on. It's got that kind of descending seats, so everybody... I don't know, I love this venue. I'm glad we got to do this for this season of GSL.
It's a fitting venue for a GSL Finals.
I think so. But, you know, what I was going to say is that I worry that if Maru just plays macro play, like just gets 3 bases, doesn't try anything too out there early on, that maybe Creator can parry or shut down, can Creator hang? Because that's really the issue, is that Maru, like the other very best players in the whole world, is basically a perfect production engine. He does not misstep. He does not forget depots. He knows exactly how to develop. He knows when he's in a macro mode, like we saw in Game 2, to just then switch into an all-in because he's not going to catch back up. Which is one unique mechanic that Terran has, because SCVs can just be thrown into their opponents and suicided, and Mules can still land and get some money to kind of pump out the last little bit of forces to maybe close out a game.
Yeah, especially if Creator continues to play a similar style to the way he played in game number 1 and game number 2. I feel like Maru going for a fast 3rd base and just anchoring the defense until he has whittled down the mostly gateway army of Creator that he can exert map control, it's going to be scary for the Protoss player. By the way, this Reaper basically juking and jiving, finding its way cross map. Creator somehow, again, not losing any probes. It's always a scary moment when that Reaper gets to the main base and the Adept is moving cross map. But Creator, both in game 2 and game number 3, with some really nice probe micro, mitigating a ton of damage. As Adept Shade is going to come in, should not see that 3rd base unless the Shade is allowed to complete. But of course, you allow that Shade to complete and that Adept is gone.
Yeah, it'll be killed off. Over here for Creator, I mean, this is kind of the same stuff we've already seen a couple times. It's going to be Blink Stalkers. I wouldn't be surprised if he basically goes Blink Stalker into 3rd base every game.
Yeah, it is the most versatile PBT opening by a lot.
It's like, it's a macro build. You can deal with drops. You can hold off other weird stuff Terran might do.
A lot of players go into Oracle these days and PBT, but that's not so much Creator's style, I think. I would be surprised if he brought that out here in this best of 5. And it's actually going to be 4-gate Blink coming in for Creator. Now, this is a map that is a lot more favorable for Blink than the other maps that we had so far in this series.
Some of the pros I talked to, they say this is still actually really hard to stop. There was a period where everybody was doing it, and I think it just sort of went out of style because Terrans get too good at dealing with it. It is stronger if the Terran's in the top left because their add-ons are sticking out more. But the idea is that you can go right into the main, and if the Terran can't control the first minute of the rush, they just fall apart. So what you need about 3 tanks. 1 in the main, 1 on the ramp, and then 1 in the natural expansion. And you need probably 2 bunkers, 1 in the main and 1 in the natural.
Yeah, but with the build that Maru is going for, this really fast 3rd command center, and he's going to get to the main base. How many gateways is he going to spot? He sees the 2nd one being added here in the main.
So
Does
that
he
doesn't
know
give it away.
4?
Oh, did he count? Did he scout the one?
He might have seen the natural expansion because otherwise this second bunker does not make sense.
I stand corrected that he has seen 4 gates. Yeah, so he knows what's coming. That Reaper scout is huge. Then he's pulling his army into the middle of the map, which is the right move. Keep in mind, if you blink in and don't identify that their army is in their main, they'll just stim and kill you. The Stalkers need to have some distance.
Yeah, this is a tough break here for Creator. Maru is going for basically the bio style with bunkers because he went for such a fast third base. He can't really rely on the siege tanks to anchor the defense early on.
Oh, this looks so much like a warp in.
Yeah, position getting revealed. But I mean, the cat's already out of the bag. Creator has to go for it. I wouldn't mind him just blinking right on top of the natural expansion. Indeed, he does. Repairs coming in. Creator instead going to focus down on the SCVs. That first bunker will fall. With a warp prism, he's able to basically have a budget blink behind that first initial one. And this is the window where Creator can try and get some damage done because there's no medevacs out yet. The siege tank production has not begun. You want to get any damage you can. He's going to go for it again. One more shot. Should be able to take down that bunker. Indeed, it does. And any damage sustained by this bio is basically permanent damage. Stim is done. Oof. Blink is happening. That's not a bad trade there for Creator. Maru lost a lot of HP to that stim.
He might have to stim one more time and try to just keep doing damage. He's got the SCVs here in the front.
But more Marauders getting focused down. Now the standing army here for Maru has lost a lot of its firepower.
The
Creator
third base starts.
Behind it, taking a third base. We're going to see another warp-in of 3 or 4 Stalkers, I believe. Yeah, 4 Stalkers popping right now.
And, I mean, the bunker's been filled back up. It does feel like this has almost been stopped. He's ready to blink into the main. He sees that the Marauders are there. The repair is going to come down over here. But, again, he can stem forward now. A lot of shields were lost on those Stalkers, and then they were killed off. Nice pickup there to keep the injured Stalker alive.
Until Maru has some medevacs on the map, there's a big window for Creator to continue to get damage done like this. He's blinking forward, he's trading Stalkers for bio, and as long as he's mitigating the growth of the Terran. Oh, another blink forward. Another Marauder gets sniped down. These Marines also falling. A little bit shaky micro here from Creators. He's trying to kite back these Stalkers on the top side, but Maru's starting to lose a lot of momentum.
It's working. He's starting to do it. Now there's a medevac out here. The Stalker count's still pretty high. There's been a lot of SCVs killed off here. He might want to try to blink into the main. I think that's actually pretty exposed. He's got the Warp Prism ready.
I think from here, Creator is going to try and transition. He's going for this drop in the main base. And yeah, Colossus production has begun as well as +1. The window where he can get a lot of damage done with the Blink Stalkers is closing because these medevacs are out. Oh, what a nice snipe by the Stalkers, take down the medevacs. Playing this style of PvT here as Creator, being able to control the starport unit count of Terran is critical to the success, especially since Colossus is the follow-up. Again, some really nice micro from Creator. You can tell he wants to get Marauders, he wants to get medevacs with these Stalkers because anything that he can get as a kill is going to allow him to expand the window where he can kill Maru when he goes for that third base. And given the way Creator approached both Game 1 and Game 2, I think that's probably the game plan again here in Game 3.
Yeah, you know, I love the one-shotting of the Marauders if he can get them. He's trying to see if he can take any out on the way. Good blink aways. The third base is going to land here. And it looks like Protoss has intentions to expand up at 12 o'clock. But ultimately, Maru survives. He is still very much going to be pushing. This is really where the tides turn. Now, with the Colossus out and a second one about to pop from that Robo, he has a chance to hold this, but he's got to be careful. Bad positioning, like losing a Colossus, overextending, anything like that could cost you the game as well.
It's the same for Maru. Both Maru and Creator got to be really careful with these next couple of engagements.
Now, there's no SCVs pulled, by the way. I just want to be clear about that. So Maru is basically behaving like he could push in and try to get a kill. He could just kind of roam the map, shark around, and look for anything that's open that he can punish. And he decides to go back home. He's going to keep teching up. He's got his Ghost Academy on the way. And, yeah.
Sorry, fourth Nexus coming in now for Creator. Throwing down Temple Archives as well. And with +1 finishing as well as Charge, I'm wondering how aggressive Protoss is going to be because Creator, he's still playing a relatively low probe count. He just passed 65. This is getting ready to saturate that fourth base. Another Widowmine drop coming in. Oh, I love this position here from Creator. Should just be able to take this down immediately, but a little bit slow on the reaction time. Could have blinked forward and taken out that medevac. Instead, it will be able to drop these Widowmines. 4 kills down there in the natural expansion, but overall a win here for Creator.
So we're getting into big game. Creator was not able to kill Maru off with that push. Maru was not able to find any kind of counterplay when he finally had medevacs. He finally had sustainability in the middle of the map. Both sides are rapidly teching up. We're continuing to see more and more ghosts get incorporated into the rest of the army. Terran has ambitions of getting a fourth base, probably at 6 o'clock to match the 12 o'clock expand here for Creator. And we got to remember, when we get into a deep late game with these two players, Maru on paper is just bigger, faster, stronger. So can Creator hang in this extremely important moment? It does seem like Creator has hinged a lot of his success so far in this best of 5 at basically stopping the Terran before it starts. Whether that was a punish as Terran was trying to develop into a third base, or trying to abuse Blink and basically hit Terran before they had all the tools necessary to stop attacks at the front as well as attacks in the main.
But notably in this game, Maru has been slowed down a lot in terms of growth. He's only just now getting the second Engineering Bay and Armory, so it's 1-1 here for Maru against what I believe is +2 ground weapons for Protoss, which is the best upgrade advantage or differential that Creator has had basically all series coming in here against Maru. And there's also not that many starport units, so Maru has to be very careful moving out to the center of the map because Creator's army can actually get some big damage done, especially once disruptors are added to the mix, given how ghost heavy Maru has been playing the mid game. The disruptors, as well as the second robo, an excellent addition here for Creator. You see Zealots running into the natural expansion, going to try and get some SCVs. Will get cleaned up though.
Okay, nice kill on some of those SCVs. A blink in doesn't get much done.
Creator is trying to find an opening where Maru overextends himself, but so far Maru's been very patient.
Yeah, he's played a very clean game so far, Maru has. We see a serious push coming out here. Enough Vikings to take out the Colossi if they're not covered by the Stalkers. The Stalker's actually going to be shaved down to a number. Oh my god, he even gets the Warp Prism, and the Archon's isolated.
I don't think Creator was expecting this move out coming in from Maru.
That was kind of a clumsy play, a premature shield there when range attacks aren't inbound just yet.
Nice blink forward by Creator, able to pick off one of these Vikings.
And this is the tug of war that Maru is so good at, that I just worry over time the trade outs are going to be really bad. He dodges that perfectly, and it looks like he's going to rotate up towards the top of the map. Now, the expansions are free for the Terran while this move is happening. We just got to see, you know, can Creator get some good trades in here? Can he get some kills? Can he shave this down? Because Maru is so known for basically never overextending.
Maru's army control has been so good. He takes his engagement. That first Colossus gets taken down. The disruptor shot basically whiffs. Barely catches any bio. Creator continuing to try and poke and prod at all these starport units, but Maru's been so good this game in particular at keeping Vikings and medevacs back. Yeah, the medevac count is not as high as Maru would like, so these stims are going to take a long time to replenish in terms of HP.
Now, the spread of disruptors kind of creates this area Terran can never really commit into, right? One shot should push him back. If Terran were to try to dive, the other 2 shots would come in and probably wipe the army out. But at the same, oh, hold on, there's a little Zealot attack over here. Basically what I was going to say a second ago is, the thing is, Maru's still expanding. He's still growing. He's getting to that point where he has extra command centers, which are soon going to be extra orbitals, which soon means he's going to have so many mules and so many bases. It's very tough for the Protoss to stand up to it. And also, there's a cumbersomeness with the Protoss army just in this phase of the game. The Archons, the Colossus, they're not that fast, they're not that mobile. And so counterattacks are scary for the Protoss right now. Protoss can try to rely on these Zealots we see that are being filtered across the map in various areas, but it seems like Maru's basically ready for that as well.
But at the same time, Creator has entered the late game with the best footing he's had all series. He's able to fill out his tech tree. His Forge upgrades are ahead of the Terran in terms of 3-1 versus 2-2. With more upgrades coming in, starport transition coming through. Maru's been expanding very slowly with a low worker count. I'm liking Creator's position here. I know that Maru is a god of the late game in basically every single matchup, but Creator has played so well to get to this point. But let's watch the army movement. Keep a close eye at the 9 o'clock with Maru posturing with that army. Might run into the natural expansion to try and snipe it, and indeed he does. Stim coming through. This should force a recall.
Yeah, where's that recall? We don't see it yet. And I think Maru says, where's that recall too?
Yeah, he's being a little bit timid.
Yeah. A little warp in over here to try to kill off some more workers. I gotta say, Creator is playing a great late game, even 2 DTs in the mix. Terran scans and wipes that out in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the DCs being added here, though, because a lot of what Creator is trying to do right now is very gas intensive in terms of the double forge, the Stargate transition, blink DTs.
So Maru's growth, he's getting in both directions, to the north. Oh, hold on a second. Another attack in.
Wow, what a hit.
Big connect there.
Got 3 ghosts go down. Storm also able to get a lot of damage done on the bio ball on the right side. Crater playing an excellent defensive game, pairing both the push through the middle by Maru and the attack at the top right side.
So, Protoss is going to come down. He might get sandwiched here. We've got some more Terran coming down here from the top. Nice EMPs there on the Archon, and it gets picked off.
Yeah, but it seems like Creator's actually ready to push this position. He's been gaining some momentum for a while now with 3-2 already finished up. These 4 Disruptors locked and loaded, ready to go through the engage. Maru coming in for this round. Disruptor shot. First one gets defused. The second one does connect. Vikings are taking down the Colossi in the center of the map. There isn't any Storm left, and the Gateway Army might not just be enough. But look at the bio. It's solo on HP.
Yeah, he does drop the army down in supply, but there's still an Immortal, a Colossus, there's still a Disruptor, there's still enough complexity that it's going to be hard for the Terran to deal with. The problem is I don't know that he can push it any further. He needs to make some more Archons. He's going to get some more Zealots. He's going to try to find the weak spot, the soft spot, the place that he can hit, the place that he can punish.
Yeah, but with Liberators coming in like this, Creator's going to have to move around the map and try and find another angle of attack because these Liberators paired up with this Bio Ball are so good at anchoring a position. Maru stimming forward, going to try and catch this Immortal. The Disruptor shot should be able to shield it, and indeed it does. That Immortal now retreating. As that last engagement went about as straight down the middle as it possibly could. Dead even army supplies after that fight. And even now, 116 for Creator, 120 for Maru. Both these players filling out their tech trees. What a treat of a late game PvP.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. Again, I'm just a little bit worried there's going to be too many command centers dotting the Terran side of the map coming up here.
Nuka's going to be coming down here on the natural expansion. As Maru's posturing over here in the top right, Creator does seem ready for him, but can he actually deal with this ballooning Liberator count? There is very little anti-air on the ground. The Stalkers are going for a flank on the Liberators. Disruptor shot going to try and pop, but should get defused by Maru. Indeed, it does. Stalkers are high enough in number to one-shot these Liberators, but this expansion is going to go down tasteless.
He's able to take this out. Looks like that nuke did land. A counterattack comes here from Creator. He does not have anywhere near as big of an army. The angling is going to be very tough for him as well. The Liberators set up a nice storm there on the Vikings, but none of them are killed, so they can still snipe that Colossus.
Those Vikings all getting put into the red, but Creator is hurting for money so bad right now. Stalkers are going to be able to pick off at least one of these Vikings, but 16 probes going down, both to the nuke and that Cloak Ghost. That expansion falling in the top right with Maru continuously expanding across his side of the map. Creator needs a miracle win, and I don't know if he has the units to do it, Tasteless. Maru is pushing down on this third base, and Creator's time in this game might just be up.
Yeah, Creator is in a very bad spot because I don't know if he can recover. He's got a big army. We got to see how this fight goes. Now, Maru knows he doesn't have to commit. He doesn't have to over-engage. Is that a nuke?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, that's going to take out another 12 probes. Creator is just trying to dance between this army, see whatever damage he can get done, and then get away again. But the problem is that these other bases that aren't really protected are either getting nuked or they're getting hit with small amounts of Marines. Again, Maru is just getting an engine economically that is so scary. He is maxed out. The minerals, they're piling up. So is the gas.
For Creator to come back in this game, he needs to have one of the best fights of his life. He needs one of the best engagements he could possibly hope for. So far, Maru hasn't given him an opening. Let's see if this is it. EMP raining down on all of those Archon solo on HP, and the Stalker count dissipating. Not enough to deal with the Liberators. Maru stimming forward. I think he's about to take a 2-1 lead.
Okay, that's going to be it. That's it. Creator cannot recover. That was all that he had. This is going to be a 2-1. GG.
Wow, what a game. Creator got into the late game on the best footing that he had all series.
Yeah.
But Maru was just so smart with his positioning. He never overstepped. And Creator tried the best he possibly could to catch Maru's army in a position where it might be vulnerable, but the control and map awareness from Maru was so on point, especially with that low SCV count because of that really fast orbital transition. Maru basically played with, what, 66 SCVs, almost the majority of that game? 130 plus army supply of Ghosts with, what, almost 10 Vikings, a ton of Liberators. It was too much to deal with the kind of meager splash damage that Creator had.
We're young and crank here in the audience. Man, I don't know. We saw a shot of Creator's face a second ago. He did not look too happy. I don't feel like he looked like he was on full tilt. I don't want to psychoanalyze this too much. But I'll tell you what, that loss was painful. That loss was frustrating. That loss, from my vantage point, it just seemed like one of those losses where the game feels impossible. We've all had these moments you're playing against somebody, and it just seems like they have such control of the ebb and flow of everything that no matter how you try to take the game, no matter what direction you go to, you end up in a dead end. You cannot figure out where you went wrong, how you're going to get back on top. You know, it doesn't seem like he can be aggressive early on and make it work. It doesn't seem like his late game, if he tries to go toe-to-toe with Maru, works either.
And going back to the early game there, that was a fantastic early game that Creator played with 4-gate blink. He was able to blink on top of all those bunkers. He took them down repeatedly. He was able to shave away medevacs, take down Marauders. SCVs fell, but still Maru was able to hold on with his 3 orbital commands, was able to transition into the mid and late game that he plays so well in TVP. And it felt like Creator, even though he had that fantastic start, was never able to truly build the momentum off of that. Instead, it was more about him equalizing going into the late game, where once again he was getting outplayed by Maru. And so coming into map number 4, I'm not sure exactly what the map is going to be, but I almost think Creator needs to try and mix things up a little bit in terms of either how he's getting to the late game or how he's playing in the early game with aggression.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that late game seems to be this kind of impossible thing for Creator to beat Maru in. It's something where I look at it and I go like, well, what exactly are you supposed to do? It just seems like Maru keeps his presence on the map so solid, and then he just sprinkles these command centers everywhere. Sure, warp prisms can be sent across the map, and you can try crazy warp ins. You can try hiding pylons and setting zealots out there, but it does get cleaned up. And then again, the back and forth is just too good from Maru.
I feel like Creator, with these late games armies, just isn't really getting enough AoE damage in. Basically, every game where he's going to the mid or late, it's about 4 Disruptors and 3 Colossi. We don't have more Disruptors added in than that.
Right.
And we have Storm very sparingly mixed in to the mix. And from there, I mean, for Creator, if you're in this kind of sustained engagement with Maru where it lasts a very long time, eventually those Vikings are going to whittle away the Colossus count. Or they're going to take so much hull damage that they basically become glass cannons that evaporate as soon as the battle really commences.
Right.
And Maru, barring 1 or 2 exceptions out of like 20 or 30 shots, has been so on point in terms of dodging those 4 Disruptors. I'm not really sure what adjustment Creator needs to add into the mix. Maybe it's going into Storm a little bit faster. Maybe it's adding more Disruptors to the mix. Or if you're going to play this very gateway-heavy style with Archons. Oh, what's up, Gemini? G9L, yeah, maybe, man.
Probably tasteless is, wait for it, sexy, okay. G9L, okay, we're going to read any more. I'll take that. I don't know where that was going. I'm like, all right, Gemini, I'm either going to be really happy or really mad at you with whatever you put there.
But with this gateway-heavy army that Creator is playing, it just doesn't feel like it's really... It doesn't feel like it's the pieces that he needs to win in the late game. It's the kind of army that has a lot of firepower because it scales so rapidly in the mid game. But once you get into the mid game, something else has to be added into the mix. I think you need to start a mothership. You need to get into carriers, or you need to go more heavy into AoE, whether that be Disruptors or Storm.
I think carriers maybe.
Maybe.
You know, again, though, I do feel like Maru, he seems to know. He wasn't it Maru that just started making like a ton of turrets in the middle of the map and then expanded everywhere, and like that looked like a foolish decision as well.
Yeah, I think that was on Alcine against maybe what Stats or Classic. It was crazy.
We're loving your signs, guys. So good to see you. It's packed down here. It's been an amazing final day so far. We're obviously not to the finals just yet. It is looking like it should be Maru advancing, but we'll see if Creator can pull it together. Creator did request a small break. Each player is allowed 1 break. They usually don't use it, but I think Creator always does.
And for him being, you know, such an emotional player, I think it's good for him to try and reset himself in a position like this one.
Yeah, I mean, just take a breather, figure out, okay, is my mindset wrong? Am I spacing out? Sometimes this happens when you're like really under a lot of pressure, as your thoughts are racing. You're like having weird conversations in your head. like in a really important tournament moment where you really just need to kind of turn everything off and go through the motions. And you have to kind of kill that inner voice that's inside of you.
I feel like any time that you're in a situation like this one as creator, and I'm not saying this is what he's going through, but if you're in a spot where you lose confidence during a series, you need to get that back mentally to be able to win. Confidence, it's something that's hard to really capture the importance of in a series, but I feel like having it as a player is so critical. Being able to believe in yourself and your ability to win. If you play scared, you will not be a champion.
Yeah.
And so Creator collecting himself after this break, now getting ready to fight with his tournament life on the line against the greatest Terran player of all time. It's a Herculean task to try and take Maru down here in the semifinals.
It's a real David versus Goliath match here. Look, he already won one game.
Yeah.
He just has to win two. Maru probably already with his head in the finals versus Dark. Let's see if Creator can recover or if Maru moves on to the finals here. Game 4 is ready. Okay, Creator in the top, Maru in the bottom. No proxies yet from Maru. Creator has basically gone for some pretty sophisticated timing attacks as, you know, either in the middle of mid-game or as mid-game starts up. We have not had a full-on passive game from him. I don't think we're going to have one here, although if he does it, I mean, we're happy to talk about it. I welcome it. I just don't feel like the series can go in that direction for him. I think it's indisputable that Maru just gets to this point where he has all the stuff he needs army-wise. He has, you know, like a top Zerg level amount of knowledge of where everything is on the map. He's kind of controlling everything. And then he just sort of has this dance he does outside the Protoss' perimeter where he trades pretty effectively, eliminates opportunities later on for the Protoss, and eventually the Protoss is kind of boxed in. And I think Creator has to figure out how to avoid that. And I feel like he's tried to, but every time he tries to hold Maru down, Maru kind of wriggles free and gets back to where he needs to be.
Yeah, and Creator both in game 1 and in game number 3 was really playing two styles that are trying to muscle over the Terran in the early game or the mid game. And Maru does such a good job of taking damage, but not taking so much damage that he can't recover. And eventually, inevitably, finding his way into a late game where he's maxed with a high ghost count, with a low SCV count, and has all the pieces that he needs to win the game. And when you let Maru get in a position like that, in TVP, it is so hard to beat him because he's not the kind of guy that's going to get caught out of position. He's not the kind of guy that's going to lose a mineral line to Zealots charging into his natural or his third. He is so on point, and you were talking about Zerg, top Zerg level map awareness. That's absolutely what Maru has. He just has this incredible game sense as if he's playing without the fog of war. He just has a read on his opponent so well. And so Creator, despite playing these styles who peak in terms of their strength in the mid game, is still not being able to find the openings that he needs.
It feels like when you watch Maru, he knows, like, after he kills one Warp Prism, he's like already got a clock in his head of when the next Warp Prism will be out of the robo, and then the amount of time it takes for it to be on his side of the map. He's so good at picking them off all the time, or guessing when the next wave of Zealots that are going to run around the map and then try to run into one side of his base or the other are going to, like, you know, he has that all kind of mathed out. And so he's able to do this dance so neatly. Now, this game, it is once more Citadel opening. I don't think we're going to have any non-Citadel openings versus Terran today. Or Twilight Council, excuse me. I'm using StarCraft 1 terms now here. Twilight Council.
We know what you mean,
You know what I mean, guys. The building before Templar Archives. So, he is just going to tech in a blink again. I guess the question is how many gates and how soon or late will the third be?
Oh, and it's going to be a Cloak Banshee opening coming in from Maru now. Dep's got some good damage done on that Hellion. So Maru not able to get the full scout off in the main base as he did in previous times during this series. And I wonder how Creator is going to play against this Cloak Banshee, because if he's able to navigate the early game where Maru comes with 1 or 2 Cloak Banshees and is trying to get probe kills without sustaining damage, that could be the kind of momentum builder that Creator needs to thrive in the mid game and really punish Maru. Because think back to the game that Creator won. Maru went for this kind of cheeky play with the 4 Cyclones. I think the Reapers and the Bunkers really got a lot of value out of them, but the Cyclones absolutely did not. They slowed Terran down a little bit, even though they did trade out cost efficiently. And then when Maru hedged his bets on that 2-base timing and Creator was able to parry it, that was just Creator riding the momentum into the mid game for a win. And if he can do the same thing here by deflecting the Banshees, I feel like this might be one of his paths to success.
So yeah, Maru with a kind of different set of ideas coming in here. That Banshee's going to wrap all the way around here, 5 seconds out from Cloak. And he's going to try to generate a little bit of a distraction here, moving out with his Marines, and tank. And see if he can't just start to get a couple kills. That's a mess up. He shot the assimilator and then staggered the shots on the probes. Oh my god. Okay, so quite a misclick there. But this is still going to head over here. Now, Blink is done.
Yeah, Blink is done, but Creator hasn't had the map presence to actually slow down this push. One of the big parts of holding this push as Protoss is being able to whittle down the Marine count as they move cross-map.
I guess the Observer... Sorry, where is the Observer right now?
It's right now in the natural expansion.
Oh, I see it now. Okay. Well, I mean, this is a shocking time to push in. I don't feel like we ever see the 2 Banshee Marine-only siege tank push, but here we are.
Oh, no.
No way!
2 gateways and a robo unpowered here in the natural expansion, but there might just be enough Protoss on the ground. I mean, the Stalker's blinking forward. They're able to get on top of the siege tank, mitigating the splash damage, so they will be able to clean up the Banshees. The Immortal finished just in the nick of time.
Yeah.
If that pylon went down half a second earlier, I think this is a Maru win. But because that Immortal finished, Creator's able to sustain.
You got to assume that's there to kill that pylon, by the way. I don't understand any other way you would attack in with that. I don't think I've ever seen this little move from Maru or any Terran ever, really.
Yeah,
it's 2 Banshees, you know, what, 9 Marines and a tank.
It feels like a Wings of Liberty 1-1-1 push almost.
Yeah, where you're like, wait a minute, you don't have medevacs and you just die?
It looked like it might be one of these timing pushes that has the opportunity to get big damage done, though, because Creator teched so heavily on 2 bases into a 3rd. He's investing all these resources in the Robo Bay and the Forge.
The Robo is oftentimes at the natural, too, so I guess if you just kind of find this, like, one weak point, and you just kill those pylons, then I guess everything shuts down, you know, and maybe you can actually just increment out Marines and tanks and Banshees, and I don't know, maybe it snowballs from there. Regardless, Creator survives it.
And I'm now liking his odds a lot better here in this game. I'm thinking back to the previous game that he won when he was able to stop early tank aggression. And he was able to ride that momentum. The armies that Creator has been building in the mid game have been so good at straight up fights. It's just that Maru has been able to barely survive by good army positioning, by good control. He's just not taking the kind of game-ending damage. But when you get momentum like this here as Creator, if you play the same style, which it seems like he is, with +1 and charge, both underway, as well as additional gateways being added into the mix, then suddenly here for Terran, it is very hard to stop.
So look, I don't think that Creator has any real opportunities to try to do anything like what happened in the last game, because this was really all about Creator kind of reacting to what Maru was trying to do, which, by the way, I think what Maru did was very novel, and it's kind of cool to see. I can't believe how many new things I can see a Terran player do in any given game of StarCraft. But here we are. We're in that kind of production race. We're in the race of trying to get all the building blocks, all the tools put together so that you have this army that can fight in any which way. Creator's going to take another base here. This is a map where both players will be expanding towards the right side. Maru is going to move out, unless this is some kind of a feint. He is starting to move. He's got tanks with the composition. SCVs are being sent to the expansion. That is not an SCV pull.
Yeah, this is actually a lot of army that Maru has been able to muster here in the center of the map. Oh, Creator, okay, he barely glimpses it here with his Stalker, so he knows this push is coming. But he's been expanding. He's been getting a second Forge for upgrades. He's not really playing the same Mantos style with a ton of gateway units. Will it be enough to actually hold on? Interference Matrix on the Colossus is able to disable it. Coming on the right side, the same thing. AoE damage has been mitigated here. For Protoss, Battery Overcharge doing a great job of adding some additional HP here on the right side. Oh, he can't lift up the Colossus there with the Warp Prism.
I don't know that he can actually survive this. Another disable on the Colossus. He picks it up. Everything else on the ground is going to go down. A lot of times we'll see the Protoss try to dive in and then run back to bait out the disables, but it didn't work.
Oh, another disable on the Colossus on the left side. Crater with these Warpins barely surviving right now at the third base, but Maru barreling down. More reinforcements streaming across the map. This siege tank still alive. 2 siege tanks surviving that push.
Now there's still one Colossus here. Again, he's right by the Robo. If he can get that pylon and kind of try to finish what he started with that initial rush, there's not going to be any more Colossi left. Another one's picked off as there's no Warp Prism to help. Auto turrets come down, and that's going to be a GG. Maru takes that series 3-1, and he'll be going up against Dark in the finals.
Creator, although he was able to get some momentum with that early push, a little bit too greedy, and Maru in one fell swoop comes across the map with a ton of bio, and so many disables, so many interference matrices popping on those Colossi. The AoE damage coming in from Creator, so mitigated. And Maru with a pretty novel strategy here in game number 4, able to take the win and secure another finals berth in the GSL. I mean, it's just unbelievable how this guy is able to make it season after season after season.
I mean, it was a great series. I think Creator did put up a good fight. I think it's too bad that Creator had to fight Maru, of all people, to try to get into this finals. I would have loved to see Creator versus Cure, Creator versus Dark, anything else. Again, though, I mean, Maru is fast-tracked to take his 9th GSL victory.
Yeah, and Maru versus Dark should be a banger of a GSL finals. I mean arguably the best Zerg in Korea, the best Carrot in Korea. What more could you ask for?
You really can't ask for 2 better players right now. In the current state of Korean StarCraft, this is it. So that'll be a best of 7. And we're going to be having a short break coming up here, maybe about 15 minutes, something like that. And then we're going to be going on to that.
Yeah, but Maru, I mean, 12th GSL finals, breaking his own record for the most GSL finals, as he just seems nigh unstoppable here in Korea.
Yeah, I mean, look, Maru is going to try to, once again, make history. Dark, I think, is probably the player with the best chance of stopping him, but it does seem like whenever these two face off, Dark does a really good job and barely loses.
Yes,
right?
Pretty succinct, Tasteless. It doesn't often feel that way. I mean, Maru's late game TVZ is matched, I feel, almost only by Serral in the world. He's the only Zerg I've seen consistently hang with Maru, but there's going to be the finals, everybody. Talon Esports Gaming's Dark versus Team Vitality's Maru.
I'm excited. I really want to see, who knows, maybe Dark takes this one. He is hungry. Again, he's another player kind of living in the shadow of Maru. Maybe not as bad as Cure, because at least this guy's a Zerg player, but this is a finals you could have had pretty much any year of modern StarCraft, by the way.
Yeah, for all of Legacy of the Void, these two have been championship caliber, and I cannot wait to get started, Tasteless. It's going to be a great finals.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a great opening of the finals before we get into this, as well as an interview. Guys, sit tight. We will be right back.
이거 좀 끊어버렸어요. 취재! 물려요. 들어갑니다. 이 승부전. 취재!
김건식 한 번에 대박을 써보려고 하다가 이거 다시 날이 맞아. 해보사 1.4.
점사. 시작을 막아버리는데요. 지금 조성주 선수가요. 취재!
저항이 앞으로 넉백이 몇 번 되기도 있었고 해서
뭐 하나 잡았어요.
대박한 그릇이요.
네, 저 화력으로 밀어붙이고 있는 상황입니다. 취재! 지뢰까지 동원해서
너무 잘 먹고 있어.
취재!
차라리 공방이업인 게
너무 센데?
승리되기도 전에 끝나겠는데요.
취재!
그냥 화염차 화염차는 난입을 할 거라서 화염차는 난입을 할 거라서
와.
골든 업그레이드 해변도
업그레이드로 들어 다 지워버리는데요. GJ.
Hyped up like it's charging. Yeah, the battery in the back to work harder and move smarter. The goals up, grabbing out it like nada. No heartfelt, kill it like a Kinsu blade. Living trying to live this rage, at least trying to get it into ways that can benefit the pay. Cause I can't stop the flip, so increase the intent how I press this page. No mark ain't ended until it's not met. It's contender until it's upended. Suspense ain't agenda, consensus ain't met with content. You comprende? Penalty failed, you know, missing our boss. Cause I pocket my slots with that coffin in hell, yeah. Top rope and I lift it up, yeah. I look down and it's giddy up, yeah. Non-stop to that vision all clear.
The moon is shining and I am sensing danger. Or the stars aligning, my mood is slowly changing. Something's haunting me, lurking in the dark. Carefully, it is stalking from afar. Like a thief in the night, it's staying out of my sight. But I'm not afraid, so I will stay and put up a fight. I don't care if it hurts, or if I crash down and burn. I will rise like a phoenix from the ashes and
다 무서워하는 거였는데요. 방금 들은 것 중에 좋아하는 게 없는데 생각하면 소름 끼치거든요.
벌레 잡아본 적 없어요?
좀 무서워가지고 도망친 적은 있어요.
어떻게 해?
그러니까 어떻게 해요? 그래서 이사 가려고 저는 집 버릴 각오로
바퀴요. 바퀴를 보면은 너무 그거잖아요. 혐오스럽잖아요. 그러니까 온몸에 막 박살 돋고 모든 그 신경이 곤두서는 느낌? 바퀴를 못 잡겠더라고. 다른 건 잡을 수 있겠는데 이 바퀴는 상성인 것 같아요.
준호인지 누군지도 바퀴인데 다행히 군대 가서 바퀴가 없었다는 거야. 너는 하긴 운전병이었잖아.
그렇죠. 뭐 운전병이어도 바퀴를 안 보는 건 아니니까.
원래 징그러워.
군대 갔을 때 많이 봤나요?
군대에서 많이 봤죠. 거미랑
어떻게 했어? 거기서 도망갈 수는 없잖아.
도망가고.
군대에서 어떻게 도망가? 어떻게 해?
제가 도망간 게 아니고 이제 후임들이 있었어가지고 잡아줘 했죠.
바퀴벌레.
그래서 바퀴벌레 못 잡아요?
절대 못 잡죠. 근데 그걸 손으로 못 잡는데 때릴 수 있대. 잘 모르겠다. 막 이렇게 세상에서 제일 싫은 것도 아니고. 그나마
뱀 같은 거.
저의 나이, 차오르는 나이, 세월.
허허. 나이도 적은 편에 속하면서 그러면은 김동원 같은 사람은 어떡합니까?
어머니랑 해탈한 거죠.
제가 막 놀이기구 이런 거 잘 못하거든요. 빠지 같은 것도 잘 못 놀고 해가지고 그래서 놀이기구를 무서워해요.
전 병? 제가 아팠어가지고 한번 21년도에 아프니까 이제 실감이 되더라고요. 제일 후회되죠. 군대 밀었으면 면제인데. 저 무서워하는 거요? 김유진?
아직도?
사람 트라우마는 오래 가는 거기 때문에.
요즘 비행기 원래 안 무섭거든요. 근데 요즘 비행기 탈 일이 많아지고 비행기 사고가 좀 잦더라고요 요즘에. 좀만 흔들려도 너무 무섭고 비행기가 안전하다는 걸 알아요.
그래.
근데 마음이 쉽지 않더라고요. 제가 겁이 좀 많아요.
비행기 무서우면 못하죠. 정렬이 형이 비행기 진짜 무서워해요.
아 진짜?
그 형 약간이라도 흔들리면 이거 잡고 있어요. 싫어하는 거랑 또 무서워하는 거랑 또 다른데? 근데 저는 좀 그 어두운 게 좀 싫은 것 같아요. 그래서 뭐 예를 들어서 해외 나가서 뭐 만약에 숙소에서 이제 잠을 자야 되는 상황이면은 완전 깜깜하면 잘 못 자거든요. 그래서 좀 화장실 불을 켜놓는다던가 아니면 조명 같은 걸 좀 살짝 켜놓긴 해요.
아니 근데 왜 아이디가 다 크죠?
저도 모르겠네.
제일 무서워하는 거요? 네, 저 있어요. 제일 무서워. 테란.
공포 그 자체입니까?
네.
가장 그 중에서 무서운 테라는?
그냥 테란이 있어요. 무서운 테란.
큰일이군요. 이거.
종족이 좋기 때문에.
아하. 무서운 게 없나 보네. 준호는 테란이 가장 무섭다. 테란이 가장 무섭다. 근데 누가 있지?
저도 테란 재밌어요.
너도? 그치. 티와요.
The most scary thing for me will be I'm scared of heights, very high. Looking down. Like if I did, 무서워요.
Really? 뭐 벌레, 뭐 목.
벌레입니다. 바퀴벌레. 압도적으로 바퀴벌레.
왜?
바퀴벌레는 내성이 안 돼요. 군대에서도 내성이 안 돼요. 그 친구는 제가 군대에 있으면 아마 이 전방에서 근무하시는 사람들은 다 알 텐데 벌레가 진짜 상상도 못하게 크거든요. 얘들 막 개미도 크고 다 큰데 제가 정말 다행이라고 생각한 게 바퀴벌레가 안 나왔어요. 쥐도 나오고 별거 다 나왔지만 바퀴벌레가 없어서 살았어.
벌레를 진짜 무서워요. 잠자리. 초등학교 때 잠자리가 이렇게 많이 있는 그 지역이 있어서 구역이 거기로 가면 학교가 10분 거리였거든요. 근데 돌아가면 15분, 20분 거리여서 항상 돌아갔어요.
진짜?
네, 그리고 어릴 때 친구들 잠자리 잡으면 좀 근처에 가지도 못하고 그랬는데 군대 가니까 다 고쳐지더라고요. 벌레 같은 것도 안 무서워해요.
What is it?
Maybe loneliness?
Oh, really? But why?
I don't know, it's kind of a scary thought, right? To, I don't know, just maybe be away from people or not have any friends. It's like a scary thought to have.
Oh.
Sounds scary.
Oh.
저 가난이요.
가난해보지도 않았으면서.
아, 저 연습생 때 진짜 가난했어요.
집안이 가난하지 않아?
그때 힘들었어요.
라면만 먹고 굶고 이런 적 없죠?
아, 그런 적은 없어요. 연습생 때 힘들었기 때문에 저는 그때부터 약간 나는 절대로 가난하게 안 살아야겠다는 약간 생각을 했어요.
그래서 이렇게 악착같이 온라인 대회를 뛰어서
네, 악착같이 인생을 열심히 사는 이유가 그것 때문입니다.
아하.
저는 레이너 스타일도 굉장히 좋고 우승자인 것도 있지만 집 레이너라는 스타 영웅 캐릭터를 많이 생각할 텐데 그것도 생각이 나기 때문에 뭔가 좀 더 간지나는 것 같아요.
레이너 선수. 누가 봐도 좀 간지가 나는 것 같아요.
I like Rogue. Rogue, good ID. I just like the name.
Another player with your ID.
My ID? Really? Oh, okay. I think my ID is not good, but thank you. Because it's just a guy from the campaign misspelled the letter, so I don't think it's very original, but yeah, I guess.
딱 생각나는 거는 히어로.
그거는 그래도 히어로가 아닐까. 아이디가 이게 투영되는 게 좀 있어서 그런지 준호랑 좀 잘 어울리는 것 같기도 하고 전역하고 나서 바로 우승하는 것도 그렇고 약간 멋있는 것 같아요.
신? 바꾼 지 별로 안 된 걸로 기억하는데 짧고 강렬한 것 같아요.
다 단어잖아요? 애들 아이디가? 근데 저는 그냥 뭔가 줄임말 그런 임팩트가 있어서 제 아이디가 제일 멋지지 않아요.
저는 개인적으로 동래고가 간지가 나요. 이게 지역을 상징하는 아이디가 없잖아요, 사실 많이. 근데 이게 지역을 되게 레프레젠트 한다는 게 되게 멋있고 저도 약간 송도로 하고 싶은데 너무 늦어가지고 아쉽습니다.
좀 애매한데 다크? 영웅? 이유는 솔직히 잘 모르겠고 그냥 자기랑 잘 맞는 것 같아요, 다크가.
뭐 별 생각 없는데 그 중에서 딱 하나 뽑으시라고 하니까 딱 기억에 남는 게 히어로 아니면 다크?
이노베이션 말고는 사실 잘 모르겠어요. 그나마 다크? 그 저그의 약간 그 어두운 부분과 그 어둠을 약간 집어삼키는 그런 느낌이 되게 멋있는 것 같아요.
본인의 옛날 아이디 베이비는 어떻습니까? 베이비.
그건 조금 좀 촌스럽죠. 그때 너무 어렸어가지고 그때는 진짜 베이비를 쓸 자격이 됐었는데 어느 순간 변성기가 오고 그때부터 뭔가 좀
저는 다크를 꼽고 싶어요. 왜냐하면 약간 조용조용하고 어둡다고 해야 되나? 이게 뭔가 그 특유의 분위기가 있어요, 영우에. 그래서 좀 잘 어울리는 것 같아요.
박영우 선수? 어둡고 뭔가 좀 강해 보이고 맞아 그런 느낌이어가지고 잘 맞는 것 같아요, 스타라는 게임.
아이디 자체는 나이트메어가 좀 굉장히 멋있게 잘 지은 것 같고 이미지 생각했을 때는 또 다크? 피부랑 잘 맞게 한 것 같아요.
본인 아이디가
저는 좀 후회를 많이 하긴 하는데 너무 성의 없게 지은 것 같기도 하고 지금 생각하면 좀 아쉽긴 한데 그 스타원 때 그 T1 형들 아이디가 참 멋있었거든요. 뭐 판타지, 비수 이런 거 있잖아요. 그런 느낌으로 따라했던 것 같아요.
다크가 잘 어울리는 것 같아요. 그냥 좀 멋있기도 하고 이미지랑 좀 잘 맞는 것 같아요.
본인 아이디 마음에 드나요?
아, 저는 좀 바꾸고 싶은데 제가 이렇게 잘할 줄 몰라가지고.
그마루 감자탕 때문에 그런가요?
네. 저는 만들 때 그럴 생각하지도 못했거든요. 그런 거 없으면 좀 좋지 않았을까.
어떤 것들은 너무 자기 이름 썼으니까 그냥 무난무난한 것 같고 뜻도 잘 모르겠고 근데 제가 그냥 가장 낫지 않나.
Incoming transmission.
Let's go.
Another season of GSL is now in its final chapter. We have two players left. One Dark, one Maru. If Maru wins this, he will make history again, winning his 9th GSL. Dark, who has been in his shadow for many seasons in the past, is here to try to usurp that, to stop that, to start playing catch up. It's going to be a hell of a final, State.
Feels like it would be a Herculean task for anyone to take down Maru in Korea right now, but if there's one person in the world that can do it, it's Dark.
And we're going to bring our 2 players out. Let's meet them now. This player was interviewed years ago and said he doesn't want to just be known as a StarCraft player and one of the greatest. He wants to be known as the StarCraft player and the greatest. He's here to prove that tonight. The best Zerg in Korea and one of the very best Zergs in the entire world. It is Dark.
One of the most confident players of StarCraft 2 at all time, and for very good reason, making yet another championship finals.
So cool to have him here now. By the way, I didn't know we were going to have these banners over here.
Oh, it's amazing.
All of the GSL audience under one control group. You can see it here now.
We F2
We F2'd the entire audience, excuse me.
I'm so excited to get started here, Tasteless.
Yeah, I'm super pumped.
Aiming to make his 9th GSL championship, the greatest Terran player in Korea, the greatest Terran player of all time.
The TL.net GOAT, in your face, internet, lose your minds. There's nothing you can do. You can't stop me from saying that. Ah, it's Maru. Europe just screeching right now. No!
Artosis, he's waking up in
Artosis,
a
yes,
cold sweat.
that's right.
No, it's a rogue, Tasteless, it's a rogue.
Honey, what's wrong? What's wrong, Artosis? Oh, I just had a bad dream, Wife-tosis.
If only he was here to argue with you and prove you wrong. Oh, Maru coming onto the stage. This guy has been here more than anybody else. Can he do it again? Cannot wait to find out.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. I mean, this is, to be honest, a finals we've had before. It's an iconic finals, and I'm glad we're going to have it again. And who knows, maybe Dark can cause the upset. Maybe he can stop Maru from, again, winning his 9th GSL in the 13 years that GSL has been in existence.
The 2 finalists have stepped on the stage. We're gonna have a brief interview with the 2 players before they head off to the finals match. Who will be the player to lift up the trophy for GSL 2024 Season 2? Let's have a talk with Dark. Dark, your mustache and your beard. You wanted to shave it off for so many years, but you still have it off. You still maintain the beard. Every time, you were fended off by Maru. You showed phenomenal performance in the previous match against Cure. You have made it here to the final stage. Do you think this is your time to win? Rather than thinking this is the right time, I just yearn the victory so much. I just desire it so much. I really want to win today. In the recent offline match, you were taken down by Maru. Now you seek revenge today. But Maru right now, he seems so poised. I mean, like, after winning in the previous match today, he had a big smile on his face. He seems so calm, he seems so poised. It made me really annoyed. It angered me. It made me furious. You know, every time Maru lies, Maru says that he's not in a good condition, he's not playing well today, but every time he says that, he always wins. Maru, honestly, you watched Dark play today, and I know you had a conversation with him. You know, Maru, you said you wanted to celebrate. You said congratulations to Dark. You said that he's gonna shave it off today. Were you being honest? Yes, I was being honest. I'm not confident today, but I'm just really happy that I made it to the final stage. Is that the reason why you have a smile? That's right. You have so many GSL trophies under your belt. Now you just want to add one more to your addition.
이제는 뭐 결승전에 올라와서 조준성급대 우승한 게 훨씬 많다 보니까 긴장감 자체가 아예 없지 않습니까?
You're probably not nervous today, right? Ahead of the match today. You have so many Roland titles, you have so many GSL titles.
못 밀겠네. 나 만나서.
그런 생각은 안 했던 것 같아요.
You know, I never really thought that way. I'm not too confident today. But if I do fill up the 9th GSL trophy, I think I can go for the 10th one. I do want to win today for my 9th GSL trophy. Then preparing for the round of 4 in the finals. Did you anticipate Dark to be on the final stage? Well, it was kind of like a 50-50 for me. You know, when he won the first game, I kind of knew that he would make it to the finals. So you are not nervous at all ahead of the final stage? Well, currently my TVZ form is not so good, and Dark is a phenomenal player. So that's why I kind of lack confidence in today's finals. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how the first game works out. Dark. Maru's just saying that he's not confident. What do you think about that? You know, every time he's been like that in the final stage, every time I lose to him, he always said the same thing over and over. But this time, I think, you know, Maru, he has some strategies against me. So Maru, Dark, you have to go to the military soon. So in front of these huge audience, so tell us your mindset heading into the series. You know, since the round of 16, it's been a tough journey. You know, all the opponents were so formidable, but I did give my all, and then I endeavored, and then I made it here. So I'm gonna try to put up a good performance today. So Dark, you want to say something to Maru right now? If Maru wins today, it's his 9th GSL trophy. You know, even if I just steal one trophy from him, he's probably not gonna notice. So I think he should go easy on me today. He has so many titles. So Maru, you said that you wanted to go double digit, get 10 trophies. And in front of you, you have so many fans, so many viewers, so anything to say to them? You know, previously in the Sangam Colosseum, I went runner-up, I came runner-up. But this time, I will try to come out as the winner and try to add one more trophy to my collection. So anything you want to say to your rival, Dark? Well, we hope, I hope we put up a fun match. But you know, Dark is scary, he's an intimidating opponent. I hope we just have a fun match today. Maru, he's smirking right now, he has a smile on his face. You guys know, right? You guys know Maru's character by now. You know, it always triggers me. I'll try to put up a good performance today. Yes, what a great finals we have today. It's gonna be a very neck and neck one for sure. Who will be the one to lift the GSL trophy? Let's take up the finals for 2024 GSL Season 2.
Wow. Dark versus Maru. Dark looking to lift that championship trophy, looking to steal one of 9 from Maru. Can he actually do it?
I mean, look, this is going to be a great finals. I think Dark can do it. I think Maru probably will take it. I don't think that prediction is out of the ordinary or unreasonable. Look, man, Maru, he's looking better and better. It's weird to say, but he does bring in these new styles of play. Like even that weird timing where he almost took out the pylon to deny the Immortal, where probably the game would have ended there. It's like, God, you're still figuring things out. You're not just recycling the same old ideas and coming back looking better.
Yeah, but basically every single final between these guys, if it doesn't go to Game 7, at least goes to Game 6. So you see right there on the screen.
Yeah.
They are neck and neck in terms of ZVT. Dark, he looked stellar in his first series against Cure. He only dropped one map in that ZVT, and honestly, he was able to kind of shield his builds away from Maru a little bit, going to the same Roach Ravager Link timing attack in game number 1 and game number 2. So for Maru coming in here, probably going to be a little bit of question marks about how Dark is going to play in this best of 7.
And even if Maru is favored to take this, I think that Dark is one of the toughest opponents Maru can go up against in the entire world. Maru tends to come out on top. He tends to finish the race first. But, you know, Dark is a very crafty player. He's really been one of the few players that's truly been on the forefront of Zerg, someone who's really been engineering the race to be played the way that we understand it today. This was never a player who was kind of copying people better than him. He kind of made his own path, navigated his own way. But Maru, you know, he's quintessential StarCraft. He's basically peak StarCraft. StarCraft has been his entire life since he was a very small child, all the way into his early adulthood now.
I mean, this guy has lived and breathes more StarCraft than I think anybody else in the world. This is what he knows best. He is in his element, and you see it on stage when he gives the interviews. He is stoic, and it's not because he doesn't believe in himself. It's not because he doesn't care. It's because he has been here. He's done this. He's won so many championships. He's been on so many stages. He is unfazed by almost anything. But if there is one guy in the world I think who can phase him tasteless, it's going to be Dark, because this guy, he might not play like Cyril, but he plays his own brand of Zerg. He's very crafty. He's very tricky. He's very good at late game in his own unique way, especially in terms of spellcasters and kind of, I don't even know exactly how to put it. The tactics that he goes for have so much subterfuge in them, with the Nidus Canals in the main base, with gigantic lurker drops, with all these crazy tech transitions. Maru is going to have to be prepared for absolutely everything.
And we already saw what Dark could do to Kira, but I do think Maru is a completely different animal. We are going to be going into this match, and I want to watch really carefully what the early game is going to look like, because Cure did show if he has even just a little bit of greediness, Dark will pull the trigger. I don't know if we're going to have the same behavior here from Dark against Maru. I do feel like Maru is very good at kind of having all the little corners tightened up in his play to have these very smooth and seamless transitions, but let's see.
Maru is one of the most resilient Terran players in the world, if not the most resilient. He is so hard to kill that I'm wondering the same question as you, Tasteless. Is Dark going to go back into that bag of tricks, come through with some more timing attacks, whether it be with Roaches and Ravagers, whether it be with Lings and Banelings? If he goes for it, is it something that will be successful here against Maru the same way it was against Cure? We know that Maru loves to play these very greedy styles, and basically every single matchup. The issue is here for Dark is that Maru is the best in the world at getting away with it.
Yeah, he goes right up to over the line as far as greed, and just maybe is like one step over or one step back. So it's very tough to know when you're not just going to overextend into him. Guys, our game is now loading up. This is a best of 7 between Dark versus Maru for Season 2 of the 2024 GSL Code S. Womp womp.
Maru asking for a pause here. I'm wondering if it's, again, a sound issue as
Probably
it was before.
is.
This is the kind of thing that does happen whenever you move a venue in any esports title, any esports event. So we'll see if we can quickly get this sorted on stage.
We're going to see what the issue is. Yeah, once this gets fixed, we're going to go right back into this game, guys. Be sure to tell your friends to join us. This is going to be a lot of fun with these two.
Yeah, I feel like
we're probably going to have a Game 7, at least a Game 6, like you were saying, State.
I would be surprised if we didn't, honestly. I mean, Dark and Maru have been so closely matched for so long. It does feel like Maru over the history of StarCraft 2, and I mean, I guess this does go without saying, but he always seems to get the edge. But still, Dark, his form looks so good today. I think we're in for a treat.
I didn't notice there were two sides to that banner, too. Appreciate the love, by the way, in the signs, guys. There's two sides. The other side's a trophy. What's going on up here? Where's this?
That's a second
that's
deck.
the yeah, that's the nosebleed seats up there. We see you guys up there.
Nosebleeds.
Yeah.
Yeah, here at the Sangam Coliseum, there are so many seats, not just in the center of the stage that you guys often get the shot of on stream, but we also have the people up in the second deck. We have people on the sides. It is packed here for the GSL, and it's such a treat to have the GSL finals in a venue like this one. I mean, the atmosphere here is just absolutely electric.
Yeah, you know, it's nice that now, you know, this company is at the point where they have multiple studios. We can really mix it up. It's a lot more of a challenge to like find another space and rent it out, and even then they'll sometimes do that. But this is the newest one they've got, and I really like it. And again, this is sort of in an esports hub here. There's Ziggy. Ziggy, pay attention. Get your sign up, man.
Ziggy's sleeping on the job.
Ziggy's on Team Liquid right now like, I can't believe Taser said tomorrow's the GOAT. This is not fair. So, yeah, there's this building's where the KESPA offices is. That had a huge role in esports. This is where the esports museum is.
11th floor.
It's kind of in a little studio block here in Seoul, so there's a lot of other TV shows produced out of here. Valorant for the last year, I'm sorry, the year previously was produced out of here, so there's been a lot of great stuff. Kartrider, I believe, as well.
Yeah, PUBG Nations Cup was here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a historic venue, and honestly, it is my favorite, I think, in all of Korea. This is just such a wonderful place to be in. Everything from the lighting to the atmosphere with the audience, and just even the stage is so incredible.
I think the stage is the best part. I feel like it's a real experience. All right, we got some cheers here in the audience. I don't actually know what the problem is, but we haven't fixed it yet.
No.
The audience did a cheer, and then they had to pause the game again, so.
Maru's like, wait, I heard them cheer for Dark. Can you tell them not to do that, please?
Because now my confidence is affected.
I'm sure we'll get back into the action in a moment.
Yeah. Well, they say that, but they're putting us on camera now, so that usually means we got it. We got time to kill.
Yeah, get back in my center.
That's right. I got to go from like being a little goblin over here, like, they're making this and that, to actually trying to sit up straight.
One of my
favorite look good.
One of my favorite things any single time we have a tech pause, and the audience never gets to see it because you're always fasting up, is you scrambling to put the blazer back on.
I take this blazer off every time. I take the blazer off, I roll my sleeves up, and I turn my school chair around to face it like this, okay, so I can talk to the kids. Yeah, no, I always take the blazer off. I just feel like it when I cast, I go like that a lot.
You can't flex your arms well enough when you're casting StarCraft 2.
I can't go like that as easily when I'm doing it.
It gets hot usually up here, especially with the lights.
It's just not comfortable. If I cannot wear a blazer, I will. We wait. I don't know what the issue is, but Maru's PC is lagging, so we'll see if the restart fixes that. Usually the backup for this is they have a secondary PC. They just unplug everything and plug that back in and fire it up.
Yeah, we've done this even in the GSL studio before. Usually there are extra PCs on hand that already have the game loaded up.
Yeah.
It's just about the player getting in, getting their system settings exactly what they want them to be, which sometimes takes time. It's kind of a technical art now, being a pro gamer in this day and age. Going in and messing with the repeat rates or having some hardware built into the keyboard and getting your drivers.
I remember in the old days when, you just had crappy Windows and, you'd be like, well, that's the mouse setting I had at home. That's the sensitivity. I'm pretty sure like enhanced point of precision is not on, but it doesn't feel right.
Oh, it's always the worst.
It's the worst. And you go, well, I know this I don't know. Is it the table? Is it, am I in my head? Excuse me. But
I remember a lot of times when I would play in tournaments, I would struggle because this isn't like a technical issue, but it's more about the desks. Do you remember the very early days of MLGs? Did you see like the open bracket stage of the brackets? I remember playing some open bracket matches where I would be moving my mouse and I would feel the desk shake, and I'm not the only one on the desk, and like the other guys like also in their game and it's shaking. I mean, it was all back in the day. Like that's just the way that it was. It wasn't that it was a faulty organization or anything, but that's the kind of thing that teeters me on edge.
I'll do you one more than that. We used to have at WCG, they'd have a tablecloth on the table.
Oh,
and I'm like, are you serious? I remember like taking the tablecloth and rolling it up.
Yeah, I remember this we had this, I think, at some MLGs and some other North American lands. We had this back in the past. I forgot about that.
They would put like a tablecloth there, and I'm like, well, this is like a dining room table?
Yeah, you're like, your mouse pad is like sliding on the...
sliding. I'm seeing it like bunch up under my arm. We've come a long way.
Yeah. Even now, though, when I'm one of those gamers that when I play, I have almost my elbow up on the desk, and so my hand is like behind the monitor, and I don't know in this day and age if I could actually play, because I would be hitting. I would be hitting the monitor. I need like a monitor arm if I want to game these days.
You don't have a monitor arm?
I do, but I'm saying if I was on one of these stages, I would just be smacking that thing nonstop.
I'm trying to think how I play. I guess it's up to here. I don't think I put my arm all the way. I don't have enough room on my table.
I did that before, but I had some wrist issues.
Don't you not want your arms all the way on the table? No, you want it like...
I don't. For me, it's the opposite. I remember TLO was having some wrist issues way back in the day, and what the issues he was describing felt like the issues that I had. And he said that he worked on his posture. What he did was he had his arm all the way up on the desk like this, and I saw that and I was like, I'm going to try it, and I just instantly felt better. So maybe it varies from like person to person or posture.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it depends on how you're built, and you know, there's some strength training you can do there. But yeah, so we don't know what's going on for now. We'll let you know if there are updates, but. Yeah, that's the protocol is they just swap the PC out. They don't bother trying to see what the issue is. They can always check that after the show.
Yeah.
And when we are ready to get into this, we will.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Maru is directly under us, so we can't actually look and see if the PC is getting replaced.
I got to get on
moment.
my little fireman pole and just go down there and see what's happening. StarCraft forever. I can agree. Oh, I miss Control too. Yeah. He was so funny.
One of the best to ever do it.
Dark fighting, some dark love here. Well, back to us.
Back to us.
Well, until they get more signs out there.
Yeah. Honestly, the audience here has been so incredible. It's such a treat.
Yeah,
I know.
it's
I
great.
sound like a broken record saying this, but if you had the vantage point that we do, or if you were here in the venue, in the audience, watching it yourself, I mean, this just really is a magical place.
It is, and it's cool to see. You've got people, older around my age that grew up with StarCraft 1. You get people that are very young. Some of them pretty new to StarCraft 2. Korean, not Korean, people from all over the world. Foreigners living in Korea, but then also tourists that come in to experience this. So it's really special.
Yeah,
that's close to where we're. Those guys are right by us over there.
Audience,
we see you guys.
They pan that.
They're close enough that they can throw tomatoes at us if the casting gets bad.
Hope they don't.
Well, I'll be the one hit. I'm the one closer over here.
I'll dodge.
I'll be like the bodyguard, like trying to take
Get
tomatoes
down,
for
Mr.
you.
President.
Get down, Mr. State.
Well, hopefully we'll get into the game in a moment here. As I assume, given the duration of this delay, that we actually will have the PC swapped out.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll hopefully they give us an update, but if not, I mean, it is what it is. We talk for as long as we can, and then eventually they either throw it to a break or they fix the problem.
Yeah.
So some Maru support here in the audience. Again, kind of sad to see Creator go down. He had another amazing run, but again, it's just hard to beat him. There's Crank in the audience and Ryung.
Yeah.
Oh, Solar's behind him. I didn't even see that. Solar's like dressed like.
Wait, he's not
like,
wearing
where's
pajamas.
Waldo?
I don't
understand.
understand.
Can't even find him, man. Like. Crank
so good to
loves
see
this.
Crank.
Let's leave Crank on camera longer. Let's make him no GSL, no life. Wow. I agree. GSL is life.
It's a message.
It's a message indeed.
That's a sign.
That's a sign.
Honestly, I was kind of getting getting goosebumps a little bit because I didn't expect that everyone was going to have the what does the sign say? We are GSL, the GSL banners.
I think it says we are GSL.
When we had the
GSL.
opening ceremony, and every single person in the audience except Ziggy was holding the We Are GSL signs.
Yeah. But to get the
It
season
was
renewed,
beautiful.
we need to say GSL is life. We should have brought those. No, it's been an amazing year so far. We had the weird year where COVID hit, and then we couldn't have studio audiences, and there were budget cuts, and then we've had the comeback years now with the crowdfunding, and StarCraft 2 I feel like is in a great place. The game, it does speak for itself. We've had some amazing games here tonight, this whole season, and of course all around the world the games have been fun. We got the Esports World Cup around the corner. That's going to be exciting.
StarCraft esports really is the best esport there is. And I know I'm an RTS guy, so I'm biased, but
we are.
There's just something about it. And you know what? I don't need to prove my case to you. It's the best. No. If you're watching this, you also know it's the best.
We get to decide it. This is a kangaroo court over here, all right? We're just
you guys don't get a say.
There's no jury. There's no judge or jury really here. So, yeah, we're still waiting. I don't see our player in the game yet, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's right. I keep trying to somehow look over the stage to see Mario, but I just realized that we actually have the monitors.
I keep looking over and I see Dark down there. I'm like, yeah, he's still there. His PC isn't having problems, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll Get into the moment.
This has been a good day so far, though. Unfortunately, not a 5-game series for the round of 4. We're being notified probably 5 more minutes here, by the way, before we can get into this game.
Good time to grab some snacks if you want.
Microwave a bag of popcorn.
Popcorn always good.
Get another soda or another beer.
Get another hot 6. Go to your local penny jump.
That's right.
Grab one of those hot 6s. Come celebrate.
But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fun one. I do hope we get a Game 7. You know, statistically in GSL finals, we rarely actually get a Game 7.
GSL finals, and I hate to say this,
I think it's true for StarCraft 2 in general, but I think it's especially true for GSL finals.
Yeah, I was going to say, GSL finals almost have this curse of generally being one-sided. There have been some really epic moments in GSL, especially the early GSL finals, but I have also blacked out on so many GSL finals that have just faded from my memory because it was a 4-0 where Maru won and went on stage.
Or it's like a 4-1. It's like a 3-0, and then the guy wins one with his cheese, and then he dies. So hopefully we don't have that. I think, again, these are 2 players that can create a really close match.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I feel like even a series that goes to 4-1 between Maru and Dark will not feel like a 4-1. I mean, these are both heavy hitters.
For sure,
and Dark is also, maybe not to the same degree as Maru, but he's very resilient as a player. He's hard to kill. I could see him pulling some punches even if he's down and out, you know? So I expect this to be a battle through and through, and excited to get started, man.
Yeah, you know,
I'm getting more eager as time drags on.
No, I've just
to get
learned
into the game.
To embrace the weirdness of this delay here. I am one with the weirdness. I will say, I think that this, when we get into this, it should be a long game, or long series is what I mean. Because Dark, he's kind of made his, especially in Korea, his play one where he just barely doesn't die every time. And then Maru, he's a guy that just will drag the game out. If he can't win with a push, he will do that delayed, prolonged kind of exhaust play that we see. You know, it's always Dark barely not getting killed with Ultralisks, then kind of fighting back and stopping Terran from getting that last base. I don't really feel like we are past that. I didn't catch that production. You guys say that again.
I think players are actually getting ready, so we should be going into this in a moment.
Okay, good. But I don't know that we're past that meta, that style yet. It did seem like the season we had more push victories from Terran and more games where Zerg was just basically winning with fights and not with the resources on the map burning out, being used up. But I do feel like with these 2, there's a high chance that we have games like that.
Yeah, even if Dark were to go for some kind of Roach Ravager Ling push like we saw him do against Cure, if that fell flat on its face and only got a little bit of damage done and Dark knows he's behind, he wants this bad enough that he is not going to give up. He's going to stick with it.
Okay, we're in our game. Wait a minute, are we in our game?
I think they're making sure everybody's ready. They're going to count us down.
Oh my God, they're attacking each other. Get them on screen.
It's a 6-pull.
It's a 6-pull.
Dark killed 6 of his drones and made 2 extractors.
Yeah, it's impossible now. All right,
let's
go to game.
Let's begin the GSL finals.
Now that was a true GSL moment for you, State.
I'm parched already.
Yeah,
I'm already
like,
going for my water bottle.
How many things can I talk about before the game has actually started? Okay, so we've got Dark in the top left and Terran in the top right. And, yeah, let's see what kind of game these guys are going to give us. It's Maru going for a quick gas here. Obviously no proxies or anything like that so far.
Yeah, kind of interestingly here from Maru, he's actually not going for the 2 barracks on the low ground. He's going for the 1 racks in the main base with the gas. Kind of similar to the way that Cure opened when he went for the Hellion Banshee build in his series against Dark. And I wonder how much of this is Maru... Let me try to think about how I want to phrase this. I wonder how much of this is him playing the series, because Maru and Dark, both 2 players that are known for being phenomenal at planning a best-of-7 series. There's a reason why they are championship caliber players, and you see them in finals all the time making championship runs, because they're one of the best in the business at planning series out. And so I'm curious for Maru going for this 1 barracks build, if this is something that we're going to see him do more of over the course of this best-of-7, or if this is him just trying to add even more range to his already impressive TVZ.
So we've got the expand coming down here right now. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty generic opener here. We're going to see what exactly Maru's going to be teching into. Dark, on the other hand, again, with this kind of opening that we have from Maru, there probably won't be too much to deny this third. I guess he's got the SCV here and the Reaper inbound. Okay, I stand corrected. He actually can deny this third.
Wow.
And this is like a pretty handy way to basically control the game. This is really
feels
smart.
This feels like a PBZ build.
Yeah, yeah.
And the drone's dead now. What are you going to do, turn into an extractor?
Okay, you know what? You know, I was just seeing the Reaper be made, and I was talking about how there's nothing he can do, and then I looked at that SCV, and I'm like, wow, I'm surprised we don't see that more often.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah, it's super smart.
That had shades of Hero going like core first and sending the probe out to block it with a pylon.
By the way, this is currently a 300+ mineral Zerg. He was at 400 minerals a while ago. He's having to just spend his money because he doesn't have a third hatchery, but like, do you know how big that is to stop the third hatchery from starting? The build order is already in the wrong trajectory, so that's amazing.
Yeah, it's a momentum killer here for Dark.
And I mean, it's still not set up. I mean, this Reaper can run interference.
Even just delaying a couple additional seconds.
Yeah, I mean,
this is so beneficial here for Maru.
This is wild. Maru seems to have enough that he's just going to send his SCVs over here to expand.
Starport coming in now for Maru as the Reaper's going to try and chase down these Lings and at least catch a couple of them. And this is looking almost identical to the way that Kira opened his. Oh, speed is done actually. Hold on a second. That Reaper made a valiant attempt with that grenade to stay alive, but...
Okay, so beautifully done. The Reaper's out of the picture. Good control here from Maru. I like that Dark is at least using the Lings that he kind of was forced to make here because of the Reaper to try to just stop SCVs from actually transferring. Now, this is 3 command center with a 1-1-1 behind it. So, like, he's going to have a variety of tech. In this case, it's going to be 2 Hellions and a Banshee coming in, similar to what we saw Kira doing tomorrow.
Yeah, and those Lings
doing to Dark, excuse me.
Right, and Lings coming up into the main base right there, or at least the main base ramp, did reveal the majority, or pretty much the entirety of Maru's tech tree and his economic structure. So Dark shouldn't be caught off guard by these Cloak Banshees coming cross map. He should have a very good read on the situation. I doubt we're going to see the same 13+ kills that Kira had against Dark in a very similar setup. I imagine the defense coming in from Zerg will be a lot more cohesive in this game.
Okay, so Banshee inbound here. This is Cloak Banshee, by the way. There are some more Zerglings being made.
Yeah, just enough to try and find a surround on these Hellions if Maru is caught sleeping.
Yeah, if Maru is not paying attention, he will be punished here. Those Hellions going to stay out on the map and just basically inhibit the creep tumors from spreading. Now again, development-wise, Dark is kind of staggering just because that third hatchery was so late. Everything that could have been the benefit from those two that third base is going to be just a little bit later. Wow, look at this.
We're going to have a timing attack coming in. It's going to be Queen. Oh, this is so smart against the Banshee opening. After scouting Banshees to react like this, Dark.
Oh, this is really smart.
There's a reason why he's one of the smartest players in the world, is he does stuff like this. Like, he has this reputation. Dark is just incredible.
So he's going to load this up. And, you know, the Banshees can't do anything. I mean, they're great at taking pot shots at workers. They are so much stronger at, you know, actually being on top of the production and punishing like that.
He's going to land behind the wall in. Maru will not be able to drop an additional structure to finish that wall in.
Oh my God, this is so smart. I thought he was going to go for the production, but here he is. He's right at the entrance.
Creep dropping, so the Queens are able to transfuse each other. One of the Queens getting taken out, though. More Lings dropping out. The Lings actually getting stuck right there in the top Overlord, but is it going to be enough anyway? I think it might be. What a killer push coming in from Dark. Such a smart play. The Overseer also zoning out the Banshees.
Okay.
They can't assist at all.
And the
supply depots are down in the main base, Tasteless.
And the Lings are just going to keep spilling in. There's enough Queens. The transfusions come down once more. And the SCV count is about to be, what, below 10 here. He's at 12 right now. The Banshee's picked off. And that looks like it is a fatal blow. GG.
Wow, Dark. What an incredible read to send those Speedlings up the ramp into the main base, identify exactly what Maru is going for, and be like, you know what? I know exactly how to stop this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so impressed that it was a drop behind the depots. In my mind, I thought, okay, he's going to go on production. And, I mean, we've seen that a billion times before, right? We've seen the kind of the initial defending army dies, and then every Marine pops out one by one and is killed. You know, the Hellions die, whatever else you're making dies. The Banshee can't get away from the Queens because of their range and time. But that was smart. I mean, he basically set up a runway for the Lings to just endlessly spill in. The Queens had enough transfuses to sustain, to trade heals, and there you go. And again, it was another ingenious punish of 3 command center tech play from Dark.
It's what carried him to a victory over Cure earlier on.
Yeah.
He would sometimes scout it. He would be like, you know what? I know how greedy you're being. I know how I can punish it. I'm going to come in here and kill you. And now Dark greed checking Maru in this game. I mean, that's a game 1 win there for Dark, and he didn't even really reveal much of his strategies at all.
Yeah.
What a phenomenal start.
That was wild. All right, guys, we're going to go to map 2 now. It's going to be on Golden Aura. Let's continue this on. Right now, Dark with a lead 1-0 versus Maru.
All right, Dark spawning in the top left side of Golden Aura, Maru in the bottom right as the finals continue on.
So, once again, Maru just going to go with a little wall in over here at the entrance. Dark, again, he has had such an incredible showing of just being able to murder Terrans in a couple moves if they are not playing by his rules. I don't feel like we've seen Zergs doing this in general at this phase of the game to the level that Dark is able to do.
Yeah, certainly not to this extent. It's been pretty impressive coming in from Dark, especially in a meta where Korean TVZ is so greedy. Almost every single game that we have in GSL, if it isn't some kind of cheeky all-in, it's going to be some variant of 3 command centers. Oftentimes, a greedy variant with double evolution chamber, or double evolution. I keep calling EBs evolution chambers.
They're evolution bays.
Evolution bays. So Dark coming in against Cure
and
with
the
just
Evos
the
are
pure
engineer chambers.
the Roach Ling timing attacks, both in game 1 and in game 2, and then coming in against Maru and identifying, because it's Banshee and he identifies it so early, knowing exactly what he needs to do to break it. I mean, I don't know what world Maru holds that push after getting scouted. I feel like you basically can't allow that scout to happen as Maru if you want to play that greedy with that setup of units. It was such a killer timing coming in from Dark, and now I'm really wondering, what is Maru going to do? Is he going to try and taper his aggression a little bit, the same way that we saw Cure adjust over the course of his best of 5 against Dark? Are we going to see Dark continue to try to poke these holes in the greed of his Terran opponents? I'm so interested in the way the meta is almost developing over the course of today, the semifinals and the finals.
You know, it's interesting. Like, I do feel like on some level, if you're going to win, especially in a big series, TVZ, you have to have a couple 3 command center plays.
Of course.
I mean, what year was it we ever had? I guess there was a period where people were going command center first into like 2 base timing pushes, but even that quickly, you know, segued into 3 bases. But yeah, I mean, Dark just seems to have these punishes, and you know, it's funny. Maru's initial tactic, which by the way was hugely impactful in game 1, of the SCV to block and then the Reaper to deny and kill the drone, had huge implications on the options available for Dark in that game because he's not developing normally. And Dark completely turned the game upside down and punished the greedy play anyways. So I've gone from just seeing a player who has taken out one of the best Terrans in the whole world in Cure with a Ling Roach timing attack, and now I'm seeing him do these kind of ingenious drops and cracking open the entrance and just totally killing a 3 command center player. I want to know, does he have anything else up his sleeve here?
Yeah, it's going to be the same build for Maru, so he is not losing confidence in his opening at all here against Dark. Relatively early Roach Warren getting thrown down by Zerg. We'll see whether this culminates in the same kind of timing attack that was able to dispatch Cure in just a handful of games, or if Dark is instead just going to be leveraging this on defense as the Hellions move cross-map.
So So this is a game where Dark got to start out, I think, looking, you know, like a build that is still following the pattern that he had planned ahead of time. You know, there have not been any trip-ups that, no caltrops that, you know, Maru could throw out that would slow Dark down in what he's doing. The Hellions and the Reapers are going to, just like any other TVZ, they're going to roam around and try to deny creep. It is, once again, it's the 3 command center, Banshee, Cloak, Hellion, 1-1-1 style.
Yeah.
And this time it's 8 Roaches. Are we going to have Lings right after this? It's 43 drones.
We'll see. 9 Roaches in production. That's a pretty sizable amount. But with Banshees on the field, you have to keep in mind that the amount of damage they're able to dish out on Roaches, and especially on Ravagers.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't think Kier went Banshees, right, when he lost?
I don't.
I don't think he did. If memory
not to the
serves me right.
no, not to the Roachling, not to the Roachling
But
timings.
do
But
we have Lings being made here? Oh, we do.
There are some.
What if this works? I'm like, this just seems so straightforward. I feel like it shouldn't, but
I mean, both Banshees are going to be kept at home. One of them was sitting over the starport. The second one about to complete. I think we're going to find ourselves in a situation where Dark is trying to get as much damage done as possible, but I don't think this has game-ending potential because of these Banshees. We'll have to see, though, when SCV does get sniped, as these Roaches are going to retreat away. And Dark already droning, so right now the question is here for Dark, how much damage can he actually get done? And he's doing a pretty smart thing in terms of just turning around.
So I'm relieved to see this for Dark's sake. Because I think most other Zergs would just dive into this. You know, they've already made the units. We might as well try to get the damage out. And then you have someone like Maru just barely defending. And, you know, he's going to be making SCVs the whole time. He's going to hold this off, and he's going to be fine. In this game, though, we have, you know, Maru basically unaffected. And Dark is still behind, by the way. I mean, those could have been drones. All those Roaches and Lings, they could have been development. They could have been other stuff. So he's going to try to catch up, but this is a pretty bold move. Not attacking with them, realizing instead, let's play from behind, let's play catch up and try to win that way.
Yeah, and as a result, Maru's going to have some pretty sizable windows where he's able to exert power with an upgrade advantage. 1-1, about halfway done here for Maru, just as Dark starts +1 range attack and Carapace here as Zerg. Oh, these Banshees also going to be able to catch this drone before it morphs into a hatchery at the 4th base. And now going to move their way into the 3rd base. We'll see how much more damage is able to get done as Dark, at the same time, coming into the 3rd here of Maru and able to get 6 SCVs. That's some nice counter damage, some nice ways of finding value out of these units that he already produced. And look at how fast this Infestation Pit is coming in, Tasteless. 6 minutes and 50 seconds. We have that Infestation Pit coming through. Dark is still only on 3 bases.
He's going for armor and missile upgrades here, so he may be committed to Roach Ravager for the time being and kind of try this battle Zerg style where he's looking for fights. He's trying to kind of shove the Terran off of certain positions by taking advantage of the fact that the anchor weapons for Terran are going to be siege tanks hooked into the ground, and the Biles can basically pick them off one by one.
Another Ling counterattack coming into the 3rd, but Maru is well prepared to deal with this. So the Lings will retreat on out. And it seems like Maru now is gearing up for a 1-1 timing coming into that 4th base. He's already moving cross map. And Dark, although he's going for this really fast hive, he's been producing a fair number of Roaches and Lings during all of this. 6 more Roaches in production, actually 10 more Roaches as he's really amping up the production to try and stop this push.
And this push is inbound. Now, again, Roach Ravager probably better at fighting in this moment. But let's see how Maru's control is. He does a great split. He avoids the corrosive Biles. Tank's not sieged up yet in the back, excuse me. He's going to finally get those up. The arc from Maru looking really good. He could basically use this doodad in the middle of the map and this hatchery at the top to make an inconvenient point of entry.
Yeah,
the hatchery goes down.
This is Maru taking advantage of that 1-1 timing attack. Right now as 1-1 finishes here for Zerg, you can see the Roaches and the Ravagers trading a little bit better, but too much momentum has been growing behind Maru. At this point now, he does have to lift up and move away, but he's already been able to take out so much. I'm actually surprised they sieged up those tanks instead of just lifting and bailing out. I thought for sure he was done.
It seemed like a bit of a win more move. So he actually escapes to safety, pulls away, and Dark's going to have to reset on his 4th base. Now, this is kind of a textbook TVZ right now with the Zerg beginning to lose. Is if the Terran can push the 4th base, it's a problem. He even scans here. He confirms, is that the 4th base and where's the tech? And sometimes a game will just kind of repeat like this. Terran will come in again, take out the 4th base again, as Terran at some point in time takes his own 4th. And eventually the Zerg is just 2 behind, and the game kind of, you know, sorts itself out. Let's see if it's going to be the case this time around.
Last time Maru was able to capitalize on the 1-1 upgrade timing here against Dark, but moving forward, he's going to have a very large window where 2-2 is done, and Dark is just woefully behind as these Queens actually able to focus down one of the medevacs. Some nice damage. The Spore almost hidden by the Overlords.
Yeah,
as now the Marines have dropped in. First Viper is coming out, gathering energy from the Hive. Maru tries to retreat. That medevac barely able to survive.
The 2-2 is done. I thought that would eventually be a push, but he picked it up and did a little bit of a drop. Maru is still continuing to grow. He's got a really healthy amount of barracks.
Yeah, he's already up on 8 racks with a 4th command center planted. Morphing into a planetary fortress now as 3-3 starts up. And Maru's been able to put on enough pressure here on Dark that Dark hasn't been able to capitalize on the Hive tech too much. He only really has gotten these 2 Vipers out. Besides that, not much in terms of upgrades coming through for Dark or high-tech units. So Maru once again pushing into the 4th base.
Okay, he's going to move in here now. And the tanks are going to siege up. They're in a great position here. He's not able to get in range. We see the Marines wrap around the bottom here. And at this point in time, if Dark can't save this base, he's going to be in huge trouble. It's going to be 4 bases to 3. The Hydras are going to come in here, but there's so many tanks. Reinforcements in the bottom as well.
Maru did such a good job of sniping that first Viper and then using the Marines to basically act as a meat shield for the tanks while also zoning away the second Viper from getting a Blinding Cloud done. And that allowed Maru to really get a good trade coming in here. And now with the reinforcements streaming in, I'm wondering if Dark is going to be able to capitalize on this. Yes, he did hold, but Maru has so much economy behind him. 30 Marines on the map, 8 medevacs, so a ton of healing, whereas Dark is basically stuck on Roach Ravager.
Yeah, he's basically trapped on this tech for the time being. He's not able to get much done. Another pickup over here. Now, again, Dark is surviving, but he is not growing. The pressure from Maru is continuing to come in and come back out.
The game quieting down now for a moment, but you can see just how strapped Dark is, trying to get something done here. He's only on 67 drones to the 83 of Maru.
He's going to be down here in the bottom. Oh, hold on. He's got to actually pick those up or stim away. Now the 5th base at 6 o'clock is being taken. We can see at this point in time, Dark has got enough on the map that he can kind of push the Terran away. Terran's going to regroup, but Dark needs to start growing. He does still have that fighting comp. Remember, he was getting the missile upgrades. He's continuing to get those. So the armor and the missile upgrades are really paying off against the 1-1 that are the 1-1 upgrades, then 2-2, and eventually 3-3 that Terran's getting. But look at another command center in the bottom left. Maru's reach is getting out of hand. It may become less about these pushes and more about the fact that he's just going to be too big. He can have too many pushes back to back to back to back.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Maru's about to be on 6 bases against a 4-base Zerg. And it doesn't matter that Dark is trading efficiently like this if he can't eventually close the gap economically here with Maru, who's on 86 SCVs right now. Really, the only advantage Dark has is in his army. So he's going to try and capitalize right now in this moment, moving cross-map for this push.
Okay, the tanks are going to siege up. This is a pretty tough area for these Hydras to get in. The 2 tanks at the bottom are targeted, and it looks like some are picked off. A great harpoon in there, pulls that tank forward.
Oh, great Viper usage, and still a lot of energy left in the bank here for Dark. His economy's been falling behind, but he has just enough army to breach this position, and maybe Maru has spread himself a little bit too thin. Tasteless, the 4th base, it is lifting up, and Dark might be able to breach the natural expansion.
And now we can see that these command centers that look genius are starting to look pretty bad. I mean, he just doesn't have anything back at home, and I think the Dark can basically move in towards the infrastructure, not play whack-a-mole and denying bases, and instead just move into the heart, go for the kill, take out the organs of the Terran's base.
And in a game where Maru was growing too fast to keep pace with, Dark somehow is able to turn it on its head by capitalizing with his huge army advantage. So many SCVs falling. Eventually this force in Maru's natural will get cleaned up, but what a devastating blow to Maru's economy.
Yeah, Maru going to barely survive. He's sub 100 supply. Meanwhile, the extra command centers, you know, that there's no SCVs over there. Remember that you can ramp up supply very quickly with Roach Ravager. Maru's going to be out on the map. He's going to stay active. only having bases lining the bottom. Can he recover at this point in time? Or is Dark going to be able to muster another attack in that may be fatal for Maru?
Yeah, Dark has made this a game again, but now the roles have almost reversed, where it's Dark who is growing out of hand at 75 workers, but Maru, even though his army supply is a little bit lower, the force he has on the ground is better. He has a ton of ghosts in this mix, and enough medevacs to lift up his entire bio ball should he take a bad engagement, which means, really from Maru's perspective, unless something tragic happens, he's only going to take wins. This situation, just lift up, get out of that position. Only take trades that are going to be good here for you is Maru.
Wow, he's going to siege there. So he decides that he can just put that down, try to hold that foothold, and move out a little bit further. There's going to be a couple more Vipers, and you want to be careful when you have these tanks sieged up on the ground. Obviously, they become easy targets for Viper Roach Ravager, or sorry, a Viper Roach Hydra, excuse me. You just get the kill and you run right back away again.
Man, and Dark with that push. Maru did a fantastic job stabilizing. We basically normalized this game now, Tasteless, where Dark has a slight edge economically, even though Maru has that sneaky gold base in the bottom left. And honestly, I don't think Dark has any idea. I think that he senses something is wrong, and that's why he's now sending units into that corner to see exactly what's going on. At last, with a unit on the Zelnaga Watchtower, the expansion is revealed. So Dark now knows exactly the situation that he's in. I feel like Dark might have thought he was a little bit more ahead, so this might take him aback a bit.
Maru does this sometimes where he just takes these periphery bases, and people kind of expect in a tournament you're going to play very straight up. But yeah, I mean, look, you hide a base and just it's up for a couple minutes. You're going to drink in a lot of the resources there. And your opponent might not have the full information, so they're going to perceive themselves in a maybe an advantageous position when actually they're behind, and they need to start to figure out what they got to do to get back ahead.
Well, Dark now moving into the center of the map. Seems like he has his eyes set on that gold base. And with Maru roaming all the way on the right side, this might become a pretty tricky situation. Nidus Network popping in the main base here of Maru. Maru, has he noticed? Yes, he does. Sending those medevacs to drop on that Nidus Canal. Meanwhile, Dark taking down this gold base.
And he's going to be able to kill this just in time. Man, Maru is so fast. He's so good at doing moves like that. Meanwhile, there's a small force of Marines, Marauders, and Ghosts moving up to the top spot on the map.
I love this Nidus Canal. All the way at the 12 o'clock here for Dark, by the way. Filling up with lurkers. Oh, great bungle, too, to slow down this push coming in from Maru. That's exactly the time that Dark needed to get these lurkers out on the map, and they still haven't vacated. That Nidus Canal only just now emerging. Snipes do come in, a couple of lurkers go down, but Dark is taking bases out on Maru's side of the map.
Man, I mean, right now Maru's down to 4 bases. I think this could be an overextension. Oh, beautiful blinding cloud. I couldn't have been more wrong. He takes the tank out.
Dark spellcasting control just absolutely out of the world in this game. I mean, this is so good here for Dark.
Here we go again. Is Maru going to see this in time? I think he might be distracted. It's halfway done.
He hasn't reacted yet. I'm watching the mini-map. There's a lot of lurkers in this Nidus Canal right now, Tasteless, and not a lot of reinforcements coming out of these barracks. Maru's actually supply blocked because he lost the command centers. He can't train units to reinforce. The lurkers get on top of all the production. This could be a huge blow.
There's just nowhere to go. This tank is going to be picked off. And he could just basically completely destroy the turret from the inside out.
Another fungal landing on all of those ghosts, getting them nice and weak here for the rest of the army here of Dark. Another reburrow on the lurkers as more units emerge from the Nidus Canals, and Maru's basically just going to evacuate this base. He's going to try and rebuild, he's going to try and salvage the situation, but after losing so many expansions and now the tech and the production in the main, I feel like Dark has him exactly where he wants him.
Sometimes this is, impossible for Terrence to recover from. He's going to have to completely lay out a new configuration for his infrastructure. The lurkers can burrow over here, maybe even threaten some of the SCVs that are mining at this base. Now it's going to be Terran mining on 2 bases. Nowhere comfortable to produce. A big counterattack is inbound, but we all see the supplies it's so low here for Maru.
Yeah, even the army supply only at 74. 3 factories in production as the Nidus Canal now being used to reinforce here at that base. Maru does take the expansion out, so he is hurting the economy of Dark a little bit, but there's just so much left here on the ground. More parasitic bombs getting dropped, those medevacs falling in the center of the map. And I feel like Maru is starting to breathe his last couple of breaths.
I don't see any way Maru can recover.
This command center also getting attacked. over at the 3 o'clock position. More lurkers coming in. Dark plays such a lurker-heavy style, but he makes it work. What an insane game. A game where Maru was expanding so much faster than Zerg, was running away with this thing economically, and Dark, in one attack, able to turn the game on its head, equalize. And then one Nidus Canal in the main base is enough to completely change the momentum.
I gotta say, Dark is just playing on a level that I cannot believe. He's looking better than ever. From going Ling Roach and then bailing when he realized he's not 1,000% this is going to work, to the way he was able to hit different locations. By the way, he missed that gold base for a while, so he was in a really bad spot. Able to hit a couple different locations and then use Blinding Cloud, Roach, a couple lurkers, and Hydras to kind of just break spots that otherwise, you know, Zergs would never engage with. And then the second Nidus in the main. Guys, we'll be right back. Short break. Don't go away.
Nothing to conquer, burning bright. I don't follow directions, I don't take your advice. I got my own obsession, I ignite. Here I come, make no mistake, can't stop this anyway. My fire, I'm out making my I'm out taking my shot. I don't care if you're with me, ready or not. I see everyone watching. I'm like sun in their eyes. While the critics are talking, I ignite. Here I come, make no mistake. You can't stop this anyway. My fire.
GSL을 구성하고 있는 보는 사람들, 준비하는 사람들, 열심히 했던 선수들 모든 분들 통틀어서 전부 다 함께 해주셔서 감사합니다. 막 약간 이런 느낌이죠. 그런 걸 주고 싶어요.
김준호 선수한테 스마일상 주고 싶습니다. 이기든 지든 뭐 기분 좋든 안 좋든 항상 웃고 계시고 옆에 있으면 되게 저까지 좀 기분 좋아지는 그런 느낌이 있어서
현우에게 웃음상이라고 하면 이상하네. 리액션상을 주도록 하겠습니다. 항상 엄청난 리액션으로 저희에게 재미를 주기 때문에
I think we gotta give it to Dark. Most strong and most biggest. He's pumped, you know? And maybe Stats. I like Stats laughing. It's always fun.
저는 저한테 공룡상을 좀 주고 싶네요. 저보다 오래 한 스타트 선수가 없기도 하잖아요. 뭐 조성주 빼면 없는데 조성주도 데뷔로 따지면 제가 먼저거든요. GSL 경기에서 제가 또 앞경기여서 이 정도는 역사라고 해도 될 것 같아요.
윤수 형한테는 수고 많았어 상 주고 싶고 그냥 빛낸 사람 중 한 명이지 않을까 해가지고 상징적인 사람이잖아요.
조성주 선수에게 GSL 고트상 드리겠습니다. 제 입장에서는 자랑스럽게 낸 건 아니고 아무래도 조성주 선수가 GSL을 가장 빛내지 않았나.
게임 실력이나 이제 비주얼적인 면모나 좀 귀여운 외모로 이제 또 GSL 팬분들의 마음을 또 사로잡은 성주를 큐티상 주고 싶습니다.
저한테 줘도 돼요? 병렬이한테 열정상? 솔직히 이제 전역하고 의지를 보여주는 게 저는 정말 대단하다고 생각을 해가지고 선수들한테 굳이 주고 싶지 않은데 저는 제작진분들에게 이제 드리도록 하겠습니다.
상을 뭘 드려야 될지 모르겠어요. 제가 상을 받아본 적이 없어서. 지금까지 이렇게 할 수 있게 계속 열어주시고 신경 써주시고 좋게 만들어주셔서 너무 감사하다고 감사상을 드리고 싶습니다.
사실 GSL 진짜 중계진분들 진짜 너무 고생 많이 하셔가지고
아무래도 좀 다른 게임들처럼 이렇게 엄청 인기가 많거나 그런 게임이 아닌데 항상 열정을 다해서 최고의 중계를 해주는 모습이 정말 멋있는 것 같습니다. 최고의 중계인상 부르도록 하겠습니다.
이 정도로 되게 GSL 사랑해 주시는구나도 느껴지고 저희랑 같이 또 늙어 가잖아요. 인생을 이렇게 서로 공유하는 것 같아가지고 대단들 하시다고 느껴지고
브레이킹을 보면은 GSL 팬분들한테 가장 많은 사랑을 받은 것 같아요. 해설할 때도 사실 잘 듣고 있다고 항상 고맙다고 해주시는 팬분들이 많았어가지고 그럴 때마다 좀 감동을 많이 느껴서서
지금까지 이렇게 10년 넘게 거의 지금 11년 됐나요? 지금까지도 이렇게 좋아해 주시는 모습을 보면 제 스스로 계속 되돌아볼 수 있는 그런 시간들을 많이 갖게 될 수 있어서 너무 감사드리고 저에게 있어서는 되게 왕 같은 존재이시기 때문에 팬분들께 술 한 잔 드리고 싶습니다.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to go on to game number 2. Start number 3. That was well, guys. Can we start the whole show over? This is terrible.
We'll want a mulligan.
I'm off to a terrible start. Game number 3. Look, Dark. He just went 2-0, and I gotta say, he looks crazy good. The predictions that I had, that I think a lot of people had, that Maru should kind of coast through this. Maybe it's close, but it's going to be another Maru victory, easy peasy. Not looking like it. I mean, Dark literally is 2 wins away from taking it.
Dark is playing so smart right now that it's almost hard to put into words. The way that he scouted in game number 1 exactly the build that Maru was going for with his speedlings, and just devised the perfect counter to decapitate him at the natural expansion. And then in game number 2, he goes for this same kind of Ling Roach Ravager timing attack that he was able to use to defeat Cure in game 1 and game 2. And then he realizes it's not going to work, and he plays a totally different game from behind. He just recognizes exactly what his windows are to win, and he seizes the moment. And that's how you become a champion, especially against a player like Maru. Dark now leading this series 2-0. Can he keep the ball rolling, or is Maru going to fight back? Our game is loaded up. Let's go into match number 3.
Okay, going into game number 3 here, or as I said at the start of this, game number 2. I don't know what happened there, guys.
Protoss players really don't know how to count tasteless.
I need my game counting abacus out now. Got some cheers here in the audience.
Yeah, I hope you guys could hear that. That is loud.
It's really exciting to see that this is a 2-0 for Dark right now. You know, if it was like a 2-0 for Maru, it's business as usual. But I gotta say, man, GSL.
Ooh, he's got a dark. That card is going to rise in value so fast if he 4-0s Maru.
Yes.
Collector's item right there.
Yes, we are giving stuff away, I believe, to guests of the show here, people that got tickets. By the way, it's going to be the early Reaper Rush, third hatch control play probably. Although then again, we did see Cure do some weird stuff. There might be something new cooking in the meta right now that we don't know about. So, you know, going into this, I got to say, it's not the protracted, long, dramatic exhaust play that I'm used to seeing. And maybe that's because we didn't get to the late game or the end game, right? But I'm not used to, in the last couple of years, Zerg's just pounding Terrans into submission. Doesn't it feel like if you go back and look at TVZ over the past couple of years, it was a lot more of Terrans trying to stop Zergs, and Zergs either got too out of hand, too big to fail, so to speak, that there was just no way to win unless you were to try that novel approach Maru had, which is like, I'm just going to take the last base, you're going to mine out before me because you're Zerg expand before Terran, and win that way. But Dark seems to have a very tactical style. He comes in, he punishes, he hits the right locations, and basically disrupts and hiccups the Terran while they're in their process, and just ends the game outright.
Dark has done such a good job of finding ways to break Maru, and that is not an easy task. Maru is one of the most resilient players of all time. I mean, it's either him or Cyril in my book. Some nice early Reaper control by Maru, by the way. Gets one drone, almost gets the second one in the natural expansion, but the kind of attacks that Dark is coming with are just so exciting to watch, because you can just see Maru trying to play his game, trying to build up. Oh, hold that thought, actually, as 3 Reapers jump into the main base and then quickly jump back. Always love this little game of cat and mouse with the Reapers in the early game TBZ. But just the fact that Dark is able to identify these weaknesses and just completely send it when he needs to. Like the Queen Ling drop in game number 1 or in game number 2. The fact that Maru had just grown so out of proportion to the Zerg. It was, what, like 6 bases to 4 at some stage? And the only advantage Dark had was that his army was better. And he didn't wait, he didn't bide his time, he didn't try and pick off one base and then move on to the next one. He went into the heart of the beast. He attacked into the 3rd base, he attacked into the natural expansion, and he got so much damage done that the game was able to equalize, and he played from that position so well. It's not something you usually see in Korean ZVT, honestly. Just how clever the tactics have been from Dark, especially in this series against Maru. I was already impressed with the way he was able to beat Cure 3-1. I thought that series was also going to go the distance.
For sure, yeah.
He's just playing out of his mind today.
So, we have a Roach Warren coming down here. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to be any kind of rush. I'd be a little bit surprised, honestly, if it was. But let's see.
I think it might be. We're at 39
It is
drones.
3C again, yeah. It's a very low worker count. And I don't know. I mean, Dark seems to be doing this, and Terrans are dying to it. So I don't know what you want me to tell you. Here are the Roaches now. Interesting to see this kind of shift of Zergs just looking for the weak points of the Terran. It was always the opposite in the matchup. You know, it was always Zergs growing and Terrans trying to poke holes in it, punish transitions, stuff like that. We're in a different world right now with Dark versus Maru. And again, Dark's already halfway there. He took down Cure. He's halfway to defeating Maru. In fact, as far as we're concerned right now, Cure did a better job versus all this. I don't believe this will get there before Stim's done, by the way, in case you're wondering. But this is going to hit hard. And keep in mind, when you do the Reaper opening, you have your 2 barracks at the entrance, as well as the factory. So, like, if you hit the natural, in a lot of ways, you hit the main as well.
Yeah, but similar to the previous game, we do have Banshees out here for Maru. The thing is that Dark is committing way harder this time than previously. He's only at 39 drones right now, which is a very low count. Bile's now raining down. He's trying to get Stim. Stim is very close to completion. I don't think he's going to get the cancel, and yeah, it just finishes in the nick of time.
Yeah, but he does kill some workers in the process. He's hiding these Lings in the back.
Yeah, he's trying to break down the wall, and then he reveals the Lings with the Ling Flood.
He's not showing them yet. He's going to try to tiptoe in. Oh my God, almost gets that Banshee.
All right, it's time, Taste, as the Lings now flooding into the natural expansion. More Lings and Ravagers in production, so the aggression is not going to stop here. But I feel like Maru is just playing this so passively back on the ramp. It's hard for Dark to move up into the main base.
Yeah, he can't quite get inside the main.
That Banshee's so close to getting taken out by Biles. It's on basically 1 HP.
But Maru manages to push down the ramp. So much damage getting dealt here. The Ling numbers are starting to thin out. Drones now being made here out of the larva back at home. And so, look, Maru takes a bit of a beating, and yes, Dark is going to explode in drones, putting him at about 12 workers ahead. Obviously, the third command center can't be used other than to land mules and make SCVs, so you can't have a third base yet. I still think this is pretty good for Dark.
Yeah, I would say that Maru is ahead, but we have seen Dark already in this series play for positions that are pretty much equivalent to this one. So I would absolutely not take him out. Link coming into the natural expansion, just getting an idea of exactly what Maru is up to. Does spot one of the Banshees moving out as two Cloak Banshees get ready to roam into the third base here of Zerg. Spore Crawler's nearly complete. We'll see how many drones actually do fall. Very similar to game number 2, Dark is going to be playing from a pretty significant upgrade deficit here in game 3 as a result of going for this Roach Ravager Link timing attack. Oh, they can trade out some HP for some drones if Maru wants to, but he's playing this so conservatively.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great move here from Maru. Just try to get something done with these Banshees that did save the day back at home. He could even get a snipe on this Queen. Nice transfuse, but not another transfuse in sight. 1-1's done, by the way, and the third base is up and running. Now, keep in mind that Dark does not have a fourth. He's doing another rush into the missile and armor upgrades. So it's another version of that battle Zerg we were talking about, you know. Tough roaches, tough lurkers, tough hydras, blinding clouds to help. A little bit like the very, very old school StarCraft 1 kind of Hydra Defiler lurker style that kind of goes in and out. It's generally not trendy in StarCraft 1, but it's reminiscent of that.
Yeah, but this time here against Maru, Dark committed even harder to the push and really didn't get that much done. He didn't deny Sim, he didn't kill that many SCVs, he didn't whittle down the Terran army that much. And he still sustained a lot of drone damage back at home. Even now, the drone kills are piling up. The word counts are basically even, despite the fact that Dark tried his best to drone like a madman after his timing attack failed. So I'm a little bit worried here for Dark. Given the upgrade deficit, 1-1 is about to finish here, so there is a chance, if he's able to buy some time, that things will equalize. But the standing army for Dark is so weak, and also the Queen's getting isolated. This is just a heartbreaker for Zerg.
It was a great bait with the Banshees. The Banshees look soft enough that maybe the Queens can fight them, and then they get pinned there by the army. Beautifully done. Now the push is going to come in here.
Oh, what a bungle coming in from Dark! He gets basically every single Marine. The second fungal also very good, but still, I mean, the standing army for Maru is so strong. He's somehow able to trade out almost cost efficiently despite those magical fungals.
Reinforcements are here. The Banshee's going to come in and cause a bit of a headache, but look, I mean, the attack was shut down.
That fungal was insane tasteless.
It's this style that from the Zerg that doesn't really force the Zerg to try to buy time and muster an overwhelming amount. It's just a series of abilities chained together that then punish the Terran.
Yeah, the final Banshee finally getting taken out. It's going to make things a little bit easier here for Dark. As Maru spots the fourth base timing coming in. And Dark is one of the best Zergs in the world at dealing with these very weird situations where you're low economy, you have kind of a non-ideal set of units, like Infestors with Roaches and a handful of Queens, and still making magic happen. And right now he's making 3 more Infestors, one of them burrowed. The center of the map. I feel like this fourth base is almost certainly going to be canceled, and indeed it is. And Dark once again needs a really good fungal if he wants to win the next fight, because his army supply, although it looks even with Terran, it's basically just roaches. It is 15 roaches and a handful of Infestors. That is it for Dark.
Okay, another little attack in here. He's going to get the deny on this base, killing both the Infestor and the Hatchery, even the Overlord. And Maru's taking his fourth base at 6 o'clock. Now, right now it's still Dark defending. If Dark shuts down a series of attacks, it's going to be a different story. But for now, we need to see, can Dark continue to grow? Because otherwise, Maru's going to outgrow him.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Oh, what a huge fungal. Again, he gets Medivacs and Bio, but is it going to be enough? There's only 22 roaches on the ground, a handful of Ravagers. As Maru's getting ready to push into 2 different locations with 2-2 upgrades done.
Oh, another nice fungal catches some of these Marines on the ground.
These fungals are just insane from Dark. I cannot believe he is making these fights happen with, honestly, such a weak army composition. But
that's going to be
GG's call.
Makes it work.
Dark tried his best. Those were some heroic fungals, but he was just so far behind Maru. There really isn't too much you can do. And I like the decision, by the way, to tap out right there, because sometimes when you play a best of series like this one, best of 7, momentum can build very quickly. And for Dark in the booth right now, if he knows that he's going to lose, you don't want to give Maru a couple more minutes of momentum building where he just feels like he's on fire, he feels like he can take you down, and he knows he's going to win.
Look at Maru.
You want to try and snatch that away as quickly as possible. I think Maru may be giggling a little bit about those fungals. Is if he allows those fungals to occur in an even game, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But of course, Dark after that early attack was pretty far behind.
You know, it was an interesting game. I think we saw the attack come in from Dark, and I think Maru handled it perfectly by just staying at the ramp. It's interesting that he didn't lift off everything right away either. He kind of kept producing, kind of forcing you to engage fully with the structures on the ground instead of the vulnerability at the ramp. And it was a game where Maru was able to kind of navigate that back into pushes, into attacks, and I think that even though Maru was going for that same style, and Dark going for the same style here, Maru was ahead enough he could just kind of make it work. But we're going to go to Site Delta now as we go into game number 4. Dark up 2-1 here. Let's see who takes the next one.
All right, game number 4. Dark leading 2-1. Spawning in the top left is the blue Zerg Maru. Bottom right is the red Terran on Site Delta. We've seen Dark go back into the well for that Road Ravager Ling timing a lot so far today. Twice against Kira now, twice against Maru. He's 3-1 with it so far, but I feel like Maru's doing a really good job of holding on now. Even in the previous game, the one that Dark won on Golden Aura, it wasn't because of the push, it's because of the follow-up plays that Dark was able to make in the mid-game and the late game.
Yeah, you know, it's cool to see that even versus Maru, he's willing to try that Ravager Ling Roach style. That, again, I thought was kind of dated, but apparently not. Although I guess the ideas with it are very new, because if you do this double barracks on the low ground style, or at your expansion, really, I guess there's low ground below that, but you know what I'm saying. That there's another measure of punishment because production and the expansion are going to be hit.
Yeah, as soon as you breach that wall, suddenly you're in the worker line and you're on top of the production buildings.
But imagine you don't go for Banshees. Yeah. Then, I mean, what now, right? Anyways, I mean, Dark still likes this kind of armor missile upgrade style. Not someone who's probably going to be reliant on Ultralisks in the end game, even like an Ultralisk Rush, since you're not really upgrading into it.
I think we might see him go into that if he has a really good early and mid game. With how fast his hive timings have been, because the +1 melee attack upgrades, they don't make too much of a difference with the Ultras. Of course, not as much as a unit like the Ling, of course. So I can see Dark just trying to leverage the armor upgrade advantage with Ultras as the backbone of his army, should the game go down that path. By the way, is Reaper getting so much damage on those Lings? It's a miracle none of them have died.
Yeah, Dark's control has been really good at clicking these Lings away. Wow, dude, he is godlike. Look at this.
Oh my
goodness,
you're kidding me.
He's so good. Back at home, the third CC starts. Yeah, so it's going to be 3 commands. Again, you know, I wonder, will Dark do this again? This has been probably the biggest theme out of all the games we've had today. We've had a lot of TVZs, and it just seems like, hold up, Reapers are going to come in here.
Ooh, Queens almost getting one. That grenade almost pushed it into range.
So I was just saying, like, you know, it does seem like it's a theme today that Zerg rushes kind of plowing through the entrance. They're back in style.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that Kira and Maru both kind of play the same very greedy style quite often in TBZ. We've seen it time and time again in GSL over multiple seasons where They are not ashamed to go for about as fast a third CC as possible and about as fast a double engineering bay behind that as possible before teching up. And so for Dark to come in here with some builds that are basically concocted to kind of break that shell of Terran and really punish the greed, I think it's a smart choice. And I'm wondering the same thing as you. Is Dark going to go back to it at least one more time this series? I think there's a very good chance. Maybe not this game, but later on.
So we've got more drones being cranked out. Zerg is setting up shop over at the third base. The Reaper Hellions are going to be out on the map trying to clear the creep. I don't expect any diving or anything like that. As Dark's going to be running pretty solid defense here, just making sure they can't get too much done. We've got a couple of links being made, but this isn't indicative of a rush. This is just enough in case he does have to engage with these. He could try to fight him.
Yeah, some nice control there by Dark, pulling the low HP Queen back.
Here's the double Evo chamber as well.
And this time with no Roach Warren, by the way, Tasteless.
That's
right.
right.
It is just pure Ling.
So we'll see if the Roach Warren is thrown down a little bit later on. He might just be trying to get as many upgrades as possible.
And one of the reasons why a lot of these mid-game fights haven't been so good for Dark over the course of this series, even though he's leading 2-1, is because generally speaking, the upgrade advantage has been so much in favor of Maru. But here in game number 4, Dark actually starting 1-1 before Maru's begun his. Those engineering bays only just now about to finish. And it will be a Baneling's Nest, by the way, for Dark. We saw that in the natural expansion with melee attack upgrade. So a different style of Zerg coming here. On-site Delta. And this is the kind of build that if Dark throws down an Infestation Pit, actually hold that thought, as there's only one Queen to protect, but Maru does not want to dive down on that third base. If Dark throws down this Infestation Pit as soon as the lair is done, we might see another Ultralisk Rush type of build.
Let's see if he goes for that here. Couple more Lings being made. These are really just for defensive measures. And, Maru, if he angles it right, he can always punish these drones that are out here, like at the extractor. And so far, he's got to get a couple of them.
Surprisingly, no Queen in the main base there.
Yeah, it was pretty vacant, wasn't it? Some Lings are going to come down here and hit these SCVs. So, nice little kill. And he'll run right back out. 4 base to 3 base. So, possibly a game where we're going to just see Maru try to do a push onto the 4th.
Dark once again being a little bit greedy here with the Spore Crawler timings. Maybe wasn't expecting the Cloak Banshee off the back of the 2 barracks opening. Typically in TBZ, it's done after a 1-1-1 with a 3CC.
Right. Although I guess with the amount of times we've seen the rushes to Terran bases, I guess we probably will have Banshees every game here if I had to guess.
Yeah, we'll certainly be seeing a lot of them. There's a lot of links. Oh, the wall is down. Maru is not paying attention. He's microing the Banshee, and now these links flooding into the natural expansion. That siege tank's certainly going to be going down at the ramp. More links flooding in. 1-1 is done, by the way, so they should be melting these SCVs in the main base, even with just a small number of Zerglings.
Kind of crazy to see Maru actually miss that moment. A very cheap and effective run by here. Really big punish. Now 1-1 for Terran is going to be finishing. The 5th base starts for Zerg. I mean, Terran is all the way back at home.
Yeah, and this 5th base, I think, isn't even really an economic play. It's more about just getting more larvae for the Lings as they once again stream into the 3rd base this time. 6 SCVs in total going down during all of this, and Dark has traded a relatively small number of Zerglings for a siege tank, for stims on the bio, costing medevac energy, and a fair number of SCVs, both in the main base and in the natural expansion, I believe. And Tace, as that Hive is coming in, it's already about a 1/3 of the way done. We might see Ultras this game.
I think it might be right, State. Oh my God. Okay, I was going to say, if this one Ling sees it's down and the rest come back in. It's one of those moments the Lings are just going to be right-clicked onto the medevacs. He's going to be following them wherever they go. Oh boy, does he have Burrow yet?
It's about to finish.
Okay, well, this wall is going to be very helpful. They don't really get much done. Only 2 SCVs go down. Now look, Dark is in a spot where he's looking really healthy. He's got 5 and now 6. The 12 o'clock spot is being expanded into. Marines are going to try to shut that down, and they do for a second, but Zerg can retake this. The point in case is that growth is getting out of control here for Dark. Dark is looking really strong. He's gobbling up the map, and Terran is still in kind of a rallying mode, trying to get as many attacking units out to start pushes. He's buying time with drops, harassing. He did deny the 12 o'clock base temporarily, but we need to see a push.
Yeah, here at 8:30, we already have the Ultralisk Cavern coming in, now at 8:50, but the Hive is done so quick. Adrenal and Ultra gonna be the play here for Dark. And there are just so many Lings on the map, and they're so well upgraded, especially once 2-2 and Adrenal Glands finish here for Dark, that I'm not sure Maru's gonna be able to really get too much done. Let's look at this Infestor. It's almost like a High Templar at a PVT, just basically anchoring this position. Because if Maru runs in, if he gets fungled again, like the way that he did in the previous couple of games, then suddenly he's losing a huge chunk of bio.
Okay, the medevacs, I mean, they're definitely a nuisance. You have to get in there, you have to deny them from getting too many kills on any workers, but at the same time, I mean, look, Terran's just now taking the 4th base at 6 o'clock. Supplies are fairly even. Oh my God.
I can't believe we didn't have the fungal.
That's like they both missed it. What is going on?
I mean, Dark has a lot going on right now. He's trying to chase other medevacs around the map as well. But 3-3 already starting here for the Zerg. Oh, there's the fungal, this time without the Queens. And Maru back at home, by the way, has been quietly changing his army composition to try and adjust for what Dark is doing. He's going for 3 Widow Mines at a time out of these 2 factories with Drilling Claws. So he really needs some consistent splash damage to connect with these Zerglings if he wants to be able to survive the onslaught of 151 Lings that are on the map right now.
Okay, we've got a drop coming in here. We saw Maru miss the lift on the depot. Is he going to notice this one as well? He does.
Yeah, lightning quick reactions there for Maru, pulling the SUVs and stimming the Marines.
Now the Hellbats are going to push up.
Hellbat's a nice addition coming in right now. Dark also going to be hitting the 3rd base of Terran. There's not a lot to protect these siege tanks, even though there's another siege tank on the high ground. A lot of SCVs should fall here.
Oh my God, it's a big massacre down here. The Banes are going to come up. They'll detonate on the Widow Mines. 15 SCVs killed so far. The depot isn't raised.
Yeah, the Banelings and Lings now coming into the natural expansion. 25 SCVs falling already, but Dark did lose a base in the bottom left, and now Maru is working his way all the way to the 9 o'clock expansion. But Banelings streaming in. Maru has to lift off. And Maru's economy is getting slaughtered right now. 37 SCVs have fallen, and these are 3-3 Lings.
And I mean, it's not like he's done with this attack. Dark is going to keep coming here. He's going to keep doing damage. The Lings are so robust right now, and there's many more Banelings coming in. I mean, he might be able to actually just get up the ramp again. Oh. He's going to deny 3-3.
Oh, he's denying 3-3. These Lings actually just 2-2, but they feel like 3-3 with Adrenal done. They're getting so much damage on the Terran. The Planetary Fortress is going to fall to the Ling Baneling. And Maru, he's lost all momentum. 41 SCVs. He has just a handful of Marines on the map, and we have 3 Ultras about to pop.
It's like Dark has figured Maru out right now. This is a completely different alternative style, and it's working perfectly. There's literally just 2 landed command centers right now. SCVs are scrambling to just find mineral patches to start to return to. 3-3 about to actually be done. GG. Dark takes game 4. That was insane.
Wow.
I can't believe what I'm seeing here.
Dark is playing so well right now that Maru almost feels solved.
Maru looks weak. It's weird.
We don't usually see this from Maru. He's one of the most resilient players in the world. You don't see him die like that against basically any Zerg except maybe Serral.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, Dark, not just with one style, not just with one build order, not just with one trick. He's got the full range of play. Once he gets solved, he switches right into the next style. It's working perfectly. And it just doesn't seem like whatever Maru's got right now is going to be enough.
Dark is just playing out of his mind right now, leading the series 3-1. Guys, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the GSL finals will continue. We'll see you soon.
was born feet in the dust. I built my reputation, fought for recognition. I was raised an underdog, would take any evasion, and without hesitation. I've been there, I saw what you saw, and I felt what you felt. And I won't let nobody say you don't deserve this. Step by step, I will be there so you'll never be lonely. I will teach you all I know. And if I have to, I will lift myself up to the heavens. I'll take you out of hell. No matter where you wanna go, I will help you all I can. And it won't be long till you fly away. I was raised an underdog, would take any evasion, and without hesitation. I was born feet in the dust. I built my reputation, fought for recognition. I've been there, I saw what you saw, and I felt what you felt. And I won't let nobody say you don't deserve this. Step by step, I will be there so you'll never be lonely. I will teach you all I know. And if I have to, I will lift myself up to the heavens. I'll take you out of hell. No matter where you wanna go, I will help you all I can. And it won't be long till you fly away. Let's go. I'm gonna fight to keep my head high, chasing the light, the darkness hides. Out of the flames I rise, 'cause only the strong survive.
Welcome back, everybody. The predictions could not have been more off. Right now, it's Dark up 3-1. And honestly, I mean, he's making it look easy. He's got a range of different styles. He is, in many of these games, in control of the Terran. It's a bit of a role reversal from a lot of the TVZ we're used to seeing, where, you know, the Zerg is just on the receiving end, trying to barely hold off attacks, only to grow a little bit more until they're out of hand. Instead, it's really the Zerg shutting the Terran down. The Zerg hitting enough locations, the Zerg punishing the Terran every step they try to take that would put them further ahead.
Dark has been playing some of the best Zerg versus Terran that we have seen in the GSL in years. I mean, it is phenomenal what he is doing on this stage against Maru right now. The fact that he is able to come through with so many quick adaptations to the tactics that Maru is using, to the builds that Maru is going for, and the fact that he has Maru, of all people, on the back foot, game after game after game. It's something we never see happen in the GSL, at least not in the modern history of GSL, through Maru's reign of dominance. But here we are, Dark now one map win away from stealing a GSL trophy from the king of the GSL. Can he close it out here, or is Maru gonna fight back? Let's go into game number 5.
Okay, we've got Dark here in the bottom left, Maru in the top right. And, you know, look, I think there's a real world where Maru can come back. It just, we don't ever get to talk about Maru in this position to begin with. You know, pretty much every finals that Maru has won, by the way, we're getting some cheers here in the audience, support for both sides. Every game we cast to Maru, it's almost always from the position of him already being ahead, him already looking strong, maybe having a 1 to 2 game lead. And it's weird. It's weird seeing him down like this. It's weird saying even the phrase, you know, can Maru come back? But here we are. Now, in this game, it's going to be double proxy racks Reaper, I believe.
Yeah, the second barracks proxied outside the third base of Dark. There isn't a third barracks being made in the natural wall in here for Maru.
I guess this is a variation of the build that we saw earlier.
Oh my God.
What?
Dark is inside Maru's head right now.
Dude, right
this is
now,
crazy.
Dark is inside the Matrix. No, he is the architect of the Matrix right now. Well, hold on. Is he not going to get this?
No, he can't. Not from that position.
Well, still. The fact that he found that is crazy to me. The idea would be that you would get another Reaper there a little bit sooner, so even if you were ready to try to fight and claim the hatchery, you might still be behind, because they could just make more Reapers.
Yeah, and although Dark can't really adjust his build from this position that much to deal with this, at least he knows it's coming. A lot of times, the second Reaper hitting in an unexpected moment, the fact that it's unexpected is what causes so many problems. So Dark, he has a very good read on the situation. He knows with his Overlord, there's one barracks in the natural expansion. He saw that second barracks proxied with a drone. And he should be able to hold on without suffering too much damage. And that's going to be Maru losing a lot of production time on that second barracks when it eventually flies back home. But let's see how much damage these Reapers are able to get done. Oh, wait.
Ooh.
Wow, that was so close to surrender. He gets one!
Dude.
This basically never happens.
I know. I mean, losing a Reaper is huge, and it's basically not allowed.
Yeah.
People are at the point, you know, even non-pro gamers where the Reaper control is nearly perfect, and so you kind of play this back and forth out under the assumption, in theory, that you're not going to lose a Reaper, because if you do, it's like you have so much less momentum. So this is crazy.
And a moment where Maru should be able to exert a ton of pressure onto Dark. It's actually Dark who's just stopped this in its tracks despite basically the sacrifice that Maru made in terms of economy, sending that SCV out early and now losing all the production time on this second barracks as he powers up with 2 command centers back at home. Whereas Dark, he has basically suffered no damage. He's at 31 drones to 24 SCVs. His Overlord goes into the main base, and it spots the third command center as well. And we have seen Dark pull the trigger in aggression so many times today, in the semifinals versus Cure and in the finals here against Maru. And so knowing that he's basically playing from ahead in the situation, actually hold that thought, these Reapers coming in, they can't 2-shot drones. Maru finding an opening that he desperately needed. Is going to get at least 3, maybe even 4. Can he rack up one more kill?
Oh!
Drones, they fight back, they get this around. Those slippery Reapers, man, they work their way into the natural expansion. More drones are falling, and this is something that Maru really needed in this game.
Yeah, that was huge. The 5-drone kill is massive. Another Roach Warren coming down here.
Yeah, and this is an aggressive one, I think, because Dark scouted that third command center. He's like, okay, you're playing greedy behind this. You're losing all of the production time in that second barracks while trying to go 3 CC.
And keep in mind, you know, this is quite strong versus Reapers. If we don't have a Banshee, there's not an obvious, you know, tool to kind of 100% deny this.
Yeah, but I think losing those drones has kind of set Dark back a little bit here. As
well, he's very good at this ebb and flow. You're right. He might go completely back into macro play and just use the Roach Warren as a red herring here in the build order.
Man, I'm almost relieved for Maru that he was able to find that damage, which is an odd feeling to have. I can't really remember the last time I felt relieved for Maru in a GSL game. I mean, this is basically his kingdom. You know, it feels like Maru is on top of the world every single time he steps on a GSL stage.
Now, you can't talk about GSL without talking about Maru, right? And so in this game, I mean, I don't see any timing attack at all, although maybe that was the intention before the Reapers hit. But it's going to be 4 bases. 4 bases very quick.
Speedling's finally able to track down that one lone Reaper as The Reaper here with the Marines, the last one to tell the tale of the early game aggression Maru was trying to exert onto Dark. And Dark behind all of this, he's been playing really greedy. Fast lair, late evolution chambers, but a lot of drones. And just as you said, CEST, let's take that very quick early 4th base.
So that third's going to be landed. 1-1 coming along here from Maru. And the evolution chambers are late. So 2-2 will actually be starting for Maru, assuming he times it out right, before 1-1 could even start for Zerg. So there's going to be a lot more stability here. Basically, Maru's army is going to be better for the entirety of the game as long as he keeps up with those upgrades. So missile upgrade starts. I don't see the armor yet, but I'm sure Zerg's going to get it in a second.
Yeah, just maybe choosing to get roach speed a little bit quicker. Now some pressure going to be coming through the center of the map here for Maru. He does have this huge 1-1 timing. Basically a full upgrade ahead of the Zerg. Stem forward here into the 4th base. No drones yet. He will take the fight to the roaches. Of course, these Marines with 1-1 actually able to mow these roaches down with good target firing. Actually, another stem. I'm surprised at how committed Maru is, but this is probably why. The Reaper coming into the 3rd base, able to get a couple of drone kills.
Yeah, decent recovery here. Dark going to be able to drive that back. The Reaper going to wrap back around.
He wants that low HP drone.
Yeah. Oh! Gets another one.
I have to say, Maru, after having his proxy barracks get scouted and then losing a Reaper, almost right from the get-go, I think it was Reaper number 2 that went down. He's gotten a ton of damage done with these Reapers. I mean, what a comeback from a dismal early game.
So, look, I mean, it's a very healthy Maru right now. He's going to go for 4 medevacs with a big drop, maybe aimed towards the main. The upgrades are continuing to mount here. It did seem like actually Maru was a little bit slow for the 2-2, by the way. So there is going to be a tiny period where their armies are technically even, 1-1 to 1-1. But that's going to be maybe like, I don't know, 25, 30 seconds.
Yeah, it'll be a very small window here. And Maru's going for 8 racks on 3 command centers, so he does not want this game to go late.
No, he wants to get the punches in soon.
Exactly. Marines now dropping into the main base. Oh, if they can get +1, this is Carapace. That's huge if he can go down. Oh my goodness. Carapace falling here for Zerg is a disaster. You're going to have Marines. We saw what they could do with 1-1 against roaches without Carapace. They're going to have +2 infantry weapons.
And this isn't like Banelings where you can just make the shots connect and even it out. It's like roaches where you have to go blow for blow versus the Marines. So, I mean, if there was ever a position that could, Maru could be in that he should be able to close this out, it would be this one right here, right now.
Yeah, and the fact that Maru is already following this up with an 8 barracks, those Marines are going to put so much hurt on the roaches. It'll be like something you've never seen.
It really makes you think about where you put the Evo chambers, right? Would it have been better to just have it tucked further away, like to the left, because a drop in the main like that, you just take what you can get. But there it is, maybe the most important upgrade in the game. Meanwhile, Maru going to come down and try to push into this position here.
Yeah, Siege Tank's going to move all the way up to this ramp uncontested. These are +2 Marines with Marauders against non-Carapace Roaches, but Dark with a fantastic surround. Vile's actually dropping on the Siege Tanks. He just has so much more than Maru.
Oh my God. Can he actually push the whole way through though? No. There's more infantry coming.
I mean, the engagement was a dream, but look at how much hurt these bio units are able to lay on these roaches.
Yeah, there's just so much more sustain here. The medevac's continuing to heal. Dark going to dive in. He may barely be able to hold this off. We have a few more units trickling down here for Maru, and this may be enough to allow him to cement a foothold and start to then try to pelt this hatchery.
Do not forget, this is 8 barracks bio. There's going to be a parade push of Marines and Marauders streaming across the map. Dark trying his best to hold on. He's getting a little bit of momentum on the defensive front. Maru's going to have to retreat back home. I can't believe Dark held without Carapace.
This is insane. But that initial attack, I mean, the surround was so good.
It was perfect.
It was perfect. It really was.
I am speechless. I cannot believe that Dark held on against +2 to bio, an 8 racks push, without ground Carapace.
I mean, that's... You know, usually there's not much more that you need to conclude that one guy's going to die. It's like, okay, well, you're going to have all the upgrades. And then it's Roach Ravager versus, you know, that is armorless versus this. By the way, It's our old friend, the Nidus Network.
Nidus and 12 Swarm Host tasteless.
Yeah.
I think Dark
Why
recognizes that he's still in a tough position. Yes, he was able to stop that push, but his army is not scaling that well. He needs to kind of throw a curveball, throw a wrench into the machine that is Maru.
It's almost like I forgot about this unit. For me, when I'm casting this, I'm like, oh, that's right, you can make those. For everything else we've seen here today. So, now we have Maru trying to push out. Now, when you're pushing out like this, sometimes you can only commit about halfway across the map, but this means all this stuff that can defend can't do it now because it's trying to fight for, pressure on these other bases. And if we get a second Nidus, which I think is a realistic thing, basically Dark can oscillate between the two positions and just keep hitting with Swarm Hosts.
Yeah, let's see if Maru goes back to defend or if he instead is just going to commit to the aggression. I think that's one of the big reasons why Dark hasn't sent the Swarm Host out. He knows he needs them to actually stop this push right now. No Infestors on the map. No real Spellcasters besides the 6 Ravagers and three Queens here for Dark as Maru once again stimming forward. Now he sees the Swarm Hosts.
Okay, the Locusts are going to come down here. They're coming in a little bit late. Oh, I think Maru might just have too much.
It's still +3 infantry weapons, just +1 Carapace. You can really feel the upgrade shining through.
Oh my God, he's just got so much muscle. He's just gonna stim and dive. The Swarm Hosts are just gonna get pinned down here. The Nidus is killed off.
Yeah, I think Maru might actually just be able to decapitate Dark here.
Yeah, I think this is it. I mean, just the damage output and the armor and everything, it's just insane. Level 3 is done now.
And it takes so long for these Locusts to recharge on those 13 Swarm Hosts. Finally they recover, but Maru can just lift off and go to another base. And while the hold at the third base earlier on in this game was a miracle, Maru is starting to gain some huge momentum.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to be 3-2 now. I mean, that's crazy. And again, I mean, the Swarm Hosts now are just sort of it's like a prop. It's a silly party toy here for the game. It can't really do anything because it can't get over to where it needs to defend. There it is, GG. Maru wins another one. The game of catch-up is real. But again, Dark is just one more win away from closing this out.
Yeah, and I got to say, Maru, he does win this game, but for Dark, it almost feels like a moral victory. The fact that he lost Carapace and held that push against +2 bio on 8 racks, a 3 CC 8 racks, is almost unspeakable.
It's crazy.
I mean, that's almost the kind of the situation that you get into in a game. And say you're Maru, you win this situation, but you're like, it should have been easier. Why was it so hard?
Well, it's also crazy because it's Maru of all people. You know,
right.
I'm used to Maru. If somebody does get something like his armor upgrade, we go, well, this is impossible. But, Maru's just so good. Dark, his engage was so godlike on that initial +2 armor push with his 0 armor. I mean, it was wild.
If he had +1 Carapace, he might win that game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a big difference in the output of damage coming in from that stim bio. But I mean, Maru, he recovered from a dismal early game. He got a lot of damage done with the Reapers. He showed some impeccable control, some great intuition, picking off drones where he had no right to. And from that, he built a momentum. He sniped Carapace. He was able to carry that to a victory. Can he do it 2 more times, or is Dark going to close this one out here in game number 6?
We're going to find out. Our game is loading up here. Dark versus Maru. Right now, Dark in the lead, 3-2. Okay, we've got Maru in the top and Dark in the bottom.
We're talking about how we felt like this series was almost inevitably going to go to at least a game number 6.
Yeah.
We're going to 6. We might even get 7.
Yeah. The question will be, can Dark close this out? He got a really impressive lead. He's had an amazing series of games. So this barracks is going to be positioned so you can filter Reapers right down into a little rush.
Yeah, it's the optimal position to get that Reaper across map as quickly as possible here. As Maru, and I gotta say, now that we have a A little bit of a breather before the action really picks up in this game. What a finals this has been so far.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Dark is showcasing so many different builds, so many cool tactics. Maru doing the same thing, even fighting from behind. It almost feels like Maru is the underdog in this situation,
it really
which is
does.
Crazy.
A
crazy circumstance.
That was the feeling I was having during this. Is I'm like, why do I feel like, you know, I'm almost rooting for Maru because Dark looks so good. This is weird. This is really a testament to how good Dark is, how well he's playing, how much he's improved. And this is a very different map. You know, you have the ability to kind of create an opening here on the left side of the map that gives you a pathway right into their main. We know Dark likes to punish Terrans for their open mains, whether that be with Niduses or with Ling run-bys or whatever it is. Now in this game, he's going to use that same tactic we saw before, the SCV block into the Reaper kill. Does seem like the travel distance might be a little bit hard to pull off.
And Dark's going to turn this into an extractor to try and buy some time. Once he sees that Reaper in the natural expansion, he might pop it out and try and take another whiff at that SCV, and Maru knows it, so he sends the Reaper right back down. He wants to make sure this extractor completes and he confirms the kill on that drone.
Yeah, and after that, the drone's gone.
Oh!
So he's going to force that Reaper to stay back there. Now there's counterling play, and that Reaper is forced to try to keep focus firing that extractor. So these Lings can come up inside the natural and then just start to kill workers, and this is going to be a little crazy.
And it's going to be 6 Lings against 1 Marine with no protection. Is it going to be able to retreat to safety? SCV's actually getting pulled. So Dark will back off, but he's going to catch this SCV that was blocking the third base, and this also forces the Reaper back, which means that Dark can take that third base happily. That drone survives.
That was some great counterplay. Realizing the situation he's in, I mean, this is some genius level stuff.
It's really smart.
So I'm not going to lose a drone. I'm going to lose some money canceling and rebuilding, but you have to stop the Lings that are going to come to your base, because I can do the same thing indefinitely with Zerglings and deny you from ever getting your base up because you were greedy enough to make 1 Reaper and not protect your ass at home.
It's really smart. I've always respected Dark as maybe the brainiest Zerg in the world. This guy is just impossibly smart, but the level of clever tactics that we're seeing from him in this finals, it does not fail to impress in any of these games. I mean, I am having so much fun watch Dark come with all these creative tactics to defeat the beast that is Maru in 3 maps already out of 5. Only 1 map went away from beating the king of the GSL and becoming a champion here in 2024.
So this Helion's going to try to wrap around. Maru back in the game, trying to look for some kind of damage. Trying to see if there's any openings he can get in and try to slow the Zerg down. It's a weird map, by the way. The Zerg is just expanding through the bottom right. And there's not generally a lot of targets that Terran can try to hit early on. Now, we were talking about Dark maybe blowing up the main of Maru. Maru can do the same thing. Terrans and Zergs can do this to each other. For the time being, it's just going to be the third base about to be laid out here for Maru while he's beginning to power up. And the same is true right now for Dark. He's getting his 2 Evo chambers. Again, the Terran upgrades are a little bit ahead, but that's kind of part of what this build looks like. So it's not going to be a situation where there's just going to be stronger Zerg units at any point in time in this game. They're going to be playing catch-up, and eventually when the catch-up is done, if the game goes on long enough, it's going to be evened out.
It's also very brave of Maru to go for a 3 CC double engineering bay build like this one with no Banshees, given the way Dark has been playing today in the semifinals and the finals. He has been so aggressive at so many of these early games with Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers. He's won the majority of the games where he's gone for that strategy. So Maru, I mean, this is just another testament to how strong this guy is mentally on that stage, fighting for the championship. Is he's still going to come out with a greed. He's still going to try and get any advantage he can. Even if it's risky, in this game, it's already paying off. 1-1 about halfway done. He's going to be a step ahead of Dark for the majority of this game, most likely. And he's keeping pace in terms of economy. That third command center already landing. These Marines going to be moving cross map. Likely going to set their eyes on the 4th base here of Dark. That's what they're able to get done.
So we've got the double medevacs coming out here. This base could be the pressure point up here. He's going to unload. I think the Overlord actually saw it, or he wouldn't be moving that away. And remember, when you have Mass Roach, you're kind of just running around chasing these off the ground.
Nidus Canal already in production here for
Whoa.
Dark. This is very
Dude, look at the Overlord.
early.
Look at the top left of the minimap.
Yeah, there's an Overlord. It is ready and waiting. This is the
Mission
fastest
Impossible Overlord going over there.
The fastest Nidus I think Dark has gone for so far today.
Well, you know, especially in a moment like this, you're really kind of babysitting your medevacs and Marines. So this could just, I mean, there's actually a blind spot. Oh my God. It's a Nidus-sized blind spot.
Maru might be in trouble. I'm not sure he's going to expect this.
So
and Dark is going to be hitting the third base at the same time he sets up the Nidus network in the main.
And this Nidus is going to finish as 1-1 finishes. Oh my God. Now you're going to hear the sound. Oh, sorry. I thought for some reason it started and finished. He's going to come in now. Now this might force the siege tanks to siege up. Yeah, that's what he wants. Now he's going to back away.
He's biding time for that Nidus in the main base, and it just now pops.
Oh my God. And now the Queens are in here. I don't know that Maru can survive this.
That creep tumor is already spreading. Another Nidus Canal getting set up outside of the third base to reinforce that location. The main base mineral line's vacated, and now Dark trying to seize the opportunity. Going for the siege tanks here outside the third.
Yeah, now there's a little bit of a kind of bottlenecking happening in between the barracks, so some of the Queens were overextended. I don't see more roaches coming through here, but at the same time, this tank's going to be taken out.
Yeah, Dark is just trying to knock Maru off balance and find the place where he is most vulnerable. Now coming again into the main base as Maru commits more forces to the natural expansion. SCV is trying to block as best they can as more bio stims into the main. Roaches and Ravagers coming out of that Nidus. There's just Maru having enough to clean it up. GG!
Dark has done it! Unbelievable! Dark has managed to stop Maru from winning his 9th GSL. In a historic and dominant performance, he is your GSL champion.
What a tremendous performance from Dark. Coming through with different builds, it feels like in almost every single game. Unique tactics, clever attacks. And Dark is going to be the champion of 2024 Season 2 GSL.
What a very special finals. You know, it's so hard for any of these pro gamers, especially in the last few years, to get any limelight here in Korea because Maru has been such a indomitable force. But here we are. We're going to go to an interview now. Andy, take it away.
Please give it up for Dark, the 2024 GSL Season 2 champion. You lifted a trophy on this very stage. It took you a while. It took you a long time. As a final Zerg, you made it. You defeated Maru, the unstoppable force, to win this season. And let's hear from Dark, the champion. The victory you yearned for so much, you finally acquired it. You defeated Maru, who was attempting to get his G9L. How do you feel right now? Well, it's been a hard journey. This is a victory in a long time. I almost forgot how to win. But this time, you know, I am finally able to remember the feeling again. You know, when I was leading 2-0, I kind of got emotional. And I feel like I would tear up if I win. But, you know, right now, I'm not really tearing up. You've challenged GSL several times, many times over the years, defeating all the formidable opponents that got in your way. And the competition is very tough. And I'm sure this season means a lot to you, Dark. And you're not alone anymore. You have a family, you have a wife, you have a baby. And you stay determined until the very end this season. There were many ups and downs, there were highs and lows. But you endured, you showed persistence, and you finally lift up the trophy. And any message to your family?
이제 딸이 태어난 지 89일 정도 됐는데
My daughter, she's 89 days old.
모든 남는 시간 연습에 쓴다 해도
And you know, even if I just go all in practice, you know, I don't have that much time to take care of the baby.
애기 많이 봐주고
So my wife did an exceptional job, take care of the baby.
그 모습을 보면서 진짜
And you know, watching that,
꼭 해야겠다는 생각을
I got really emotional, and I felt like I had to win no matter what. I had to win this season.
마음가짐이 완전히 달랐고.
I mean, a completely different mindset after getting married, Dark.
4강, 8강에 올라오는 이 저거 중에서
Getting through the round of 8, getting through the round of 4. You were the only Zerg remaining in the tournament.
결승전 무대에서 조성주 선수에게 발목 잡히면서
And every time, it was Maru defeating you on this very stage. But this time,
해야지만 잘할 수 있었던
you did get your revenge against him.
그 한마디 남겼죠. 우승하기 전까지는 수염을 절대 밀지
And
않겠다.
before the victory, you said that you would never shave off your mustache and beard. And actually, some people have clippers.
팬분들의 그 바람들 그리고 정말 그 기대들 오늘도 진짜 박용 화이팅이라고 외쳐.
And all the fans, they supported you, they rooted for you. All through the day. The fans, domestic fans, the fans who came from overseas, they all supported you in one voice. So do you have any words, do you have any special words to your fans as the champion this season?
뭐 이렇게 사실 수염을 좀 밀게 된다는 게 아쉽긴 한데
You know, shaving off my beard and mustache, it's kinda, you know, sad. But I can't really remember how I look like with no beard. But I hope the fans will continue to cheer for me.
그리고 GSL이 규모가 축소됐다고 해서
And I know GSL, you know, the size has gotten a little bit smaller, but GSL still means a lot to me. It holds a special place in my heart.
마지막 GSL이 될 수도 있는데
And I know this might be the last season of GSL, but I'm really happy that I was this season, and I hope it continues. And I'm always grateful to the fans who always come down to the venue to cheer for me, and it's become my impetus, it's become my energy, my driving force.
CEST 우승하고 이제 전 세계 무대에서 엄청난 상금이 걸려 있는 e스포츠 월드컵을
Dark,
기다리고 있잖아요.
you will now be embarking on your journey to Saudi Arabia to compete in the Esports World Cup with a massive prize pool.
EWC 우승입니다.
And now the EWC Championship is your next goal.
수많은 팬분들뿐만 아니라 가족의
There will be so many fans,
응원이 펼쳐질 텐데
so much prize.
앞으로 각오한 말씀.
So your determination heading into that, please.
제가 어제 e스포츠 월드컵 상금을 알게 되었는데
So I realized the prize pool yesterday of Esports World Cup. It was quite startling. It was so much. I looked at my daughter's face, I looked at my wife's face, and then, you know, I'm firmly determined to take the prize of Esports World Cup and make my retirement.
그러면은 이 수염은 바로 미실 거야 아니면 e스포츠
So will the
월드컵까지
beard stay on or will it last until the Esports World Cup?
그건 이제 약간
Are you gonna shave it off? No, I'll listen to the opinions of the fans.
이제 좀 여러 이 소통을 하고 나서 어떻게 할지는 결정해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다.
So you're gonna listen to the feedback from the fans. Okay.
다시 한번 감사 말씀드리고요.
Yes, I will do that.
축하한다는 말씀을
Once again, congratulations on your win today. We'll now commence the award ceremony soon. Please take a seat. Once again, congratulations, Dark.
네, 이제 GSL 시즌 세 번째 GSL 결승전 이제 시상식이 펼쳐지겠습니다. 먼저 준우승 부분의 시상이 있겠습니다. 이번 준우승 부분의 시상은요. 주식회사 숲
All right, guys, we're going to go to the award ceremony. What an incredible way to wrap up this season. And really a real twist. Like, not a shocker that Dark beat Cure, not a shocker that Maru beat Creator, but then, you know, we had this crazy upset here in the finals with Dark versus Maru.
Yeah, I mean,
we're going to award the runner-up now.
Just an incredible day of GSL. And one of the best finals I can remember, really, Tasteless. It's been so beautiful watching these games. So many fans coming to support Maru, support Dark.
All right, so the GSL Season 2 runner-up is Maru. We're going to bring him on stage. We might interview him. Oh, no interview. Never mind. I lied.
Only the winners get interviews, Tasteless.
Yeah, you got to be ready, viewers. You never know what's going to happen.
Never
here.
let him predict your next
you guys
move.
trust me, and then I go, wooga, and I switch it up.
I mean, for Maru, the king of GSL in other finals, is still another feather in his cap, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just another... It is an achievement, guys, getting to the finals, even if you don't win. So, you know, again, it's another thing on the board, another mark in his greatness.
It says so much about Maru's pedigree as a player that him getting runner-up is a surprise to many.
And a disappointment to himself. Guys, we want to say to you, thank you so much for the support. Keeping the GSL going. There will be more news to come after the Esports World Cup, by the way, guys. Normally we wait until the end of the year because BlizzCon was kind of the end of the year for StarCraft 2. Now it's the Esports World Cup, which is in the middle of the year. Yeah, we're going to have our CEO on stage. He's going to share some words.
And what a well-earned victory for Dark.
You're so Dark. Reigning as champion of the season. So what are your thoughts right now? Well, first of all, I'm really grateful to the fans for coming here, down to the studio. I think this means a lot to Dark. I always see Dark coming runner-up in GSL. But this time, I'm really honored to be able to present the first prize award to Dark. Sincere congratulations to Dark once again.
All right, guys, we're going to close it out from everybody here. We love you guys. You're the best. Congratulations to Dark. What an ending. We're going to let him relish this moment. And we're going to put the pin on here. How many pins does he have?
Well, he's got another one now, Tasteless.
Yep.
And really a tremendous performance from Dark. Some of the best DVT play I think I have ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, a different approach to the matchup. I mean, it's cool to see this game keeps changing. So he will be taking it, guys. Crazy. And again, the Korean scene stays so competitive. We've got amazing players like Maru, but it's players like Dark too that come out here and put him to the task. And sometimes even Maru can't keep up. Crazy. All right, guys, I think we're going to be on camera for a sec, and then we're going to let you go. But this has been another amazing season. My hair's all over the place. I'm like grabbing my head as Dark's winning his games, and now I look like I've been stuck in a storm since we last had us on camera. Thank you for joining us, guys. Again, GSL lives on. It's now 13 years old. Thank you to your support and making us last. And there is a special exhibition here in the building. It's until July 21st, and it is... Well, that doesn't make any sense, production, if it's until July 21st, but... Oh, no, July 21st, because
July
it's June.
21st, not June 21st.
June 21st, all right. So go check out that exhibition, guys. Anything you want to say before we close it out?
It's been a tremendous tournament. I almost got choked up watching Dark win,
Yeah,
and
me
it's
too.
just such a treat to be here again. Congratulations to Dark. Thank you guys so much for supporting GSL. Hope to see you again soon.
Bye-bye.
GSL 없었으면은 아무것도 아닌 사람이었을 텐데 GSL 때문에 저를 이제 알리게 되고 팬들도 많이 생기고 너무 감사한 리그죠.
GSL은 인생인 것 같습니다. 14살 때부터 한 것 같은데 같이 나이 먹는 입장은 좋습니다.
인생의 절반을 함께 한 거니까 반려자였다? 반려자? 진짜 가족이죠, 저한테는.
저는 중학교 3학년 때부터 거의 제 인생의 대부분인 것 같아서 진짜 저의 인생이라고 해도 과언이 아니거든요, 저 입장에선. 그래서 GSL은 나의 인생이다.
반을 거의 GSL이랑 함께 한 거잖아요. 사실 GSL이 없었던 그게 잘 기억이 나지가 않아요. 저는 GSL이 없는 걸 상상조차 해보지 못한 그런 수준까지 온 것 같아요.
제 인생에서 제일 기억에 남는 순간이라고 하면은 GSL 우승했던 때인 것 같고, GSL은 내 인생의 하이라이트였다.
희노애락이다. 진짜 GSL 때문에 힘들기도 했었고, 그리고 진짜 기뻐도 봤었기 때문에 희노애락 그 자체인 것 같아요.
딱 GSL을 위해서만 평소에 연습들 그거를 다 꾸준히 참아내야지 결국 GSL에서 좋은 성적을 내고, GSL도 잘할 때도 있고 못할 때도 있어가지고 평생의 시험장이 아니었을까, 저를 테스트하는.
저에게 이제 청춘이었다. 아시다시피 제가 이제 10대 후반부터 계속 이 스타트 프로 생활을 했었고 지금까지도 하고 있으니까 저와 이제 함께 이렇게 청춘을 보낸 대회여서
시작인 것 같습니다. 지금까지 몸에 있어서 GSL이 없었다면 저는 절대 존재하지 않기 때문에, 그래서 저는 시작이라고 생각합니다.
저에게 인생을 가르쳐주기도 했고, 무엇을 해야 될지 잘 몰랐을 때 목표를 잡아주게 한, 그 외에도 해설 이외에도 정말 많은 것들을 제가 배우고 고민해 볼 수 있게끔 저에게 기회를 준 아주 제 인생 최고의 멋진 선생님이라고 생각을 합니다.
그 순간순간들의 또 선수들의 그 열정과 그리고 선수들의 그 노력을 보면서 아, 나도 정말 최선을 다해서 열심히 살아야겠다 느꼈는데, 저에게는 GSL이 인생의 축복이지 않나 이런 생각을 합니다.
꿈의 무대. 시작을 또 GSL에서 했기도 하고 꼭 우승을 너무 하고 싶었던 무대였기 때문에
항상 갖고 싶은 것이다. 현재로서 한국의 최고의 리그이기 때문에 우승했을 때 그 희열이 제일 굉장한 것 같습니다.
꿈을 실현시킬 수 있는 무대이다. 한 번이라도 좀 GSL에서 경기하고 싶다라고 생각을 많이 했었어가지고.
GSL is a very unique tournament and it's a very fun to play always. Very fun tournament.
GSL is inspiration. The players, their stories, the fans are what inspired me to live a life of StarCraft.
The one word I would use to describe GSL is history. The fact that we had all these stories that were told, we got to see all these amazing games happen over the course of 13 years is really incredible.
없어서는 안 될 존재죠. 네. 처음 우승이라는 걸 선물해 주기도 했고, 제가 스타트 할 때까지는 없어서는 안 될 존재인 것 같아요.
저한테는 그냥 GSL 자체가 거의 그냥 스타트 같다고 생각이 들어요. 출시되고 나서부터 계속 GSL이 있었고 아직까지 있고, GSL이 끝나는 날은 정말 스타트가 끝나는 날이라고 생각이 들 정도로 그게 거의 동급인 것 같아요.
Incoming transmission.